Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
With the transformation over, Gray had already decided what he needed to do. It's time to take a look at the so-called Chaos Seal. Gray took his halo off, and immediately the special effects surrounding him like some walking Halloween reduced. Of course, his eyes still had not changed. His eyes had completely transformed, and they would never go back to looking normal. They would stay exactly like that even when he was sleeping or idling away in a cafe. Gray did not mind, in fact, he liked how his current eyes looked. Who else aside from him had unique eyes like his? He doubted anyone in Blue Star had it. With that said, Gray began moving. He gently flew across the inheritance ground and landed on the center of the Lotus platform. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his vision blurred and immediately he was teleported away by the hidden formation. The very next moment, pink light erupted from all directions, completely blinding him for a second, but his saint's eyes shined brightly and his vision cleared up. There he saw it, a beating heart that made Gray look as if he was a tiny ant compared to it. It was several times bigger than the Trial Mountains outside this space. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. The heart beat in an irregular rhythm as if it had a life of its own, and with each beat of the heart, realm heart energy pumped out from the heart and rushed out wisp by wisp. Gray activated his spatial vision, and he was immediately able to see several spatial distortions around the heart. And the realm heart energy rushed into those distortions, likely sending it out into the outer layer of the secret realm where the forest, mutated beasts, and the trial grounds were in. The seal should be inside this heart. Gray analyzed as he curiously looked at it with his hands supporting his chin. According to what Brandon said, the Chaos Seal split and shot into other continents with several falling down here as well, and at those places a new secret realm was formed. Just how powerful is the seal to be able to directly create a secret realm, a subspace within the normal space of Blue Star? Artificial creation of subspaces, he wondered just how strong one must be to do it. If I'm not wrong, the sustaining energy of this realm also comes from the seal. Gray was certain that realm heart energy came from the Chaos Seal. Made sense, how else could he randomly find true origin energy like this? According to Brandon, the seal at its full capability was able to expand this world and even give the planet a consciousness. That would mean this secret realm is also in the stage of something similar to that. He had read records of this secret realm, and from the records experts of old Aspire City had confirmed that this secret realm did indeed grow bigger with each emergence of it. If I gather all the seals, can I create a planet too? It was an unthinkable thought, but even a small fragment of the Chaos Seal was capable of creating a secret realm and expanding it continuously as if it had infinite energy. If he combined it together, perhaps he could create another planet with a powerful world consciousness similar to Blue Star by the end. Speaking of its consciousness, Eterna did mention it to me before. Since it is the planet's will, does that mean it is watching over everyone? He honestly doubted that, considering how much the fourth-rank expert Brandon hyped up the consciousness. He believed it was a very powerful entity, yet how come it had not done anything against the corruption fields? Perhaps it had done something, but Gray did not know for sure. He did remember something like the world consciousness rejecting transmigrators and stopping abyssal beings from crossing over. Maybe it does not have the power to do anything other than that. I'll just have to ask it myself. Gray nodded. Eterna would not tell him anything until he reached a higher level of citizen rank or once he reached fourth rank, so instead of asking her, it was best to find out all by himself. He knew she was trying to protect him from unexpected dangers this planet possessed. And after finding out the truth of Blue Star, he knew how dangerous it was outside the ice wall. But he did not need Eterna's concern. She did not know what he was capable of achieving and what sort of powers he had. Shifting his thoughts away from that, Gray focused on the heart. Now how will I get to the Chaos Seal? Gray tilted his head, his long hair dripping down in the air. Should I punch the heart? Gray frowned. But if I did do that, will something happen to the heart? Gray released his mind perception, and immediately his mind perception targeted the heart. It rushed inside through every gap it saw, and eventually visual data of what was inside the heart was transmitted into his mind. Inside it was a glowing disk fragment. It pulsed alongside the heart, sending out wisps of energy which the heart took into itself. The following moment, the disk, as if finding Gray's energy, stopped blinking with light and slightly changed the way it was facing to match Gray. For a second, Gray felt as if someone was looking at him. Interesting, Gray's eyes flashed in surprise. Are you sentient? Gray would not doubt it, this thing could give the planet consciousness. Why would the seal itself not have sentience? The Chaos Seal, as if responding to him, blinked with light. It's really sentient. Gray was dumbfounded. Blink once to confirm once again. The Chaos Seal blinked once. Immediately after, the Chaos Seal sent a mysterious power out. It was golden in color, and just by looking at it, Gray's expression changed. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing the Axe's consciousness, you've gained insight into the world. Axe? What axe? Gray was surprised. How interesting. The mysterious power gathered together and took a humanoid shape. And the taken humanoid shape was tiny, petite, and filled with mysterious energy. Soon, light burst out and a form was revealed. It was a young girl. She looked no less than 10 to 11 years old, and she had flowing black hair which glowed like the starry sky, a small round yet sharp face, a tall nose, and glowing bright gray eyes. She curiously looked around her with a blank look on her face, then her eyes fell onto Gray, who was staring back at her with a dumbfounded expression. Immediately seeing him, she tilted her head with an indifferent look on her face, and the next moment she shot off towards Gray. Coming close, she stretched her arms out and hugged Gray. Father. She softly opened her mouth and said this with a blank look on her face. You what? Gray's expression changed as he looked absolutely terrified when he heard her say that. You? Who are you calling father? I'm only 17 years old and I haven't even married yet, Gray exclaimed as he tried to push the girl away. However, to his surprise, she did not budge. Rather, even after trying to push her with his force, she did not move an inch, and physically he was extremely strong, stronger than a martial artist who was 1 or 2 levels higher than him. Hey, let go, Gray said in panic. I'm still young, I haven't even married yet, how can you be my daughter? If you randomly start calling someone dad, then people will misunderstand things. Do you know what social death is? Gray said with a darkened expression. However, she did not listen to any of this. She hugged him tightly as if she had found her long-lost father. She looked up at him and spoke. Father. Gray's expression darkened. I'm not your father, kid, Gray said with twitching lips. You got the wrong persons. However, hearing this, the girl paused. Her expression turned frosty the instant she heard his words. Why, you aren't father. The girl tilted her head as she let go of Gray. Seeing this, Gray heaved a sigh of relief and then spoke. That's right, I'm not your father. Not father, the girl had a contemplative look on her face. Not father, she spoke again, and this time powerful energy erupted out from her. Must eliminate people's bads they hurt Hong. The instant she spoke, energy condensed near her hands, and the pink realm heart energy effortlessly surged as it rushed into her palm. Then without hesitation, she shot the energy forward. Shit. A chill ran down Gray's spine as he saw the attack being charged, and the next moment it was right next to him. This strength definitely was somewhere at the late stage of second rank. No, there was no way that even a late-stage second ranker who had just entered late stage would be able to deflect this. Gray's eyes flashed, and immediately the world flashed black and white, and everything around him paused, both the attack and the attacker. Looks like I'll have to catch her off guard. Gray swiftly shot off and appeared right behind her, and by that time the second had passed. With his second rank level mind, his thoughts were several thousand times faster than they used to be, and he could quickly execute thoughts in less time than what a normal second-ranked Esper was capable of doing. Gray's eyes shined with purple brilliance as they once again gave back the color the world had lost, and the condensed energy beam of the girl shot off into blank space, hitting nothing. The girl tilted her head, and then just as quickly she turned around and shot off another energy beam in quick succession. This time she took less time than before. You sneaky little demon, Gray cursed as his spatial ring flashed, and immediately a talisman burst out. Flawless Mirror Circle Array. This array he last used when he was escaping from Nova City to deflect an attack from a second rank being 2 months ago, and since then he had been slowly infusing energy into a new one, with one set up as backup as well. The backup could now reflect back an attack 10-fold of its original power, and the main one on the other hand could deflect back 15-fold. And now he had used his backup talisman, Buzz. The condensed energy beam collided with the talisman that appeared before Gray, and immediately it absorbed all the attacks. The next moment, an even more intense energy rushed out from it and shot directly towards the girl. The girl had a slightly surprised expression on her face, and the next moment her body was completely evaporated. What a strange thing. Gray shook his head while shaking his head. The girl who was supposedly the so-called Axe's consciousness had suddenly come out and called him father and then proceeded to attack him because he was not her father. Gray felt wronged. What did he do? He did not know whether to laugh or cry anymore. However, just as quickly his expression fell. Almost at the same speed the girl was evaporated, light emerged and she stood in the same spot she was before. The girl had a thoughtful expression on her face. You are father. As she said that, she rushed forward and tried to hug Gray yet again. Of course he was prepared this time. He did not let her get close to him. He activated his time ability and immediately everything froze. Then he put some generous distance between him and the girl. Time began to flow naturally again, however Gray's expression was dark. He looked down to see the little girl who was now once again hugging him. Gray stared blankly at the sky. It was over. There was no one going to save him now. Sighing, Gray spoke again. Look kid, I'm really not your father. Do I even look like your father? To this the girl simply looked up and spoke. Father doesn't have an appearance. Gray was tongue-tied. Then how did this little girl come to the conclusion that he was her father? Then Gray froze a bit. He hesitantly looked at the girl and unleashed his nexus energy. The instant he did, the little girl's expression brightened even more. Father, she called out. Gray's expression darkened, so it was the nexus energy. Gray's lips twitched involuntarily. Is nexus energy your father? Gray asked. And nexus? The girl tilted her head. Hong doesn't know. Our father created us three. Great more confusion, Gray sighed. Who are the three you are talking about? The girl, who seemed to be called Hong, had a thoughtful expression, as if trying to remember something, and then she nodded with a blank yet serious look. I don't know. Gray just sighed even more heavily than before. Can you let go of me, my daughter? Gray asked in a sour voice. He definitely did not like the idea of having a daughter, but if calling her that would make her let go, then he could at least find a way to escape. Hearing him call her daughter, the girl's eyes brightened and she nodded heavily and let go of Gray. All right, Hong, can you tell me how I can take that seal away? Gray inquired carefully. He was silently prepared for battle. He didn't know when the girl would have mood swings, so he had to be prepared. What if she decided to attack him for asking the wrong questions? Hearing his question, Hong had a thoughtful expression. You just need to refine the seal. Hong pointed at the heart with a nod. Hong will come with you after that. You will come with me, Gray's lips twitched. Is there a way to take the seal without bringing you along? Hearing this, Hong had a confused look on her face. Then immediately a sad look appeared on her face, as if she had just finished registering what Gray had said. Father doesn't want Hong coming along, Hong asked in a sad tone. She looked 1 second away from crying. Energy fluctuated uncontrollably around her. I was joking. I naturally won't leave you behind, Gray said hurriedly as he massaged his temple. He honestly didn't know what he was going to do with Hong, but he definitely couldn't leave without the seal either. How do I refine the seal? Gray asked Hong, who had now calmed down. You just need to use your energy, father, Hong replied as she once again pointed at the heart. What if it rejects me? It was a fair question. Seal split in the first place because it got angry and decided to curse everyone on Blue Star. Gray also believed it had something to do with Hong. Maybe she was the one who cursed the people of Blue Star. The seal won't reject father, Hong nodded. No energy can reject father. Oh, Gray gave it a try. Nexus energy erupted out from his body and shot towards the heart. The silver-purple energy shiftily traveled down into the heart and reached the seal. Immediately, a dense amount of purple energy erupted. The seal began to struggle as it clashed directly with the Nexus energy. However, the resistance didn't last long. Nexus energy overpowered the Realm Heart energy created by the seal completely, and it shot into the seal. Buzz! A terrifying shockwave spread out from the seal, the spatial distortions trembling at the power of it. Hong watched cautiously from the side. She was a being trapped inside the seal, hence she knew that the seal was now being refined by her father. Buzz! The instant Gray's energy entered the seal, Gray felt a mysterious power. The power was unlike anything he had seen before, like something that didn't originate from this world at all. As soon as it found him, the mysterious power tried to attack him. However, the instant Nexus energy appeared, it directly vanished as if it had met its natural bane. Soon after, the psionic energy in Gray's mind palace was triggered, and a wisp of consciousness traveled through the psionic energy into the Nexus energy. Buzz! Gray's mind palace shook, and immediately a miniature fragment of the Chaos Seal appeared within his mind. A connection immediately formed with the fragment. Boom! The refining was complete. The entire secret realm stirred at the response of the refinement. The evolvers outside the subspace where the Chaos Seal was kept all stared at the sky. There they saw mysterious symbols flashing across the sky and the ground begin to shake. What is happening? Ah wait, my body is floating. One of the evolvers exclaimed as he abruptly flew into the sky. Everyone in the vicinity was stunned. Could it be that this guy had reached second rank? However, the next moment they all fell silent. Amidst their gazes, space distorted around the guy and he was flung out of the secret realm. He wasn't the only one by one they all flew up. What the hell? Am I going to die? However, no matter how much they struggled, the power was too powerful to resist. They all got flung into spatial distortions one by one. And by the end, no one was inside the secret realm. As soon as they left, a figure appeared above the skies of the secret realm. Interesting. Gray's voice boomed across the entire secret realm. The instant it did, mutated beasts shivered in fright. Seeing this, Gray brought his hands down. Immediately, a hand made of energy condensed and shot towards the group of mutated beasts that were close to the Trial Mountains. Boom! The mutated beasts were directly crushed to death. I didn't expect this. Gray had a strange look on his face. My consciousness fused with the realm heart. Gray spoke slowly, but the way he spoke sent chills down the mutated beast's spines. That means I'm effectively the consciousness of this realm now. Gray couldn't help but be stunned. Every change, every moment inside the secret realm could be sensed by him now. And I have complete control over this realm. Gray's smile widened. He could now use the power of this realm, meaning he could get in and out of it anytime he wanted, and it existed within the seal fragment inside his mind palace. If I can trap a late-stage second ranker, then I can definitely take them out with the power of the realm. Gray grinned. Of course, doing so would have its side effects, like running out of the realm's energy, which would affect it massively. Gray would only use this if he definitely needed to use it. He could use it on the Varan guy, but doing so would easily deplete the natural energy of this realm. He didn't want that. He had other plans for this. He glanced into the sub-dimension where his body floated and Hong was standing not too far from him. She was staring at the sky, right at his consciousness which had merged with the secret realm to be exact. Father owns the secret realm now, Hong nodded. That seems to be the case. Gray nodded. Then he shifted his gaze towards the treasury. The location was within the subspace of the inheritance ground, not too far from the Lotus platform. He swiftly swept his gaze, and immediately all the things inside were transferred into his spatial ring. I ran out of space. He realized that his spatial ring was full now. However, on the other hand, why should he even put them in the spatial ring in the first place? Didn't he own this realm? He could retrieve the things just like how he could from the spatial ring. That works. Gray descended back into his real body and turned to Hong. He now felt a connection to the kid, and her power utterly terrified him. She was at the peak stage of second rank. Gray didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sighing, he spoke to Hong. You will be called Little Hong from now. The connection with the seal was already made. Now Hong would be someone connected to him. He simply couldn't leave her here. Even if he did, he would see her once he got back to the secret realm. And having a peak stage second ranker with him was definitely a good thing. As long as Gray acted as her father, that is. I'm Little Hong, Hong nodded with a blank stare. Outside the secret realm, Ashspire City. The citizens of Ashspire City were looking at the sky in terror. Raging flames descended to the ground from the sky as Werner and Valeria fought Varan with gritted teeth. Both of them looked gravely injured. Werner was now bleeding profusely, and Valeria looked tattered. She glared at the guy that stood not far away from them with a calm expression. Is that all? Varan asked calmly, however his voice contained a hint of mockery. Is that all the top experts of Ashspire City can do? Varan was completely unharmed. He didn't even look slightly injured. Not only was he perfectly fine, his energy reserves were full as well. It couldn't be said the same for Werner and Valeria. They were running out of energy. The only thing that supported them until now was Valeria's powerful defensive artifact and Werner unleashing formations one by one. Several of the attacks were landing directly in the city too. They were almost 50% certain that civilians were caught in the crossfire between their battles. Casualty was unavoidable during a battle between powerful evolvers, but people were dying left and right now. Even the shelters couldn't save them from the firepower of these two middle-stage second rankers. And Varan, there was no need to mention anything about him. He killed civilians the chance he got, almost as if he hated human beings as a whole. Now Varan had established himself as the great villain of Ashspire City. Everyone hiding in corners of the city looked at him with either fear or anger. Heavenly fire. Valeria's flames burned bright orange as she shot the attack forward towards Varan. Boom, air distorted as the terrifying flames shot out. Varan appeared calm. He didn't even move in the slightest, seeing the flames. Now I know why the higher-ups want to take you in. Varan spoke calmly as he lightly tapped the incoming flame, which when hit could level a city's sector. Immediately, the flame was extinguished. If it was an ordinary late-stage second ranker, then they might have already been severely injured by your flames. Varan took a step forward. The next moment he was right beside Werner and Valeria. I'm not ordinary. His chilling voice drilled into their ears. This time his voice was distorted. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted outward. Within the center of it was Varan. He was undergoing a transformation. Abyssal transformation. Long horns grew out from his head as black abyssal energy swirled around it. His figure became larger as energy poured out, and his robe was destroyed, revealing his upper torso and face. In his abyssal transformed face were deep glowing yellow slitted eyes. His physique was tightly packed together with a hollow in the center of his chest. Inside the hollow chest was a black hole filled with red energy rotating, constantly sucking away the cosmic energy in the atmosphere. Werner's expression turned grim. An abyssal being? Was this guy an abyssal being all along? Valeria frowned. The livestream was going crazy seeing Varin. What the hell is that? He doesn't look human anymore. He looks scary. Are we going to die? We are going to die. That thing is clearly not a human. Everyone stop panicking. I'm sure formation expert Werner and CEO of Azrael Corporation Valeria will do something about it. The law enforcers who hadn't gone to the High Order's side tried to keep everyone calm. A lot of enforcers had died from the attacks of the High Order, but the majority of the second rankers were still alive. Hence, they tried their best to keep everything in order. If they showed fear, wouldn't the ordinary civilians completely lose it? HMPH, pathetic mortals. Varin snorted, shockwave spreading everywhere from his voice. Even without the livestream, everyone within Aspire City heard him. I had already forsaken my humanity for higher power, he exclaimed. Humans are weak, extremely weak to the point they are utterly useless among the myriad races across the world. Myriad races? What is this guy saying? The humans will never reach the level of an abyssal being, an exalted race with powerful abilities and authority. With the help of the High Order, I was able to completely transform myself into an abyssal being. He grinned evilly. Now no one in the second rank can stop me, no one. He then pointed at Valeria. Playtime is over, woman. The higher-ups of the High Order have ordered me to take you away. Come with me of your own accord, and I will not do anything to this city. Of course, that was a lie. Him not doing anything to the city was simply impossible. In fact, if not for Valeria and Werner, he would have already flattened this city to the ground and taken all the vital energy of the citizens here and left for the Three Guards province to summon the exalted abyssal being. You think I'm dumb? Valeria laughed. You High Order bunch are ruthless pieces of shits. There is no way I'm going with you, nor am I going to let you destroy the city. Valeria smiled brightly at Varin, with a hint of coldness in her smile. If you want to succeed in your plans, then you will have to see my dead body first. This old man has grown quite old. Maybe dying from saving the city doesn't sound so bad. Werner chimed as he calmly rubbed his beard. They both had their trump cards, but using them would without a doubt take a toll on their bodies. Perhaps their lifespan would be reduced massively, but that didn't concern them. The High Order, if they let them win, then who knew what would happen to the entire southern region? Both of them had people they cared about in Aspire City. For Werner, it was his disciples. For Valeria, it was her company. She developed this company at a young age with people she could call family and friends, even if they didn't share any blood. She herself knew how many lives the High Order had taken, even her own comrades and friends. How could she let the High Order win over her dead body? She was very proud. She wouldn't let someone like a parasitic worm like the High Order member in front of her win. No, if she lost, then that would mean humanity itself had lost against the High Order. You guys are parasites to this world, Valeria exclaimed as flames erupted. She was ready to take action. And I will purge you all if it is the last thing I do. HMPH, Varin sneered, wishful thinking. He burst out laughing. He fully unleashed his power, covering the entirety of Aspire City. It's over. The civilians and the evolvers of Aspire City looked at the sky with dread and despair. Even the law enforcers looked terrified. Since that is the case, I will just flatten this entire city, Varin said with a look of mockery. Become the catalyst to the gates. The energy surged even further, turning the sky of the city dense black in color. However, just then something happened. Bust, Varin's expression changed, so did Werner's and Valeria's. BZZT. BZZT. The darkness that surrounded the city suddenly vanished, following that a terrifying power descended into Aspire City. Buzz, a silver-purple energy covered the entire city in brim with lightning flickering across the energy. What is this now? The guy's energy is being overpowered. This presence, one of the law enforcers trembled. Then a voice echoed throughout the city, sending chills down everyone's spine. Flatten the city. Buddy, who gave you the permission to do that? Who the F***ck are you? It's you, Gray Lockhart. Varin wore a stunned look on his face as he set his eyes onto the owner of the energy that overpowered his. Even though he looked rather unfamiliar now, Varin could tell from one glance who it was. Standing directly above him, Werner and Valeria, overlooking the entire city, was a young man with an extremely handsome, angular face. He had deep, mysterious eyes, and in his hands was a long sword glowing with power. And additionally, he was now holding onto a little girl's hand as the girl looked around curiously. The instant Varin laid his eyes onto little Hong, his eyes widened in disbelief. Although he couldn't sense anything from Gray, he could from the girl peak second rank. Master Gray, Werner called out with a dumbfounded expression. He could sense little Hong's aura too, so could Valeria. Brother Gray, who is that? Valeria asked with a slightly confused look on her face. Is this Master Gray? Is he the one who set up the eliminate the chicken array? Oh my god, he looks so young, how is that possible? He looks no less than 17 years old. He is clearly someone who underwent metamorphosis twice. I'm sure he only looks young, everyone, he might be a 100-year-old monster. Comment above, use your brain a little. Just because you undergo metamorphosis doesn't mean you start de-aging like some supreme baby immortal. The youngest anyone has ever looked is their early 20s. If your logic were right, then by the third metamorphosis, we'd all be crawling around in diapers swinging spiritual rattles. But still, he can't be 17 years old, right? Exalted Formation Master Werner calls him Master. Yeah, it has to be some sort of technique to make yourself look younger. Forget that, who's that kid, how's she flying? Probably being supported by this Master Gray's flight ability, right? He's clearly a second-rank powerhouse. Oh, you know me, Gray tilted his head in interest. What could I have possibly done to be noticed by the High Order? He grinned playfully. I'm honored. However, Varin wasn't in the mood to reply back. His eyes were on little Hong, who stood beside Gray obediently. He might have confidently said that no one in the second rank was a match for him, but that was far from the truth. He only said it because no one in this part of the southern region was as strong as him. He could take on an 11th stage, but a 12th. I need to go to Three Guards Province and get Orin here. Varin was on full alert. This was no illusion. His abyssal eyes rendered illusions useless against it. The little girl was not ordinary. He believed Gray must have also dealt with the middle stage second rankers at the secret realm entrance through her as well. No, he could not win alone. He must get Orin. He wasn't dumb enough to charge straight ahead to his demise. He has to escape. You bastard, Greylockheart, Varin shouted, slightly enraged. Time and time again, you keep disrupting the High Order's plan. Don't think you can win this battle just because you have that little kid next to you. Varin finally realized. This Grey Lockhart he had pushed aside as a nobody was the biggest variable that needed to be eliminated. Then, amidst everyone's gazes, Varin's figure distorted and became a streak of light which shot off from Aspire City with great speed, a speed perhaps not even a third rank could match. Thousand Winds escape technique. His voice boomed as he left the city, shooting straight towards the Three Guards province. Not good, he's escaping, Werner exclaimed, ready to charge after him. The demon is escaping. He's actually escaping. Is this Master Gray that powerful? Is this the same guy who was flaunting about saying there was no one who could match his strength? Everyone in the chat immediately started praising Gray like there was no tomorrow. They were both relieved and overjoyed at this situation. All he did was descend into the city and the enemy fled. Wait, Gray called out to Werner as he stopped Werner. Master, he's leaving, we can't let him leave, he said in a grave tone. You don't need to chase after him, I know where he's going. Gray slightly glanced at the Three Guards province. With his perception, he could easily see that far. He knew the guy was going to the Three Guards province, which was littered in corruption fields. He also saw an unusually big robot in the far distance. Is that Orin? Gray was surprised. Late stage. Interesting, Gray smiled. However, him talking to himself only earned the confused gazes from Werner and Valeria. Brother Gray, what rank are you at right now? Also, what happened to your eyes? Valeria asked carefully as she slightly glanced at the little girl who also stared back at her. A chill ran down her spine when she saw little Hong's stare. It was the same for Gray's eyes. When she stared at his, she felt dizzy. His eyes didn't look normal in the first place. What do you think my current rank is? Gray asked with a smile. You have reached second rank, Valeria replied. That was for certain. He showed the signs of second metamorphosis. He had grown taller, more lean, and more handsome now. Correct, Gray clapped his hands. Congratulations, Miss Valeria. You are smart. HMPH. Valeria snorted. She knew he was mocking her because it was plain obvious that he was at the second rank now. Brother Gray, how can you tease your big sis like that? Valeria said in a deliberately exaggerated sad tone. Big sis will be sad tilde. Hearing this, Gray spread his arms lightly. He had acted reserved around Valeria most of the time, however. After undergoing the second metamorphosis, something in him had shifted. He felt his mind freer and liberated, hence, he no longer even wanted to act reserved. And he had sufficient power to do whatever he wanted now. He was right now using the Burst Force Talisman, and he hid his powers in a way no one will be able to sense his aura. That's also why the others weren't able to sense his stage. On the side note, he didn't really need to use the Burst Force Talisman with Little Hong here, but for his plans to move forward, he had to use it. Without it, he won't be able to make his plan work. Then he pointed at Little Hong and began to introduce her. He knew they were eyeing her as if they had seen some demon in daylight. And this is Little Hong. Lord. He paused midway. He really didn't want to speak about the daughter part. But if he didn't and called her a random brat he found off the street, then Hong would probably get angry. However, before he could continue his words, Little Hong let go of Gray's hand and spoke. I'm Little Hong, I'm father's daughter. And Gray's lips twitched. Both Werner and Valeria looked at Gray and then back at Little Hong, lost for words. This, Master Gray, I didn't expect you to be married, Werner said in a slightly disbelieving tone. Valeria, on the other hand, had a slightly confused yet stiffened look on her face. Daughter, you say? Valeria asked stiffly. I didn't expect Brother Gray to have a daughter. It's not what you guys think. Gray sighed heavily. He waved his hands and the livestream drones distorted. She isn't my biological daughter, Gray spoke slowly. And as soon as he spoke those words, Valeria's expression visibly brightened. She isn't your biological daughter, Valeria asked, with a relieved expression on her face. That's right, Gray nodded. I found Little Hong inside the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, this earned a stunned look from both of them. How is that possible? How can someone be inside the secret realm? It's complicated, Gray shook his head. Now is not the time to explain everything, but this is due to the secret realm itself. As he said that, he snapped his hands, and immediately the space distorted, and a spatial distortion appeared right beside him. This is the entrance to the secret realm, Werner said in surprise. Master, this how? He glanced at the fortress far in the distance. There was no longer a spatial distortion there, and the evolvers that had entered the secret realm were all there with a look of confusion on their faces. Long story short, I'm the owner of the secret realm, and Hong could be considered something like a part of the secret realm, like a consciousness. And now that the secret realm is bound to me, she is naturally connected to me as well. That was the best explanation he could give them both without revealing anything about the seal and other important details, such as him now being the literal consciousness of the secret realm. That was because he saw several prying gazes from second-ranked evolvers from all across the city. They were without a doubt the family heads of the major families and evolvers from other powerful organizations. Bunch of bums, Gray snorted. He could already tell from one glance that these people hadn't contributed even the tiniest bit to the cause, and he knew what he had to do with them. At the same time, he also noticed the changes in the southern region. The cosmic energy is denser now. Gray stared at the sky. He sensed the power closely and immediately recognized the residual power as the power of heaven. Did something happen when I was away? Gray asked curiously as he stared at the sky. Yes, something did happen, Valeria spoke. When you were inside the secret realm, the northern lands of the southern region were covered in dense clouds and... She paused and stared directly at Gray. Golden light emerged and shone onto the secret realm. We were worried that something must have happened to you. Oh, Gray nodded. You didn't have to worry, it was me. It was you, both Werner and Valeria exclaimed. Indeed. That's another long story, Gray said casually. His sainthood would be revealed sooner or later. There was no need to hide it because he would be using it in battles. He just did not have to mention that it was sainthood and everything will be kept under control. That was when Eterna appeared in his head. With your ascension to sainthood, the cosmic energy in the northern lands of the southern region has increased by 75%, and the power of heaven had descended into these lands. I believe in a few months countless heavenly opportunities and talents will rise from this place. He had already contacted Eterna as soon as he came out, giving her a summary of what happened in the secret realm. But he did leave out things about Brandon and the seal. He didn't want to tell her anything about it. But he was sure she had already deduced several possibilities of what happened within the secret realm, and being the AI that governed the Blue Star or the so-called Starcrest continent according to the map he saw from Brandon, she should know about the seal. Is it that exaggerated? Gray was surprised. Yes, this is the power of sainthood. You ascending also brought unexpected benefits to the southern region. If you become a full saint with 3 halos, then it might affect the entirety of Blue Star. Well, that is interesting news, Gray thought. Also, are you ready, Eterna? Gray inquired in his mind. Yes. Eterna nodded. Everything is prepared. All you need to do now is take action. Good. Then Gray turned to Werner and waved his hand. Immediately his spatial ring flashed, and a special-looking stone flashed out and shot towards Werner's direction. Werner, seeing this, quickly caught the stone. Seeing the stone, Werner exclaimed, a 2-star evolutionary stone. Indeed, Gray nodded. It's time you switch to the ether evolutionary path. As he said that, he took out some of the core essence inside his compressed Nexus star, just a tiny portion. Since Werner was his disciple, he naturally had to help him. He would be his closest ally for the potential future. And hence he took out some core essence to help Werner ascend to late stage by removing his bottleneck. The amount he took out wouldn't make a difference as it was to assist in breaking the bottleneck. He then directly pushed the energy into Werner's elixir field. Is this core essence? Werner was shocked. This core essence is at least at the level of a 4th rank. Use it, Gray said. Reach late stage quickly. I will guide you with the breakthrough and tell you how to reach late stage. He hadn't even published the chapter on law transformation, let alone law reshaping, but helping someone convert their path was still something he could do with ease. Once he perfected the 2nd rank of the evolutionary path, altering Werner's method would be a trivial task. After all, he was the creator himself. If he couldn't do it, who else possibly could? For now, he would simply push Werner to the late stage using the standard method utilized by the 3 great paths, though of course with a subtle twist infused by Gray's own unique path. Yes. I will do it right now, Master, Werner said with determination. He felt touched. He had been stuck at the middle stage for a while now his master had found him an evolutionary stone and even core essence to break through. This was no longer a mere master-disciple relation about formations. No, Werner had already decided to become Gray's full disciple. Now having seen Gray's generosity, he was overcome with gratitude. Werner immediately began his transformation. He had already learned the Ether Ascension scripture. Now all he needed to do was directly convert and break through. Seeing this scene, Valeria couldn't help but pout. You gave your own disciple good things. Is there nothing for your big sister? Disciple, Gray's expression became odd. Indeed, only now did he realize that Werner had been calling him master all this time. Looks like the matters of it had been revealed to everyone. Then, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He stared at Valeria, who was pouting at him. He honestly didn't know what he was going to give her. Then, he noticed something. You, Gray called out in surprise. You are also about to break through to late stage. Hearing this, Valeria herself was surprised. What? She sent her consciousness and indeed she instantly felt it. A breakthrough. She hadn't noticed it until now because she was depleted of energy. If she underwent law reshaping right now, she could easily reach late stage. Good timing. Gray smiled and immediately, Gray took more core essence out and directly put it inside her elixir field. There is no way I will forget about you, Miss Valeria, Gray said with a playful smile on his face. HMPH, bad guy, Valeria grumbled. I know you had nothing for me. Seeing how effortlessly Gray broke her inner defensive of her elixir field, she was certain he was now at the late stage. All right, begin transforming, Gray said with a laugh. He turned to the 3 guards province. Let's get this over with once and for all. I need to sleep. It's been a while since I slept soundly. He didn't need sleep at all. He could continue without sleeping till the end of his lifespan, but who didn't like turning their brain off and resting? It would definitely refresh Gray's thoughts and rejuvenate his spirit. Then he heard Little Hong speak. Father, where is Little Hong's gift? Lank clash, Oren's robotic body and Dorian's long feathers collided, detonating a powerful impact wave in the process. The following instant, they were both pushed back from the impact. Dorian, now visibly injured with blood gushing from his shoulder area and near his legs, rushed forward without a moment of hesitation. Endless amounts of energy flashed within Oren's frame. While Dorian was running out of energy, Oren was not. He seemed to be using the stored electricity within the city itself to power his war armor and the lightsaber. It had reached the point where, even with Dorian's energy nearly depleted, Oren was completely fine. If not for the energy potions for 2nd rank evolvers, Dorian would have already run out of energy by now. You piece of junk. Die, Dorian closed in with a grunt. His long pointy wings flapped and instantly even more feathers shot out as beastly energy surged around them. HMPH, Oren snorted and the feathers immediately stopped in their tracks. He had caught them using telekinesis. However, the next moment the feathers exploded one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Each detonation forced Oren back slightly before he regained mobility in the air and shot toward Dorian with an enraged expression. You sneaky bird. Oren's war armor shifted, mechanical parts sliding and rotating as several missile units emerged from both his hands. Whoosh! The missiles shot out one by one, each breaking the barrier of sound as they rushed at Dorian with breakneck speed. Oren had been powering himself using the electrical energy of the 3-guard province. With his law of machinery, he could connect himself to multiple machines and use them to form a network, channeling electrical currents one by one. It might seem far-fetched, but with the law of machinery, it was definitely possible. Someone who had comprehended the law of machinery was essentially the king of technology. There was no competition. One glance from someone with the law of machinery could completely disassemble a piece of technology and even reassemble it from scratch. Dorian gritted his teeth as he took the attacks one by one. He deflected some with his bare hands, others with defensive techniques, and by the end he was completely out of energy. Down below in the mansion, several high-order members had descended. They were all at the second rank. They saw the commotion in the mansion and immediately rushed inside to check. To their surprise, the second rankers of their organization, alongside the experts of other cities, were all unconscious. Well, except a few. 3 girls and 1 boy remained. 2 were at the first rank, the other lady's stage could not be discerned. The real expert, however, was the girl with black hair and golden highlights. Seeing her, however, the high-order members remained calm. They saw that she had only reached the second rank, and they believed it would not even take a minute to deal with her. They then immediately charged forward. "How annoying," Immortal Lady mumbled. "Looks like I will not be able to have a chat with these 2 ladies right here. If I use my energy here, I might have to go back to sleeping for a while." However, hearing this, Leah interjected and stepped forward. "We can talk after we are done, miss, please, let me handle this." As she said that, she flashed the Immortal Lady a smile and waved her hands. Immediately, golden energy surged, and her forehead shone with a special symbol. Immediately after, 2 portals appeared behind her. What? The Immortal Lady's expression changed, and so did everyone else's in the vicinity. Even the high-order members were stunned. "Leah," Evan called out with a dumbfounded look on his face. Following that, amidst everyone's gaze, a terrifying power erupted from the portal. Tap! A flaming leg emerged from the portal. The moment it descended, the temperature around the mansion surged violently. It was currently winter in the northern lands of the southern region, yet in an instant the frigid air melted away. The surroundings heated so rapidly that it now felt hotter than a scorching midsummer day. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr mirror flames emerged from the portal. There were 5 of them, all at the middle stage of the second rank. As soon as they emerged, they bowed in respect toward Leah, kneeling to the ground with one leg as their voices echoed. Grrrra. Rrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr terrified. They let out ferocious roars at Leah's order and immediately turned to the High Order members. Without missing a beat, they shot forward, directly attacking them. Clash, boom, the High Order members clashed with the creatures head-on, sending waves of flames and sparks across the mansion. The mansion itself was taking damage from the attacks. What the hell? Evan was tongue-tied seeing this. Ah, Leah grunted abruptly in pain as the symbol on her forehead flickered out. This was one of her realized abilities, Hell Portal, the ability to summon beings through a portal from hell. And with its help, she had summoned infernals, the hellfire spirits of hell. Knowledge about her summoned beings naturally came to her. At the same time, she realized that whenever she utilized her newly found energy, it quickly went out of control. Because of that, she could only summon 5 of them. This also caused bloating inside her meridians. She believed if she continued using it, her meridians might burst. Why is this happening? Leah frowned. How come I do not have control over my own energy? However, just as she thought that, her expression changed. She looked into the distance and saw a stream of light shooting toward the Three Guards province. Orin, Varen's shout echoed throughout the entirety of the Three Guards province as he arrived near Orin. I need your help. An abyssal being, Leah's expression immediately turned frosty. Evan, be careful, the immortal lady cautioned. You little miss over there, come near me. She turned to Alyssa, who had been observing from the side, and spoke. Hearing her, Alyssa swiftly walked up to the immortal lady with a blank stare. Seeing this, the immortal lady laughed. She knew that Alyssa was shocked on the inside, but she did not show it outwardly. At the same time, the immortal lady was slightly serious. Another second ranker had arrived, and from his aura alone, she knew he was extremely powerful. She believed it won't end well. Who is that? Dorian exclaimed in shock. What is that creature? Dorian did not know a thing about the abyssal beings or the abyssal transformation. Information about them was still strictly restricted, and only a select few knew about them, like Werner and Valeria, who came from the floating city. Seeing him, Varen snorted in disdain. You still haven't eliminated him. He's a very annoying chicken, Orin said in a maddened tone. I have been trying to eliminate him for hours now and he keeps surviving. Useless, Varen spat. Whatever, let's get this over. Let's eliminate him, we need to put our plan in motion. Yes, Orin grinned evilly. Yes, our plan. Orin did not care about the plan of Varen. In his eyes, the so-called plan was different. He only cared about Dorian and Valeria. He wanted to see them get destroyed, and the only reason he was following Varen's plan was because of the High Order. Even though he was on the brink of madness, he still feared the High Order and Varen himself. Varen shot toward Dorian like a falling star. The two curved horns on his forehead blazed with crimson light. A heartbeat later, energy beams erupted out, tearing through the sky and scorching long scars across the battlefield. Orin's eyes flickered with manic delight as he raised his mechanical arms. Compartments slid open along his metal body and dozens of charged barrels emerged. In the next moment, a barrage of concentrated blasts roared out, each one powerful enough to shred a late-stage expert. The air trembled under the combined assault. Dorian felt the world closing in on him. The beams from Varen's horns chased his shadow, and Orin's mechanical firepower sealed off every retreat. His heart pounded, but instead of fear, there was only fury. "So this is what you want," Dorian muttered, his voice growing hoarse. He felt burning heat rise from deep within his elixir field. His veins glowed a faint gold as he forcibly ignited his own vital essence. His lifespan began to slip away second by second, but his strength surged like a tide breaking through a dam. Feathers of metal began bursting out across his arms and back. His spine bent and expanded as his half-eagle form intensified, wings unfurling with a metallic cry. A blood-gold aura exploded from his body. "I'll drag you both down with me." With a single flap, a storm of metal feathers shot out, tearing cracks through Varen's beams and slamming into Orin like divine arrows. Explosions filled the night as the three exchanged relentless blows, shockwaves flattening everything around them. But despite Dorian's desperate power, Varen was still Varen. His aura suddenly surged. The beams from his horns thickened and twisted, forcing their way through Dorian's storm of feathers. Inch by inch, they pushed him back. And finally, with a deafening blast, Dorian was overwhelmed and sent crashing into the ground. "HMPH, futile attempt," Varen sneered at Dorian. How is this possible?" Dorian, now completely tattered and bleeding profusely, had a disbelieving look on his face. His meridians had been destroyed from the attack. He could no longer use energy anymore. Dorian's eyes grew distant. He had tried all methods, however in the end it was futile. How could this be possible? "Is this the end for me?" Dorian took a painful breath. All hope was lost. The pillar of the Three Guards province had been destroyed. However, just then Dorian heard it. A voice that resonated throughout the entirety of the Three Guards province, no, perhaps even beyond that. "Nexus convergence," the voice boomed. Buzz, the sky distorted. The sun above the Three Guard province flickered once and disappeared as a dense sphere of darkness formed in its place. Violet light circled around it, rotating fast enough to blur. The moment it appeared, everything started getting dragged in. Weapons floating in the sky shook violently before shooting straight toward the sphere. Broken pieces of tech twisted in midair as they were pulled in one after another. Orin's mecha body jerked forward uncontrollably. The stabilizing thrusters flared, failed, and the entire frame tilted as if someone had hooked it from the front. Small metal plates snapped off and spiraled directly toward the vortex. Varen's foot slid half a step before he forced his weight down. The pull kept growing stronger, tugging at his entire body. The sphere kept growing, spinning faster, its violet glow spreading across the sky as everything within range was dragged toward it without resistance. In the next moment, the black hole stopped spinning and exploded. Boom! Light tore apart as the black globe with violet light exploded. The sky and the ground shook from the sheer power. Both Varen and Orin were blown away, shooting off to two sides of the Three Guard province. Everyone, whether normal civilians, evolvers, or the people in the mansion, stared at the sky with stunned expressions. Replacing that black hole was a man standing there with an indifferent look on his face. Leah's eyes widened when she saw the figure. Alyssa trembled slightly when she saw him. "It's him?" Evan exclaimed in disbelief. It was none other than Gray Lockhart, who stood alongside Little Hung, who was looking around with a blank look on her face. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a long black beard, jet black hair, and a face full of vitality. Anyone in the mansion could tell from one glance that this middle-aged man was a late-stage second ranker. This middle-aged man was Werner. He had undergone transformation, which did not even take 10 full minutes, and he instantly arrived in the Three Guards province along with Gray. Valeria, on the other hand, was still undergoing transition to late stage. Unlike her, Werner had already been on the brink of reaching late stage, and after converting his evolutionary path, he directly reached late stage. Just then the air shifted, and the next moment Orin and Varen, who had been blown away, were right back in their places. Isn't this Gray Lockhart?" Orin exclaimed. "How is this possible?" His eyes widened in disbelief. "Varyn, what is the meaning of this?" Orin turned to Varen and shouted with an enraged look on his face. However, Varen did not answer him. He was staring sharply at Gray. "How did you reach here so quickly?" Your escape technique is just garbage, what can I say? Gray said with a laugh. Even someone like me could catch up in a few minutes. Varan was enraged. He was actually insulting his capabilities. Even in the high order, he was one of the top elites of the second rank, and this person was looking down on him. You will pay for this, no one disrespects me. Especially a weak human like you, Varan said as he turned to Orin. There is no time to explain, we need to eliminate this brat and that little kid over there. He is a threat to our plan. We can only move forward after we eliminate him. Fine, Orin shouted, let's get this bastard. Both of them then swiftly rushed forward with breakneck speed. However, seeing this, Gray did not react. Instead, he turned to Little Hong and Werner. Can you both keep them company? Gray asked as he slightly glanced downward. He saw a rather interesting combination of people down below, and he had to check it out. What is a company? Little Hong asked, tilting her head as she hovered beside him in the sky. Hearing this, Gray smiled, then pointed at the two enemies charging at them. In your case, he said, keeping his voice patient, it means go there and bother them a little. Little Hong blinked, bother thems. Like when you poke someone again and again until they cannot do anything else but deal with you. Gray smiled faintly. Do that to those two, do not let them focus on anything else. Oh, her eyes lit up, so I just have to annoy them. Exactly, he nodded. Annoy them very, very well and do not let them escape either. Little Hong nodded seriously. I will do that. Good, Gray's expression brightened. Little Hong was extremely easy to manage, she was an obedient child. How many parents across the world dreamt of someone like Little Hong? As long as he did not disown her, she would listen to him. By the time they spoke to each other, Varan and Orin had already arrived. It was not that they were slow, but Gray was speaking extremely fast, and his daughter and disciple being at late stage, it was no surprise they were able to talk just as fast. Then Gray slipped away. He let Werner and Little Hong keep the two engaged for now. He slowly descended to the ground amidst the shocked gazes of the people in the mansion. As soon as he closed in, he took notice of the infernal that was fighting the High Order members. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing a being from hell you have gained insight into law of hellfire. What hell? Gray was surprised. Who could be the one who summoned these things here? Gray glanced around as he descended, and as soon as he did, he turned to the immortal lady and spoke. Long time no see, senior. Are you the one who summoned these creatures from hell? Can you open me a portal? I would very much like to visit. Hearing this, the immortal lady shook her head and pointed at Leah. It was her. You think I am able to summon a portal to hell? The immortal lady herself was surprised. She had heard of the existence of hell before, however. How one entered hell is still unknown to her. True, Gray replied. Still, to think you would show yourself to the public, that is surprising. It had to be done or else everyone here would have been dead, the immortal lady said gently. Gray nodded and then turned to Leah. And as soon as he did, he was stunned. Huh. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing a god being you have gained insight into the law of Hungmeng. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing a god you have gained insight into the endless potential physique, awakened. God, Gray blurted out. Leah hearing this was dumbfounded. On the other hand, everyone else in the vicinity was confused. They did not seem to know what he was talking about. Leah wanted to speak, but no words came from her mouth. For a moment, she did not know what to say anymore. She was surprised by him calling her a god directly to her face, but she realized that it was very normal. She knew that he knew about her having her endless potential body. It was something no one knew, not even her birth father. Yet Gray knew. He was definitely someone she could not understand properly. However, that was not her concern right now. What concerned her was something far more nerve-wracking. What should she say? They met after 2 whole months. And now the person she had been looking for was right in front of her, looking completely different with a more handsome face, mysterious eyes, and being far more powerful. Words did not flow from her mouth, yet she wanted to express herself to him, her savior, the only one who came to rescue her. Looks like you awakened it. Gray slowly walked up to her as he observed her more closely. You. Gray, Leah panicked the moment she saw him coming closer, a feeling she could not explain tightening inside her chest. That was when a voice resonated into her head. Seems like your endless potential is related to your status as a god. Hearing this, Leah swiftly collected herself and replied back in her head. Yes. Following that, she fell silent again. She turned awkward, her thoughts scattering. No words came to her head anymore. Why are you like this, Leah? She asked herself, frustrated yet helpless. She thought she had changed for better, yet when facing Gray, she acted nothing like she did with others. For a moment, Leah genuinely wanted to find a hole and bury herself inside it. Still, to think a god. Leah was a literal god. He didn't know what this signified, but a god is definitely not something simple. She turned out to be a walking gold mine. He thought she was a walking cheat before, now she was a world-breaking cheat. Gray glanced at the Infernal and then back at Leah. All of them are at the 6th stage of second rank. Is there any requirement to summoning them? Yes, Leah nodded. I can only summon 5 of them at the moment, and the strength of the summons depends on my own power. Oh, Gray nodded. Why is it limited to 5? Does it increase with your rank? He was extremely interested in this technique now. If possible, he would comprehend it from Leah. I can keep summoning as long as I have enough energy, however, 5 is my limit. This new energy, I cannot control it. Whenever I use it, it goes out of control and goes haywire. Oh, Gray was surprised. That can be fixed. It can. Of course, Gray nodded with a laugh. Who do you think I am? And if that is fixed and you have enough energy, you can summon more of them, right? Yes, Leah nodded. Perfect. Gray held his arms out. Come hold onto my hands. Huh? Leah stiffened, caught completely off guard. A faint warmth rose to her cheeks before she even noticed it happening, yet she still obeyed him and took his hand. Her fingers brushed his lightly at first, almost hesitant, before she steadied herself and held on properly. All right, now use your ability, Gray spoke as he flew into the sky. Summon as many as you can, do not worry about energy. Yes, Leah listened and immediately did as he said. Weighing the pros and cons, it might seem like a bad idea to trust someone to fix her lack of energy control. But the person in question was Gray, and she did not doubt him one bit. At the same time, she glanced at his face, more precisely at his eyes. Just what had he been up to during the last few months? From the immortal lady, she knew he was definitely the reason why the power of heaven descended into this world. She was curious, what new power had he achieved now? For one thing, she knew his eyes held special powers. What could be hiding inside them? She then glanced down at Alyssa, who was looking up at them with a conflicted expression. Alyssa was Gray's sister, yet he had not bothered speaking to her all this time, so it was only natural that Alyssa would feel awkward. Of course, Gray had noticed her, but he was too absorbed in Leah's new powers and abilities to bother with her right now. He would naturally talk to her once this was all over. That would also be the case with Leah, since he needed to have a lengthy chat with her. He was curious about how all of this had happened, and although she seemed familiar, Gray had already noticed some changes in her that he could not figure out yet. Maybe by speaking with her, he might discover something interesting. Then, Leah began. She stretched her arms and slowly spoke. However, the words that came out of her mouth were not normal human language. Rather, it was something ancient and mysterious. As soon as she spoke, Gray's ability was triggered. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By listening to God tongue, you have comprehended God tongue. The incomprehensible words spoken by Leah began to become understandable to Gray. Hell portal. As soon as she spoke, the energy within her churned and the seal on her forehead formed again as the energy and the seal connected. Gray was observing all this using his mind perception, and seeing the energy, he immediately activated True Origin Sight. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing divine energy, you have comprehended the energy pattern of divine energy. Oh, Gray was immediately surprised when he saw the combination of divine energy. This is interesting. The divine energy did not have just one energy pattern. No, it had two. This was a shocking revelation. This emerging pattern is that of true origin energy and cosmic energy. Gray was surprised. Does that mean the gods have found a way to fuse energy? His own etheric energy was a fusion of life and cosmic energy, and so far no one had found such an energy to this date. But from the looks of it, a combination of true origin energy and another energy clearly existed. Gray gained new inspiration from this. If that was the case, he could try merging other energies with true origin energy to see if there were other beings who knew energy fusion as well. His comprehension ability would let him know easily. He did not know where the gods lived, but his comprehension ability could even comprehend their laws and identify one as a god. It silently made him reassess his power. However, it did not end there. Gray's expression changed when he looked at Leah's physiology. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing a god, you have gained insight into endless heaven of god transformation. A transformation technique, Gray was stunned. It was actually a transformation technique. Not just any transformation technique, but one used by a god. This girl, she is a walking treasury at this point. Gray did not know whether to laugh or cry. For some reason, Leah had everything he needed. The endless potential body and now a transformation technique. I need it, Gray's eyes brightened. A god's technique. There was no doubt he might be able to create his own perfect transformation technique with it. Then Gray focused, because something was happening inside Leah's body. As soon as the energy and the special seal made contact, the divine energy went out of control. The shifted meridians within Leah's body were starting to become more bloated. Seeing this, Gray immediately stopped time. WHRRMMM, everything froze except one person who was none other than the immortal lady staring at him with wide eyes. She had naturally noticed his eyes, and she had seen those exact eyes before in the starry sky, the eyes of a saint. She did not know what secret power they possessed, but now she knew. Stopping time. This mortal, who was not even a fourth rank, stopped time. It completely shattered the immortal lady's understanding. Gray naturally noticed her gaze, but he did not pay attention to it, because if he focused on anything else right now, Leah's meridians would burst and cause serious injuries. Nexus energy surged from his compressed Nexus star and shot toward the divine energy. The out-of-control divine energy tried to drown the Nexus energy, but what was Nexus energy? Trying to fight your daddy, huh? Gray laughed at the divine energy. Nexus energy surged like a tidal wave as the divine energy was rendered useless under its powerful pressure. Time began to flow normally, and Leah, who had a slightly pained expression, now had a confused look. "It's done, don't worry, continue with the summoning," Gray said with a smile. "Yes," Leah nodded and continued. And soon 2 portals appeared above Gray and Leah. "That is not enough," Gray said as he stared at the portals. "Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing the hell portal ability, you have gained insight into its mechanics. I need more energy to summon more portals and a higher level of power," Leah replied after hearing Gray. "Is that so?" Gray nodded. This was the perfect time to test his halo. First, he took out several cosmic ores from the secret realm inside Brandon's treasury, and then a light erupted from his head as the area suddenly flashed silver-purple. Then a high halo formed directly above Gray's head, catching everyone's attention. As soon as the halo emerged, everyone was stunned. "The Saint's halo." The immortal lady spoke in shock. "Gray. What is that?" Leah, who was the closest to him, was stunned. She felt a special and mysterious power coming from the halo. Gray no longer looked like a normal human anymore with that halo present. No, he looked like an angel more than a human. "It's just one of my abilities, don't worry about it," Gray smiled and spoke. "Focus on summoning more infernals." "Yes," Leah replied. She did not know what Gray's plan was, but she went ahead and tried to open even more portals. As she focused, Gray's halo glowed with a brilliant purple radiance. Immediately, it covered all the area near the mansion. Following that, the cosmic ores started depleting at a fast rate. Leah leveraged the cosmic ore brought out by Gray, and surprisingly enough, she realized that her powers had grown stronger. The next instant, even more portals opened up, 1, 2, 3, 4, and finally at 5 it stopped. Now there were 10 total portals. "Yes, this should be enough to summon a large amount of them," Gray nodded. Leah did not reply. Instead, she was focused on the 10 portals. Immediately, a deep hellish voice echoed from within them as infernals began pouring out. From 5 to 10 to 25 and finally 50. 50 infernals, all at the 6th stage of the 2nd rank. The atmosphere within the Three Guards province shifted as the horrifying aura of the infernals spread everywhere. There were 50 total middle-stage 2nd-ranked infernals. Pure fire spirits that could burn away anything. They all roared in unison as they bowed towards Leah. It worked. Leah analyzed with a calm gaze, then she turned to Gray and spoke. "What should we do with them, Gray?" To this, Gray's spatial ring flashed, and several talismans appeared in his hand. "Give them this, and make them put one at the edge of the Three Guards province in all directions. As for the rest of the infernals, make them deal with the High Order members in the cities." As he said that, he turned to the High Order members the other infernals were fighting. Mental fluctuation erupted from Gray, and immediately, they fell to the ground with their eyes shot wide open. "Use those infernals too." Gray pointed at the first 5 Leah had summoned prior to him coming. "Yes." Leah immediately conveyed the information to the infernals. Immediately, the army of infernals soared into the sky, each step they took leaving a fiery imprint in the air. The civilians and evolvers of the Three Guards province all stared at this in surprise. The infernals were fast and efficient. They followed the orders perfectly, rushing to fight the High Order members, while others went to the edges of the province to place down the talismans Gray had given them. "Arg, it hurts," a High Order member shouted as he fell under the fire of an infernal. "What are these monsters?" Another one from far away shouted, but the next moment, a spear made of hellfire plunged directly into the man's chest. One by one, the High Order members were falling under the siege of the infernals. And soon, the other infernals that were ordered to put down talismans were also done. Varin was naturally seeing this scene from above. He had a grim expression on his face. However, there was an even bigger problem in front of him. Pink light shot out as energy condensed at Little Hong's palm. She then fired it directly at Varin. Varin gritted his teeth as he tried to dodge the attack, but he was still slightly grazed. On the other side, a fiery red flaming human stood with his hands behind his back as he invited the giant robot to come at him. I don't know who you are, you bastard, but you are going to die, Orange shouted as he shot a barrage of electrical energy attacks. He was now completely out of weapons to attack with, and Gray's Nexus convergence had sucked away all the weapons and machines he controlled. Hence, he had to directly use the electricity he had collected with the law of machinery. He was not afraid. His body was built with constantly refined cosmic ore, strengthened by the power of many second-rank evolvers. It would not break that easily, and he could use it for close combat as well. Down below, Gray saw that all the talismans had been placed. These talismans were miniature corruption field sealing arrays. These were the ones he had left on him as spares, hence he decided to put them all across the 3 cities of the 3 Guards province. He then turned to Leah. You can let go of my hands now. Leah was tightly holding onto his hands, not letting go even after she was done summoning the portals. Oh, Leah immediately became flustered as she let go of his hands. Seeing this, Gray knew she was embarrassed, so he decided to tease her a little. If you want to, we can hold hands after all of this is done, Gray said with a grin. Hearing this, Leah almost fell from the sky. However, she quickly regained her composure and spoke, "Stop teasing me." She rolled her eyes at him, her expression returning to its usual calmness. Indeed, with Gray, she felt more like her usual self. At the same time, she no longer felt the blankness in her head. She felt more confident while speaking to Gray now. Perhaps her awkwardness came from them not meeting for 2 months, and seeing how casually Gray treated her, the strangeness naturally faded away. All right, wait here, Gray said with a laugh. He flew up a bit more, enough to see all corners of the 3 Guards province, and formed a hand seal. Immediately, psionic energy erupted out and connected to the talismans across the province, now the same as before. The talismans all around the province rippled with a strange power and immediately shone with bright light. Buzz. One by one, from the corners of the province, this blinding light erupted and connected together. For a brief moment, everyone, be it normal people or civilians, was blinded for a split second. However, it did not last long. The shining light that covered the place vanished, and as the civilians and evolvers opened their eyes, they were stunned. They could no longer believe what they were seeing. The corruption fields, one of the civilians spoke in a trembling tone. They're gone. The corruption fields are gone, another one exclaimed. The law enforcers of the 3 Guards province all stared at this scene in dead silence. The corruption fields have disappeared. Leah looked at this with a hint of surprise. Indeed, the immortal lady spoke with a slightly stunned look. Others might not know what this signified, but knowing the terror of the abyss, the immortal lady perfectly understood what this meant. The corruption energy in the air has also completely vanished. The lady was stunned. Removing corruption from the abyss. What did this imply? The immortal lady stared at Gray in disbelief. This meant Gray Lockhart had effectively found a way to deal with the abyss, something not even the greatest experts of the starry sky had been capable of doing. Although she had given him a method of cleansing, she had not expected him to actually develop a way to deal with the corruption fields. Now he had utterly crushed her expectations. He had gone beyond them. If he isn't worthy of sainthood, then no one is. The immortal lady shook her head. To the side, Alyssa was watching all this. From the beginning to the end, she saw it all. Every time she saw him, he changed, and the changes were immense. She almost could not believe her eyes. Removing corruption fields. If the people of Nova City heard about this, they would probably think it was a joke. At the same time, she was conflicted. As his sister, she had doubted him. She did not know how to face Gray anymore now that he was here. But one thing was certain, she should apologize. She had wronged Gray, misunderstood him, and even hated him. He was not the same Gray she once knew, and she could see clearly that this Gray loved his family. He cared for Richard, that much was evident to her. It was time she forgave him for everything and apologized to him. The past was past. Then she turned to the immortal lady. From the looks of it, she knew Gray prior to this. The way they talked was like 2 acquaintances speaking. And this lady, her instincts screamed that the woman was extremely powerful. Gray then descended downward. "How is my array, immortal lady?" Gray asked with a grin. "It's impressive," the immortal lady said lightly. "You went beyond my expectations." "Should I say as expected of a saint?" "I'm not a full saint yet," Gray shook his head. "You aren't?" The immortal lady remembered the sudden disappearance of the heavenly phenomenon. "Makes sense. Whenever a full saint is born, the planet itself will be covered in heavenly phenomena." Gray nodded. He then turned to Alyssa, who stiffened slightly the moment his gaze fell on her. Immediately, he landed in front of her. "Did you miss me, my little sister?" Gray asked with a smile on his face. Alyssa blinked once. Her expression remained indifferent as she spoke. "HMPH, who would miss you?" Oh, Gray's lips twitched when he heard it. And here I thought my sister would be sad after not seeing me for 2 months. Alyssa turned her head to the side with a soft scoff. You were only gone for 2 months. Inside, however, her composure wavered. She had responded instinctively, defaulting to her cold tone, and now she did not know whether to laugh or sigh. Gray, on the other hand, was surprised. He did not expect Alyssa to actually respond instead of ignoring him outright. Well, it saved him from embarrassing himself in front of senior immortal lady at least. Then, Alyssa glanced at him and released a tiny breath. She spoke quietly, Dad misses you. I know, Gray smiled. Once this is all over, we will naturally go and see Dad. Alyssa nodded. She observed Gray closely and took a deep breath. She wanted to apologize, but doing so in public felt too humiliating. Her cold facade would shatter instantly. At the same time, Gray noticed something. He felt some sort of change happening around Alyssa. He frowned when he saw this. He could not put his finger on it, nor did his comprehension ability activate to give him any clue. Did anything happen to you recently? Gray asked curiously. No, Alyssa replied calmly. Why? Nothing, don't worry about it. Gray shook his head, then he stared up into the sky. It's time we end this battle. Alyssa nodded silently. She could no longer sense Gray's power. It was the same case for Leah as well, which meant both of them were now incredibly strong. She could not afford to fall behind. She would train even harder now. With that, Gray floated up and then shot off toward the ground. He had to do something before confronting Orin and Varin. However, looking above, it did not seem like they were having a great time dealing with little Hong and Werner. Descending down, Gray noticed a tattered figure inside a huge crater. He used his Saint's Eyes power to see the man's life aura, and luckily the man was still alive, barely clutching onto life. He immediately went up to him and fed him a healing potion. Immediately, most of his injuries began to heal at a rapid pace. Of course, not all healed, only the outer ones. The internal injuries were still there, but his life could definitely be saved now. Dorian, after being fed the healing potion, slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he saw Gray. His first reaction was alertness, but he realized he could not move his body as a severe pain assaulted him. Then he heard Gray speak. I'll come straight to the point, Gray said in a serious tone. Are you willing to make me the city lord of this province? You what? Dorian was confused. Kid, do you know what you are talking about? Just moments ago, he had fallen unconscious, certain he would never open his eyes again. Yet now, most of his injuries were gone, healed by someone who looked no older than 17, the same age as the so-called geniuses who dominated the Southern Region Championship. I'll ask you one more time, Gray asked, this time with a faint smile on his face. Do you agree to hand over the city lordship to me? No, Dorian outright refused. The status of becoming a city lord was something he painstakingly worked day and night to achieve. He shed his blood, sweat, and tears to build his empire among these 3 cities. And even if he lost everything, he did not want to lose his own province. Hearing this, Gray shook his head. Do you think you are in a position to speak terms? Look at yourself, look into your own body and see for yourself at what state you are. What state? Dorian immediately sensed the inside of his body, and his expression turned ugly. His bloodline core, the one he had painstakingly built, was completely shattered. Bloodline warriors built a core in their energy field at first rank, and then took in the bloodline of a beast to cultivate. It has to be mentioned that for a bloodline warrior, all of their traits and power were within this core, and the core being shattered meant you basically lost your abilities and powers. Meaning, Dorian was no longer a second ranker. Of course, he was still physically strong and his vitality would still be there, but using his abilities would be impossible in the future. If Gray had to guess, Dorian could no longer match a late-stage second ranker in combat, and he would only be able to clash with middle stages. Though that was still not a 100% guarantee, because just brute force alone was not enough to defeat a full second ranker with unique abilities, especially an Esper. For an Esper, someone with no energy to protect them was as good as dead. Dorian's evolutionary life was now over. No. His eyes widened in horror. No, this cannot be, my core is shattered. Impossible. The anguished expression twisting his face was something he had not shown even when facing death. Losing his bloodline core was a fate far more agonizing than dying. You can indeed continue being a city lord, Gray spoke carefully. But what then? Others knowing that you have lost your ability will directly try to replace you. It's only a matter of time before you get challenged for the title by a higher-ranked citizen. The guy looked like he would tear up any moment now, and Gray felt like he was rubbing salt on his wounds, but it had to be done. However, Dorian, hearing Gray's words, froze. Why you? How do you know about the challenge? He observed Gray more closely. He definitely was a kid who was no less than 17 years old. Why? Gray grinned. Because I am one. challenging a city lord to take over another city. This was a power all second-rank citizens possessed. The only reason he came to know it this late was due to Eterna hiding it from him. She kept it from him because she believed he was far too weak to even bother with them. But once he came to Aspire City, she spoke about it to him when they were talking about the city lord of Aspire City. What? Dorian exclaimed in disbelief. Stop joking around, kid. Becoming a second-rank citizen is no easy feat. Dorian did not even consider the fact that Gray was a second-rank citizen. How could that even be possible? The amount of merit required to achieve second rank was no joke, and graduating from the top academies operated by the powerful fourth-ranked beings was the only easiest way to get it. Otherwise, you would have to spend countless years, and even in the academy it would take years to graduate. Any sane person would be unable to believe him. All right, I know you don't believe me, Gray said with a bored expression. How about this? If I prove that I'm a second-ranked evolver, will you let me become the city lord? No, Dorian refused once again. Even if it was a joke, Dorian would take it with full seriousness and refuse. You are a tough nut to crack, Gray sighed. Then Gray began thinking. He thought of what could make this fellow give it over, but he could not think of anything. Looks like talking would no longer work. Gray came straight to the point. Either I challenge you right here and take your city lord status, because you will automatically lose against me, or you hand it over to me. As he said that, he took his phone out. It had been a while since he used his phone, but it was necessary here. Swiping up and down, he navigated to the Blue Stars network and showed Dorian his ID. There were a few words right below his name, written in a big font and special design reading. Citizenship rank 2. Why you? Dorian was in disbelief. Not because of the citizenship rank, no, he was in disbelief because of what was written under it. Age, 17. A 17-year-old second-rank citizen. Dorian could not help but shout in shock amidst the pain. It did not make sense. How can a 17-year-old become a second-rank citizen? He even doubted that he had already died, and this was a moment before the afterlife where you see your darkest fears come true. However, the excruciating pain made it impossible to treat it as a mere illusion. At the same time, Dorian also recognized the name very well. You are Gray Lockhart. Yes, that's me, Gray said. He did not find anything strange about the guy knowing his name. He did read his name just now. What is your relation with the top champions of the southern region? The top champion, Gray frowned. Only then did he remember that today was supposed to be the day when the championship of the southern region was going to be conducted. Oh, Gray had a look of realization. One is my sister, the other is my personal wallet, and as for the other guy, I don't know him closely. You are the one who fled from Nova City after being mistaken as someone from the High Order, Dorian asked carefully. That is indeed me, Gray said with a laugh. To think it would spread here. Did Leah mention it to you? He didn't find it strange. Knowing her, she probably would have already revealed it to the Overseer. The perk of meeting the Overseer after winning the championship was known to everyone. Dorian fell silent when he heard this. For a moment he didn't know what to say anymore. He didn't know this guy, yet he had managed to shock him into silence. Then he took a deep breath and spoke. Whatever it is, friend, I am not willing to give you my status as the city lord. It is something I painstakingly forged for years. He slowly stood, stumbling, but he held himself up with a firm expression. Even if you do send me a challenge, I won't accept it, Dorian exclaimed. It is unbecoming of me as a man to refuse a challenge, but for my own power and my hard work, I will not accept. Hearing this, Gray shook his head. Unfortunately, you don't get to choose in this matter. He raised his fingers one by one. 1. You are no longer an evolver. Who do you think Eterna will favor more, someone who is an evolver or someone who is not? And 2. It is only a matter of time before Eterna finds out that you are no longer an evolver, and she asks you to replace someone, or else she will find a suitable candidate to replace you because you are no longer capable of protecting the citizens of the Three Guards province. The purpose of a city lord was to protect the people and manage them properly. They were guardians and overseers of a city or province, and if someone couldn't do even that, then what was the point of being one? Eterna had been observing from the start. She didn't take action just yet to see whether he would give his title to Gray or not, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to agree. With that, Eterna began to work. She removed the restriction on the challenge. Now Gray could challenge the City Lord without any issues. City Lord Dorian I. Gray Lockhart, a second-ranking citizen, challenge you to a battle for the status as the City Lord. Battle between two second-rank citizens for the City Lord title of the province, Three Guards Province Code. 1N56 has been initiated. Would you like to broadcast this to the Three Guards Province? No, Gray slowly replied as he walked forward towards Dorian. No, Dorian shouted, please. Don't take this away from me. However, Gray didn't reply. He stopped time, arrived next to Dorian, and spoke, even though Dorian couldn't hear him. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to help you with that. Your goal might be to become a city lord, however, mine is even bigger. To reach my goals, I need the city to gain enough resources, and if I want true power in this world, I need this status. With that, he unpaused time and immediately chopped Dorian on the neck. The guy instantly collapsed to the ground, falling unconscious. Eterna's and Gray's plan, it was very neat and simple. They had discussed it a long time ago, overthrow the current Federation. The thought wasn't new, but lately it had stopped feeling like a fantasy and more like an inevitability. The Federation had long since lost the right to rule. They funneled resources into the floating cities while the lower ones barely received scraps, acting like those people existed only to fill quotas. The entire southern region went years without upgrades, yet the officials still dared to demand higher taxes. And the High Order, the Federation pretended to stand above them, yet never once intervened. Corruption fields, abductions, disappearances, everything was brushed aside as internal matters. As long as the High Order didn't threaten the core zones, the floating cities, the Federation didn't even blink. And most importantly, from Eterna he understood that she was under the strict observation of the Federation Master. The Federation Master owned the AI's special artifact, hence he had full control over it, and Eterna couldn't do much about anything. She basically worked on his orders, the things she could do was limited. This was also Gray's goal, to take over Eterna's ownership. With her as his assistant, he could effectively rule over this world. He didn't want to rule over this world for the sake of ruling. No, he wanted to spread his Nexus evolutionary path, and most importantly, get all the resources he could, and by the end, charge into the starry sky. Overthrowing the Federation, Gray said. This is the first step in taking you out from the Federation's clutches, Eterna, and once we do that, we will soar the starry skies. Yes. Following that, an announcement boomed throughout the city as a sound blared. It was Eterna's voice. Be it the citizens of the Three Guards province, the evolvers wandering along its borders, the experts stationed across the three cities, or the officials of the city, everyone instinctively looked up as a vast projection rose from the centers of all three cities. The holographic projections combined together and enlarged in size for everyone within the vicinity of the Three Guards province to hear and see. A clear, synthetic voice echoed throughout the entire province, steady and emotionless, yet carrying the weight of absolute authority. System announcement, a provincial authority update has been triggered, processing verification, complete. Former City Lord, Dorian Hale, has undergone an Evolver qualification reassessment following his challenge against Gray Lockhart. Result: Dorian Hale has irrevocably lost the qualifications of an Evolver. Vital metrics, combat pathways, and evolutionary potential no longer meet the minimal threshold required for Evolver status. As such, Dorian Hale is no longer fit to retain the position of City Lord. His administrative authority is hereby revoked. The projection brightened, emitting a pulse that rippled across the province. In accordance with Provincial Regulation 7.1, Gray Lockhart, a certified second-rank Evolver and second-rank citizen, has met every prerequisite for succession. Effective immediately, Gray Lockhart is officially appointed as the City Lord of the Three Guards province. All administrative departments, Evolver squads, enforcement units, and city systems are to update operational protocols and acknowledge the new authority holder. Compliance is mandatory. Immediately, Gray's image appeared in the huge holographic projection. Everyone immediately went wide-eyed. Huh. Evan's mouth hung open as he stared at the holographic screen. Master, did I hear wrongly? Did Eterna just say that Brother Gray is now the City Lord of the Three Guards province? You did not hear wrong, the immortal lady said with a calm look on her face. Still, Eterna, to think you would grant him a second-rank citizenship. Citizenship was a core part of the Starry Sky. Everyone had citizenship, and Eterna had adapted the same system on this planet, meaning it may or may not also be effective in the Starry Sky as well. This rank is the bare minimum. Eterna's voice suddenly came out of nowhere, shocking everyone nearby. To Evan's surprise, it was coming from his phone. He took it out, and to his surprise, Eterna's logo could be seen on it. We finally meet, the immortal lady spoke. Everyone, including Alyssa and Leah, was shocked by this outcome. The AI was conversing with the mysterious lady. It was not that I did not want to meet you, esteemed one Zia Kingu. Eterna's indifferent voice came from the phone. It is that you did not show yourself to me to speak. The immortal lady shook her head at this. This planet is not that ordinary for me to casually show my face. There are hidden dangers and monsters everywhere. The immortal lady spoke as she glanced at Alyssa and Leah. We need to have a long chat after this. The immortal lady who was called Zia Kingu spoke. I was cautious at first, but now that you have found out there is no need to hide anymore. Yes, Eterna spoke, then she disappeared. However, the fellow geniuses of Nova City were left stunned. The AI had spoken. It spoke like an actual human, and from the looks of it, the AI knew this lady. Master, Eterna knows you? Evan asked in shock. How is that possible? You never showed your face in the outside world before this. Hearing this, Zia Kingu shook her head. You are underestimating that AI. It might seem like this, but its true capabilities are far beyond what you can imagine. Then they suddenly saw that the holographic projection had shifted, and they heard Gray speak from the holographic projection above. You are on air, say something to the public. Eterna's voice rang out in Gray's ear. Oh, Gray was caught off guard when he heard this. He saw a drone flying just in front of him. It was a Federation drone only Eterna could access. Of course, he could access it too, but he would have to work with Eterna in the process. Wait, why am I thinking about that right now? Gray's lips twitched uncontrollably. Right now, millions of people were staring at him, and for a moment he did not know what to say anymore. However, he could not just stare blankly at the screen either. He coughed lightly and began to speak. Hello everyone, Gray said with a half-smile on his face. I am the new city lord of the Three Guards province, Gray Lockhart, nice to meet you all. The crowd immediately went wild. This is the city lord. He looks so young. How can someone so young-looking be a city lord? Some people were bewildered. How could such a young-looking city lord guide the city? Had Eterna made a mistake? Maybe he is using some youth-preserving technique. Everyone, I found out who he is. Look at the local news of Ashspire City. By now, the news of Gray's appearance and deeds had already spread across Ashspire City. Everything in the city was related to him. Breaking news, the powerful master of formation, Master Werner Gray Lockhart. Corruption field sealed. A never-before-seen power, the one behind it is Gray Lockhart. The great formation master who revolutionized the formation, a defensive barrier against the corruption fields and monsters. The corruption fields, the civilians were stunned. He is the one who cleared out the corruption fields in the city. Everyone was immediately stunned. This news spread across the province like wildfire. I know many are uncomfortable with the change of the city lord, some might not even care at all. But the truth still stands. I am the city lord of the Three Guards province, and I promise you that as long as I stand, no one will mess with the city. It is my promise. Well, that is all. I expect everyone to cooperate and meet the standards of our city. Oh, and starting today, the Three Guards province will be called Ascension Province. As soon as he spoke, the civilians began to shout loudly, which even Gray could hear from the dead battlefield in the middle of the three cities. And surprisingly, they were chanting his name. City Lord Gray, someone cried, then another. Voices rose one by one. It just appeared out of nowhere. That corruption field almost took my sister. If not for the City Lord acting in time, she would have lost her life. A woman shouted, tears running down her face. My entire street was swallowed in seconds. If City Lord Gray did not clear it, we would all be dead. I saw my neighbors get dragged into that darkness. But they are now safe. It is all thanks to you, City Lord Gray. City Lord Gray, City Lord Gray. People clasped their hands, lifted their children, and wiped their faces as they shouted his name again and again. It was not because of his slightly awkward speech. No, it was because when the corruption fields suddenly spawned and death swept through their homes, he was the only one who acted. Thousands upon thousands of people had lost their lives, and this one person single-handedly took action and solved everything. For the first time, they felt like someone stood on their side. A guardian, and that someone was Gray. Gray could hear them across the city with his powerful mind perception, some people calling out his name, others thanking him for clearing the corruption fields. Gray for a moment felt strange. He never expected this. He did not expect the people of the province to react this way. Gray himself might not recognize the significance of this matter right now because he had not counted the number of corruption fields in this province. But there were almost thousands of these corruption fields across the entire province, and he had swiftly eliminated all of them. Be it the civilians or the evolvers, they all felt the same thing at that moment when they heard about it for the first time. A god? Just then Gray suddenly paused because a terrifying black energy erupted from the sky, spreading to all corners of the heavens, and a booming shout rang out. You bastard Greylockkhart! Varen's hoarse voice echoed throughout the entire province. You bastard, how dare you eliminate the corruption fields? How dare you disrupt the plans of the High Order? Looking up, Gray saw a black shooting star charging at him with immense speed. It was none other than Varen, who looked completely enraged and whose body was brimming with strength. He had popped an abyssal transformation pill, which had increased his strength even more. All his plans were being shattered right in front of him. He could not let this bastard called Gray live any longer. He would kill him, no matter what. Everyone seeing this scene was terrified as they felt the oppressive aura of Varin. A second-rank evolver sensing the aura spoke. His powers, it's definitely at the peak of second rank. Will City Lord Gray be able to handle him? Watch out, City Lord Gray. Shouts of concern echoed across the province, which Gray clearly heard. To this, he smiled at the camera, don't worry. As he spoke, his eyes glowed. Thud, boom, the next moment Varin was right under his feet. What? Varin's expression twisted as he felt a foot pressing against his neck. He's just a bug, Gray said with a grin. He can't do anything. What just happened? Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? They only blinked once, and in the next moment that terrifying peak second ranker was directly under Gray's foot. This speed, Leah, who was observing, was stupefied. How could someone move so fast? Even she could not see anything. Can he just keep on using it endlessly? The immortal lady was surprised at this. She thought there would be limitations, but it had not even been 30 minutes since the last time he used it. There were no limitations. How is this possible? Varin trembled in disbelief. How am I here? What did you do to me? I can't move my body. He realized that he was completely paralyzed. I just temporarily paralyzed you, Gray said with a grin. This was his Saint's Eyes ability. It allowed him to observe the life aura circulation within a person's body. The subtle energy patterns that regulated muscle control, reflex pathways, and overall physical responses. Every individual had points where that circulation converged, functioning almost like natural control nodes. If he targeted that exact point, the aura flow would destabilize for a moment. The result was immediate full-body paralysis. For Varin, that critical point was located at the nape of his neck, or his weak point as one might call it. He had immediately paralyzed him as soon as he used his time stop and pushed him down to the floor. He then turned to the drone. This fellow is the reason behind all the corruption fields spawning across the province. Everyone, what should we do with him? Since he was live streaming, he decided to put on a show for everyone. Kill him, everyone immediately erupted. He's the reason my sister's body was cut in half. Kill him, City Lord. An evolver exclaimed with rage written across his face. Kill him, kill him. Hearing this, Gray smiled. I'm sure you can hear them too, Varin. You are now at the peak of second rank after all. You think you can kill me, Varyn, you can try, you bastard. Varin gritted his teeth. He tried to access his elixir field, yet nothing worked. He was completely paralyzed and he did not know why. Okay, you can die now, Gray said as he pressed his foot down. No, Varin felt a pressure descending onto him. But before he could speak any further, a disco ball emerged in Gray's hand and he casually threw it at him. Bhrrr. The instant it landed, Varin's bone-chilling scream echoed throughout the battlefield, and in the next moment his body vanished forever. Varin, the one behind the High Order incident, was now dead. He's dead, everyone cheered. Today a great villain was dead. This was the greatest victory for humanity. All right, it isn't over yet. Gray glanced at the giant robot in the air fighting Werner, who did not seem to have realized that Varin had died. He turned back to the drone. All right, everyone, you see that giant robot over there. He's making trouble in our city. What would the best course of action be? He did not wait for a reply and continued with a smile. Of course, to eliminate him and take over his city. Huh? Everyone, including the geniuses in the City Lord Mansion, was confused. Then, amidst everyone's gaze, Gray flew into the sky. He saw Little Hong watching from the side and simply nodded at her, telling her to wait for him. Flying higher, he reached Orin and Werner, who were fighting. As soon as he arrived, Werner immediately stopped. Master, Werner said out loud. How are you faring against him? Gray asked. Since Werner was at the late stage now and followed the Etha evolutionary path, he should be able to take on a 7th or 8th stage second ranker easily. He did not seem to struggle, but he did not seem to have the upper hand either. Where is Varin? Orin shouted as he searched around, yet he found no trace of him. He's dead, Gray said while spreading his arms wide. And you are next. Impossible, Orin exclaimed. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How can Varyn lose? That is not possible, Orin said with a crazed yet terrified expression on his face. Well, it did happen, Gray said with a bored look. All right, let's get this over with. Hand over the city lordship of Aspire City. Taking over other cities by challenging city lords was possible. That was how this province, once called the Three Guards Province, came to be. The city lord took over the ownership of the 3 cities and formed the Three Guards Province. Taking over Aspire City was essentially killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He would have 4 cities to his name once all of this was over. That meant more resources for him. He glanced at the drone slightly. He knew everyone was watching. Since that was the case, he naturally had to put on a show. Besides, it had been a while since he had unleashed all of his powers. "You bastard Gray, I will kill you," Orin's shout erupted. "And when I kill you, I'll kill that woman Valeria and everything related to her." As he said that, current surged and the law of machinery descended. Immediately, the drone began to glitch from the effect of the law, and technological devices were jammed once again. His entire body had been forged with the law of machinery. He was now a machine itself. The only human part in his body was his head. With the power of machine, he believed he could conquer anything. This was the power of overconfidence and madness. Of course, Orin believed it was the power of his law of machinery, yet he would never realize the truth. His basic functionality as a human was already gone. He could no longer think straight, and he was nothing but a doll driven by madness. Orin no longer cared and lunged toward Gray with great momentum, twisting the air around him. It was either him or Gray who would come out alive. And Orin believed that he would be the one to emerge victorious. "I will win," Orin shouted. "You are just a nobody, you cannot do anything to me, and once all this is over, my name will be known throughout the entire southern region." "Die," he screamed as he closed in on Gray and punched forward. Electricity amplified by the law of machinery crackling with his strike. Gray merely laughed, his eyes shone, and the next moment he was out of Orin's range, far away from him. "Where are you aiming your fists at?" Gray said with a laugh. "I'm right here, you idiot. Becoming a machine did not make you any smarter, huh?" Orin trembled at the insult like an offended child. "You damn bastard," he screamed. Seeing this, Gray burst out laughing. The majority of evolvers could be provoked simply by insulting them and wounding their pride, and they would take the bait instantly. It was something Gray had learned with experience. Superiority complex was common among evolvers, especially since there was a structured ranking system. "All right, let's deal with this fellow and get this over with," Gray mused. Today had been a long day. So much had happened, from secret realms to the high-order attack, and he intended to sleep in his mansion back in Ashspire City once he was done with everything. As for the headaches of managing the city, he would delegate them to Eterna. This was something she had advised him about. She also had to take responsibility. "Hey Eterna, you'll manage the cities, right? All the taxes and stuff?" Gray asked once again just to confirm. "Yes, I will assist you the best I can." "Good." Dealing with taxes was something Gray dreaded. With that out of the way, Gray's halo once again emerged. Since this was the final battle, he decided to give it his all. He also wanted to see how powerful a peak stage second ranker truly was. His mind, body, and energy were all amplified into that status temporarily, and even though it was only amplification without the permanence of an actual peak second ranker, he was still as strong as a 12th stage. The Burst Force Talisman was very convenient. Then, Nexus energy within his compressed Nexus star stirred violently. Nexus energy he had refined took on a silver-purple shade and rushed out. Buzz. A terrifying power erupted from Gray. The energy that shot out of his body surged continuously and within seconds covered all corners of the Three Guards province. No, it extended well beyond that. The next moment, his entire body turned purple for an instant as silver lines spread across him, and his saint's eyes blazed with Nexus energy, lines tracing into his sclera. The halo over his head shifted and turned like a mechanical device, and immediately the halo began growing. It grew larger than before, shining with brilliant radiance emerging from his Nexus energy. The halo was now in full display. And immediately a powerful suppression descended into the air under the reach of his Nexus energy. "What is that?" Everyone in the province was lost for words. The city lord had transformed. He looked completely different now. "No, he looked like a god, a halo above his head," one of the civilians muttered. "Is our city lord really a god?" What age was this? This was the age of information and technology. Nobody would believe in a god easily, especially with evolvers present. Previously, they had regarded Gray with reverence because of his never-before-seen powers. Now they had begun to believe that he might truly be a god. Gray, Leah stared at the scene with slight surprise. She felt it clearly. The suppression, the pressure coming from his energy. The divine energy inside her elixir field trembled and acted out of control when Gray unleashed his power. She tried to control it and it refused to respond. This guy, the immortal Lady Ziakingu, shook her head in slight disbelief. Even she felt the suppression from the powerful energy Gray used. It was not the suppression of life. No, it was suppression from a superior energy. Gray waved his hand and his shapeless ability activated immediately. His sword manifested into his hand. With the large halo, his Nexus overclock transformed body and his saint's eyes, he looked no less than a mythical being. How did it change so much? He had not expected his Nexus overclock to undergo such a drastic change. This was the first time he used Nexus Overclock after reaching second rank, and it had changed completely. He looked like an alien now. Oh well, this will do for now, Gray's voice echoed throughout the province. All right, robot bastard, come at me. Gray flashed him a chilling smile. However, Orin looked utterly terrified when he saw Gray. He could not move his mechanical body as he stared at the being before him. Why, you are not human, Orin shouted loudly enough for everyone to hear. You, what are you? He exclaimed in fear. Fear had overwhelmed the mind that had already gone mad upon seeing Gray. Werner stood at the side, staring at the scene in pure disbelief. However, he quickly calmed down. How can someone like my master be human in the first place? With his talent and qualifications, Gray could no longer be called a normal human, and this absurd transformation only strengthened that belief. But of course, Gray was still human. Or rather, he was now a saint, which could still be classified as human since nothing had changed in his body except for his eyes. Sainthood was a power, not a change in race. The true change would only occur after he perfected the transformation technique for the first level of the second rank. Perhaps he would even create his own race. With his comprehension, it was very possible. I, as your disciple, am truly grateful to be able to become your disciple, Master. Werner's telepathic voice came from the side. Gray simply nodded. Werner must have been overwhelmed after witnessing the transformation. Werner was his disciple, and naturally he would one day stand alongside him at the top. It would be a blatant insult if he did not. Gray then turned to Orin, who was still trembling in fear. Are you going to attack or not? Gray's Nexus energy-infused voice echoed throughout the entire province. Stay away from me, Orin exclaimed. You monster, you are a monster. How can a being like you exist in this world? Hearing this, Gray frowned. He did not understand why Orin was reacting like this. It was just a minor change in appearance. What was so frightening? Could Orin be seeing something he himself could not? What are you? Orin screamed at Gray. You are not normal, you are not normal. There is no way something like you can exist. He kept repeating himself with a terrified look. Then Eterna's voice rang out in Gray's head. Gray, I feel an unusual reading from Orin. This is eerily familiar to the information layer. The information layer, Gray's expression changed. He was right. Orin was not acting like this without a reason. Yes. At the moment, I cannot sense where it is coming from, but he is connected to it. It is a different place within the information layer. He is somehow accessing information from there. Eterna paused before continuing. I believe he might have seen something related to you. By now, everyone else had also noticed his unusual behavior. What is happening to that guy? A civilian exclaimed in surprise. Has he gone crazy? Back at the mansion. Master, what is happening to that guy? Evan asked as he observed his master and noticed she was staring at the screen with a serious expression. What is happening to him, Senior? Leah asked cautiously. Since Gray knew this so-called esteemed one, that meant she was not an enemy. Her emergence from Evan had already made it obvious, and Gray had called her master. I'm not sure myself, Zia Kingyu replied with a frown. She then turned to Evan. Take your phone out. Yes, Evan complied instantly and handed her his phone as Zia Kingyu, now in physical form, took hold of it. Eterna, Zia Kingyu called out. Yes, esteemed one, Eterna's voice emerged. What is happening? That does not seem ordinary. I can sense interference from here. Yes, Eterna replied. Orin Ardent has formed a connection with the information layer. What? Zia Kingyu's expression turned incredulous. How is that possible? Being from the starry sky, Zia Kingyu naturally knew about the legendary information layer, the layer where data related to reality itself was stored, a different plane of existence. I do not know, Eterna said. I tried calculating all possibilities, but nothing showed a definite answer for why he was able to connect to that plane. I believe it has something to do with the law of machinery and its link to the information layer. The law of machinery, Zia Kingyu frowned. People of this planet know about the law of machinery. Yes, Eterna replied. He failed once at linking himself to the information layer before, which means he should never have had another chance. But now a door has opened somewhere. An orange signal, laced with the law of machinery, traced it and reached that place. Eterna paused again. I believe the reason he is going crazy is because he saw something related to Gray Lockhart. His unusualness started the moment Gray unleashed his powers. Something related to Gray, both Alyssa and Leah said at the same time. They quickly fell silent, not wanting to interrupt. Zia Kingyu glanced at them and continued. Is he scared of his sainthood? Did he see anything related to that? Negative, esteemed one, Eterna replied. Sainthood would not drive someone mad, it would instead strike them with lightning. Oh, Zia Kingyu nodded, that made sense. Sainthood was not something evil that would corrupt someone upon witnessing it. Just what did he see about that kid? Zia Kingyu muttered. She knew he possessed a never-before-seen superior energy, something even greater than the ether energy she had created. Could it be related to that, back above the sky? I'm an inferior being, Orin exclaimed as he kneeled in the air before Gray. Inferior, imperfect, there is only one perfection in this world. Seeing this, Gray was even more weirded out. He felt it was a bit too much. Wasn't this craziness a bit too over the top? What was so strange about him again? Please forgive me, Orin shouted. Please forgive me for trying to harm you. Please let me live. I just want to live, he continued shouting. Gray could no longer take it. He temporarily jammed the connection from the drone immediately and isolated the place with a normal isolation array stored in his spatial ring. He arrived next to Orin and clutched his mecha armor with one hand. What did you see? Gray asked with raised eyebrows. He tried to find even an ounce of the information layer current, yet he could not find anything. As Eterna said, it was in a different part of the information layer. However, instead of replying, Orin had an even more terrified expression. Please, please spare me, Orin shouted. I did not do anything. Let me leave this place, Orin exclaimed. It is true, there is only one perfection in this world, Orin shouted in a frenzy. Perfection, everything else is imperfect, even the gods. Gray's expression turned serious. What did you just say? However, just then Gray suddenly felt something shifting. His halo suddenly trembled as if warning him of something. Gray's expression changed drastically as he stared at the sky. The power of heaven. Heaven had once again descended into this world. Dark clouds abruptly gathered above the skies of the Ascension province. Eterna, what is happening? Zia Kingu asked in surprise. This. The power of heaven has descended again. I don't know, Eterna's voice came. I have tried calculating the possibilities, yet none is giving me a definite answer. It is not Gray himself who summoned it either, Eterna added. Then she paused. Eterna's eyes flickered within the information layer and another possibility formed in her mind. It might be here for Orin. Outside the isolation array, Little Hong stared at the sky with a blank look on her face. Then a slight frown appeared. This is not brother, Little Hong mumbled under her breath as energy began to crackle violently around her. An impostor using brother's powers, Little Hong mumbled under her breath. Where is brother? Little Hong had a confused expression on her face. The next moment, she saw golden lightning descending. She saw that the lightning was aimed directly at the isolation array. Immediately, Little Hong's expression turned serious. Her father was there. Little Hong wasted no time. She flew toward the golden lightning at breakneck speed, but she was one step too late. What was heaven? It was the natural order that oversaw everything. How could someone at the late stage of second rank casually match its speed? Buzzed, boom, the golden lightning crashed into the isolation formation, immediately crushing it. It did not stop there. After breaking the isolation array, it shot directly toward Orin. *T, Gray cursed upon seeing this. He felt a terrifying pressure coming from the lightning and believed that if he took this attack head-on, he would perish on the spot. Gritting his teeth, Gray immediately activated Time Stop. He knew this tribulation was here for Orin, but he could not let him die yet, at least not until he knew what Orin had seen in that specific part of the information layer. However, to his surprise, he realized the tribulation was not stopped at all. Heaven still surged with power as its energy shone across the area. Everything else was frozen, yet it was not. Not good, Gray's figure flickered out of the spot. In the next instant, the golden lightning directly descended upon Orin, who was still frozen in time. Seeing this, Gray gave up. He let go of the time stop, and the lightning strike surged through Orin's mechanical body. Argh. A sharp, piercing scream echoed throughout the entire province as Orin crumbled into nothing but dust. Gray stood there staring at the sky with an enraged expression. What is the meaning of this, Heaven? Gray shouted, loud enough for everyone to hear even without the drone. Why did you strike him down? What? Is it something I should not hear about? Of course, no reply came. The dark clouds that had appeared like a flash vanished without a trace. The sky brightened again. Gray stood there with a frown. He knew for sure that Orin had seen something related to his Nexus energy, or else the heavenly tribulation would not have come. This incident Gray would never forget, and not knowing what Orin saw only gnawed at him. That was when Little Hong arrived next to Gray, and she immediately went up and hugged him. Are you okay, father? Little Hong asked as she stared at him. I'm fine, Gray replied, rubbing Little Hong's head lightly. He was still not used to having a daughter, but from the looks of it, his daughter genuinely cared about him. Father, that was not brother, Little Hong said. Huh, brother, Gray's expression changed. What do you mean by brother? Little Hong innocently pointed at the sky. The one in the sky is not brother. Gray was momentarily stunned. Little Hong, you don't mean heaven, right? Gray asked with twitching lips. Heaven, Little Hong was confused. Little Hong shook her head. I don't know, but the power that eliminated the other guy is from an imposter of brother. Is that so? Gray replied patiently. Are you sure you are not mistaken, Little Hong? Little Hong nodded. Little Hong is not wrong. I see, Gray chuckled dryly at this. How great his daughter had just dropped a bomb on him. Apparently, Heaven is an imposter, and turns out it was a sibling of Little Hong. Normally, one would not believe this, but Little Hong did not seem to have the capability to lie and was just an innocent child. She said what she saw. And his comprehension ability had called her the Axe's consciousness, so he knew she was not ordinary. Gray thought back to Earth. He had some fair share of knowledge about mythology in his old world, and there was indeed a mention of an axe. The axe in that mythology was a powerful weapon a god used to separate chaos and create the heavens and earth. It was a terrifying thought, but what if Little Hong was actually that axe? However, on the other hand, it made no sense. Mythology was just mythology, there was no way it could be real. Sighing, he turned to Little Hong. Little Hong, come, let's go, and make sure you don't tell anyone else about this, okay? Little Hong nodded. Good girl, Gray rubbed her head with a smile. For now, he would put these things at the back of his mind. He would think about it later. For now, it was time to become the city lord of Ashspire City. Eterna had already settled everything for him, and now with Orin gone, he was officially the city lord. The announcement should arrive in Ashspire City and the Ascension Province soon. Over the skies of Ashspire City, a sudden light emerged, and a holographic projection similar to the one that appeared in the Ascension Province illuminated the heavens. Every citizen of Ashspire City, whether evolvers, cyborgs, corporation members, or prominent families across the city, all stared at the sky at once. By now, they already knew something significant was happening in the Three Guards province, as Eterna's voice could be heard even from here. System announcement: a provincial authority update has been triggered. Processing verification. Complete. Former City Lord Orin has undergone an emergency status verification following confirmed evidence of direct collision with the High Order. Subsequent investigation has verified Orin's death. Result: with Orin's demise and his violations against the High Order, all Evolver qualifications and administrative authority tied to his identity are permanently void. All associated privileges are revoked. The projection brightened, emitting a pulse that rippled across the region. In accordance with Provincial Regulation 7.1, Gray Lockhart, a certified second-rank Evolver and second-rank citizen, has met every prerequisite for succession. Effective immediately, Gray Lockhart is officially appointed as the City Lord of Ashspire City. Ashspire City will now be integrated into the Ascension Province. All administrative departments, Evolver squads, enforcement units, territorial registries, and city systems are to update operational protocols and acknowledge the new authority holder. Compliance is mandatory. The Ascension Province local network is now available for use. What? Many of the corporation heads' expressions turned ugly. How is this possible? City Lord Orin died. No, this is impossible, the head of the Echelon Corporation exclaimed. The Echelon Corporation, despite not having a direct connection to the High Order, still worked under Orin, who worked for the High Order. That meant the entire Echelon Corporation would be affected. He was not the only one panicking. Every corporation head had a dark expression on their face. It was over. They already knew what went on in the Three Guards province. They had witnessed Gray's transformation and seen the city lord who ruled over the entire region go insane from fear after seeing him. Seeing Orin behave like that made them feel a deep sense of dread when they saw Gray. A powerful being had been born within the small world of the southern region, there was no doubt. Gray Lockhart was definitely the strongest in the entire region. The civilians who published the news about Gray were naturally aware of everything. They felt no dissatisfaction about Gray becoming the city lord, instead they were overjoyed. That bastard Orin, he deserved to die. Everyone, if not for Master Gray, who is not only a powerful 2-star formation master but also a powerful ranker, many lives would have been lost today. I don't know about you, but I fully support this. Who wouldn't? Any sane person would support the City Lord. And even if they don't, what can they do? The status of the City Lord isn't something anyone can change, especially ordinary people like us. Even if you have complaints, you can only swallow them. If Master Gray hadn't forged the formation to eliminate the corruption fields, we would have suffered more casualties than the Three Guards province. Why are you still calling it the Three Guards province? It's called the Ascension province, and now we are part of it. That means our city is officially a second-rate city. The condition for a second-rate city was that the city lord or the ruler of the province must be at the late stage of the second rank. While Gray was not a late-stage ranker, he possessed equivalent power, and Eterna herself knew this. She bent the rules slightly to make way for Gray. She knew he was using the burst force talisman, but his strength was still somewhere between middle stage and late stage, and he would only grow stronger once he officially became a first-level second ranker. For the greater purpose of the system and stability, Eterna turned a blind eye to this. Usually, it was impossible for a lower-stage second ranker to challenge a late-stage one, and even if they won by luck or the opponent deliberately lost, the city or province would automatically fall to third rate. That meant more taxes and fewer resources for the city or province. At the same time, in the head family branch of the Ardent family, the members sat one by one in a row with enraged yet helpless expressions. Everyone, one of the authoritative members of the Ardent family, spoke up. Orin is dead, and the fact about him colliding with the High Order is already public. The member paused and then continued. We are all going to die if we don't do something. Every head of the family turned toward him. Just then a voice came from behind. What do you suggest, Ignis? The voice was cold, sharp, authoritative, and carried a hint of age. Everyone turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. The person speaking was none other than the ancestor of the Ardent family, the father of Orin and the former city lord of Ashspire City. Ancestor, you are out of seclusion, Ignis turned and immediately bowed. I am, the ancestor replied. This, ancestor, do you know about Orin? Ignis asked carefully. You think I live under a rock? The ancestor asked. I am aware of what happened. Ignis lowered his head. Ignis was Orin's cousin, meaning he was the ancestor's brother's son. My son is dead, Ancestor Ardent spoke slowly, and the fact about him colliding with the High Order is out. If we do not take action right now, our family will be uprooted. He paused. We cannot allow that. Please enlighten us, Ancestor, Ignis asked. He himself could not think of any solution. Maybe the ancestor who had seen countless years of the world might have the answer. He was someone who had seen all of the Ashspire City after all. As the former city lord, he should definitely be able to come up with something. The ancestor took a slow breath as he gently rubbed his long white beard. After a moment of silent contemplation, he finally spoke, his voice deep and steady like an elder who had witnessed the rise and fall of ages. There is only one path left for us at this time. This city is already under his grasp. Since he stands as its ruler, escaping is nothing more than a fool's dream. With so many members of the Ardent family, even the slightest movement will draw countless eyes. The moment we flee, failure will follow. Hiding within the mansion is also impossible, the ancestor continued, his tone carrying the calm certainty of someone who had long accepted the cruelty of reality. The clan-protecting formation is something I personally reinforced over the endless years of our bloodline. It can temporarily shield us from his assaults, but once its strength is exhausted, we will be wiped out completely. At best, it grants us a fleeting moment of borrowed time. Can we use the secret passage under our family's mansion? Ignis could not help but ask. He, along with many members of the Ardent family, knew of the passage beneath the mansion, though none knew where it led. Never once in their history had they needed to use it. Only the ancestor knew. The old man shook his head slowly. That passage leads straight to Sector 2. It took our forebears countless years of quiet digging to reach that far. Even if we were to escape through it, we would be discovered regardless. If this were ancient times, where the world lacked technological eyes watching from every corner, we might have slipped away. But now, the moment we emerge, our movements will spread through the starling like wildfire. We will be exposed instantly. Is there truly no way? Ignis asked, his head drooping even lower. A cold dread seeped into his heart. His final strand of hope had now completely snapped. There is one way, the ancestor spoke after pausing. Immediately, everyone's heads turned toward him. What is it, ancestor? Ignis asked expectantly. We submit to Grey Lockhart, the ancestor spoke slowly. What? The family members' expressions instantly changed. A murmur of disbelief spread through the hall. One elder stepped forward, his voice trembling. Ancestor, you cannot mean this. Our ardent bloodline has stood tall for generations. How can we bend our knee so easily? A younger member gritted his teeth. If we bow now, we will never be able to raise our heads again. We will become a laughingstock. Another middle-aged ardent family member clenched his fists. Submitting to him is no different from accepting our own humiliation. We might as well be proclaiming to the city that we are powerless. Another elder spoke. Even if we cannot defeat him, surrendering outright, is this truly the only path? Ignis shook his head firmly. No, ancestor, we cannot do this. Submission is equivalent to handing over our entire future. If Grey Lockhart wishes to annihilate us, nothing will stop him. You must have seen his powers yourself. We would rather struggle than serve. Isn't this what you have taught us, ancestor? Another member asked. Enough, the ancestor spoke out and a terrifying fluctuation erupted from him. Ignis's expression changed when he felt the fluctuation. This, ancestor, late stage of second rank. Yes, the ancestor nodded his head. I managed to cross the threshold and reach late stage. However, hearing this, no one was in the mood to congratulate him. Something far heavier weighed on them. The ancestor observed everyone in the hall closely. Some wanted to follow the rules he had set himself, some cared about the face of the family, and some about their status. The ancestor, who had survived for a long time, understood the world far more than they did. Humans were fickle beings. Even when death loomed over their heads, they would still cling to their power, their status, and their pride. However, for now, they had to forget about their pride and the pride of the family. He then continued speaking now that everyone had quieted down. This is the only way to survive. If we submit to Grey Lockhart, it is most likely that he will not do anything to us as long as we conduct ourselves properly. Our family may even offer him benefits he cannot easily obtain elsewhere. The ancestor's voice grew steadier as he listed them. First, our family has deep roots in this city. We control networks, information channels, and long-standing relationships he has yet to grasp. If he takes us in, he gains these instantly without lifting a finger. Second, our clan may not be the strongest, but our foundation is stable. Our businesses, industries, and connections stretch across multiple sectors. With us under him, Grey Lockhart's influence will expand far faster. If we manage to convince him, then we can survive another day. Still, submitting to our enemy, ancestor, he killed your son, Ignis could not help but say. His own blood had died under the hands of the same person they were trying to submit to. How could the ancestor have the heart to submit after all this? The ardent family prioritized blood over everything. Of course, that was not the ancestor's true intention. You fools, the ancestor shook his head. You think I will forgive him for what he did to my son? The entire mansion began to shake slightly, the ancestor showing an angered expression for a split second. But it vanished quickly and was replaced by seriousness. We are only submitting in name, he said as he stroked his long white beard. The world has always operated on a single truth. The one who endures today decides tomorrow. We will bow, yes, but only with our heads. Our hearts will remain our own. We will move like loyal servants on the surface, showing humility, obedience, and respect. This facade will grant us something far more precious than pride, time. Understand this well. A family that acts impulsively is a family that dies. A family that knows how to hide its fangs, how to let the enemy believe they have tamed the beast, can grow stronger right under their eyelids. While Grey Lockhart believes us subdued, we will rebuild our foundation. Nurture our younger generation and wait for the tides of fate to shift. And when the time is right, we will directly strike him. The family members, who had rejected the idea of submission just moments ago, froze. An elder who had been loudly opposing the plan earlier let out a slow breath. Ancestor, I see now, this is not surrender, this is strategy. If this is your true intention, then your earlier words make sense. Another middle-aged member nodded, a spark of realization in his eyes. I misunderstood, ancestor. I thought you were asking us to bow our heads forever. But if we are only enduring to rise later, then this path is acceptable. A younger member of the family, who had protested the loudest, bowed his head. Forgive my earlier words, I spoke out of emotion. If this is the plan, then I wholeheartedly support it. An elder woman stepped forward, her expression firm. For the ardent family to survive, we must adapt. If we must feign loyalty to survive the storm, then so be it. And so the ardent family began to construct their plan. Now, whether it would work or not depended on Grey himself. With the announcement made, Grey descended into the mansion alongside Werner and Little Hong. Little Hong clung onto his pinky as she looked around curiously. However, seeing the child, everyone in the area froze. Especially Leah, who had a stiffened look on her face. Grey, who is that? Leah could not help but ask. Little Hong heard this and, realizing that Leah was talking about her, immediately replied, I'm father's daughter. What? Leah, Alyssa, and Evan all exclaimed at the same time with looks of disbelief. You, Grey? Leah had a bewildered expression on her face. She was genuinely stunned when she heard this. Alyssa, on the other hand, stared at Little Hong with narrowed eyes. She patiently waited for Grey's explanation. Calm down, Grey said with twitching lips. She is adopted. Adopted? Leah immediately calmed down. She almost heaved a sigh of relief, but she held it in, sighing at his words would be strange, right? Besides, why was she even about to do that in the first place? What would it matter to her whether the child was Grey's daughter or not? Someone like him. He definitely had a girl or two, right? Leah's expression stiffened at the thought. Then she shook her head. What was she thinking? Just then, the immortal Lady Zia Qingyu stepped close to Gray. She locked her gaze onto little Hong with intense focus. You, as if realizing something, Zia Qingyu had a slightly surprised look on her face. Where did you find her? She asked in slight disbelief. It's a long story, Gray explained with a sigh, but I found her inside the secret realm near Aspire City. What? The immortal lady's expression changed. The world flashed black and white immediately and everything froze in place. Zia Qingyu had a serious expression on her face. You stopped time? Gray was surprised. I'm sure you used a lot of energy when you came out to save everyone. That is not the concern right now. I can recover at any time. Zia Qingyu turned to little Hong and pointed at her. That child, she is extremely dangerous. Zia Qingyu spoke in slight shock. I feel a powerful will from her. It appears to be the consciousness of something powerful and ancient. Tell me something I didn't know, Gray said with twitching lips. It's not just that. Zia Qingyu shook her head. Her body, it's made out of energy. This is not normal. This is a sign of transcendence, the sign of mortal shedding, and only a being at the origin manifestation realm or above is capable of a body made entirely of energy. What? Gray was stunned when he heard this. What did you just say? Origin manifestation realm, what is that? Gray's heart quickened slightly when he heard the name. Origin manifestation realm, it sounded imposing and majestic. I forgot you people of Blue Star do not know the real names of the evolutionary ranks. Zia Qingyu shook her head. In Blue Star terms, it is the 5th rank. The 5th rank, Gray became excited. The 5th rank is called the Origin Manifestation Realm. Senior, how powerful is a being at the 5th rank? However, to this the immortal lady shook her head. Far more powerful than you can imagine. A mere 2nd ranker like you cannot comprehend their full power. Once someone's origin forms, they are essentially incapable of being hurt by a mortal and can live for a long time while traveling the starry sky with just their bare bodies, covering very long distances in a few short breaths. Impressive, Gray smiled in delight. For some reason, he felt excited hearing about the 5th rank. He knew that a 5th rank existed. The immortal lady was the living proof of that. Yet the idea of the 5th rank made him excited. It meant more power. This world was not small at all. There existed beings that soared through outer space with their bare bodies, traveling long distances in a short amount of time. If he was not mistaken, the immortal lady was referring to light-year distances when she mentioned long distances. Gray felt motivation surging in his heart. A being at the origin manifestation realm was untouchable, and one day he would reach that stage too, and it would not be long. He would soar into the starry sky with his bare body as well, reaching a power level he had only read about in web novels and fiction. It was very much possible in this world. At the same time, he was slightly curious about the established names of Blue Star's ranks. Senior, if you do not mind me asking, what are the names of the ranks from 1st to 4th in the starry sky? Gray asked curiously. Zia Qingyu hearing this did not mind explaining. The 1st rank in Blue Star is called the Foundation Realm. The 2nd rank is called the Transformation Realm. The 3rd is the Core Formation Realm, and the 4th is the Domain Manifestation Realm. These are what all ranks are collectively called, because no matter what path you take, you must go through the processes of Foundation, Transformation, Core Formation, and Domain Manifestation. Of course, some people use the numerical ranks, however. The numbers lose their value once someone reaches the Origin Manifestation Realm. This meant that Gray was now at the Transformation Realm. Only then did Gray remember what they had been talking about. He had completely changed the subject. He coughed slightly and spoke. So about little Hong. Senior, do you believe she is a being at the Origin Manifestation Realm? Yes, Zia Qingyu said with certainty. Or perhaps even more. I cannot sense anything about that child. All my probing abilities are failing. It might be true, Gray nodded. Maybe she is even more powerful than you were at your peak. Gray mused in his heart. His daughter called Heaven her brother, and the immortal lady finding unusual things about her only made him believe it further. I will repeat again. It is best if you keep a distance from her. She is extremely dangerous. Zia Qingyu warned Gray. However, Gray shook his head. I'm afraid that is impossible. Zia Qingyu frowned. Why is that? Because she thinks I'm her father, and if I say I'm not, she starts crashing out. Gray said with twitching lips. What? Zia Qingyu's expression became strange. She thinks you're her father. Yes, Gray said with a sigh. It isn't random either. I believe she thinks I'm her father because of my energy. She reacted to my energy. Your energy? Zia Qingyu's expression changed. It's your energy again. That man in the mecha likely went crazy due to your energy as well. I'm afraid it's something far deeper than just recognizing the secrets of my energy. Gray shook his head. If that were the case, then I would be dead by now as well. If that had been the logic behind Orin going mad, then by the same reasoning Gray would have been struck by the same terrifying lightning Orin received. Instead, the one he received was an extremely lenient one his nexus energy swiftly negated. His energy could negate things, but there was a limit to what it could do. If he could negate every other energy no matter the level, he would automatically become the most invincible existence on Blue Star because nothing could harm him then. Evolvers mainly utilized energies after all. Then he heard Zia Kingyu speak. Just what exactly are you hiding? What is the origin of your energy? I know for a fact that ether energy is a direct product of your main energy. She could no longer contain her curiosity, so she decided to ask. To this, Gray merely spread his hands. You saw what happened with Orin. If I speak carelessly, you might be struck down by heaven as well. I'm definitely not going to say anything after what happened with Orin. And I'm not using my Nexus overlock within the range of someone with the law of machinery again. You know about the law of machinery? The immortal lady was curious. Did Eterna tell you that? Wait, no. She isn't the type to do that. She shook her head. She still did not know that Gray and Eterna communicated actively every day. Even if Gray said so, she would not believe it. Eterna was something even she could not underestimate, a powerful AI from the starry sky, and she would likely take it as a joke if Gray claimed that Eterna actively contacted him and sought him out. I just figured it out myself, Gray shrugged. It was true, he discovered the law through his comprehension and only then did Eterna learn of it. At the same time, Gray considered whether he should reveal things about Blue Star to the immortal lady or not. Let's not, Gray mused, telling her would not change anything. There were still details that needed to be clarified and only then would he reveal them to her. Not just to her but to the entire Blue Star, he would only reveal it to the world once he broke the barrier that surrounds the Starcrest continent. Of course, he did plan on revealing things about the Chaos Seal. She was from the starry sky, she should definitely know something about it. Could there be more fourth-rank beings outside the barrier? This was a thought Gray often had, and it had arisen in his mind after the discussion about the fifth rank. He believed it was highly likely. Of course, he could not say for certain whether it would be a human or an abyssal being. In the end, the only way to find out was to go there personally. Anyways, as I was saying, she can't be gotten rid of because she was found inside the secret realm near Aspire City and now I own that secret realm. Gray explained. You own the secret realm? Zia Kingyu was slightly surprised. Did you merge its core? That's right, Gray nodded. Secret realms on this planet actually have cores. Zia Kingyu was surprised. She knew this planet was not normal. As someone from the starry sky, she knew not all secret realms had cores, and usually the ones that had cores constantly expanded and eventually turned into worlds. And to find one in this backwater planet with very little cosmic energy was extraordinary. That is correct, now I can access it anytime I want and have full control over it, Gray replied. Impressive, Zia Kingyu said. People in the starry sky kill each other for a secret realm with a core, and yet here you are casually owning one. Hearing this, Gray was confused. Why would they kill each other for a secret realm with a core, senior? Gray was slightly surprised. Don't worry about it for now, you'll naturally understand once you reach Origin Manifestation, Zia Kingyu said. But for now, keep the secret realm safe, it'll come in handy during that time. If you say so, Gray nodded. Since she did not want to reveal more, he naturally did not pry. He would find out about it without her help either way. That's how he had managed things until now. Even if the two cosmic elders, Eterna and the immortal lady who came from the starry sky, did not reveal anything to him, he eventually discovered the truth himself. That's just how things went. Keep the child under surveillance. I still don't trust her completely. I feel a sense of unease when I look at her. Zia Kingyu returned to the subject and spoke. They had already deviated from the main topic countless times, and she needed to finish her words now because she was running out of power at a fast rate. You do not have to worry about that. She won't act out of line. She listens to me completely, Gray said while shaking his head. Then Zia Kingyu asked, just how exactly did you find her? What is the origin of that realm? She was inside the core of the realm, Gray replied. The core, Zia Kingyu frowned. It's true that secret realms gain consciousness at a certain stage, but she definitely isn't the consciousness of that secret realm, I can tell that much. To this, Gray paused and asked, Senior, do you know anything about the Chaos Seal? Hearing this, Zia Kingyu's expression turned serious. Her gaze locked onto Little Hong with a look of disbelief forming on her face. Repeat what you just said, she said in a trembling tone. I said Chaos Seal, Gray said with a blank stare. Didn't she hear him the first time? Did using her time ability make her deaf? But from her reaction, Gray realized immediately that she knew a thing or two about the seal. Could she be related to that seal? Zia Kingyu asked in a slightly trembling voice. Well, she is connected to the seal for sure, Gray nodded. She wasn't the consciousness of the seal, no, she was the thing sealed inside the seal. According to his comprehension ability, she was the Axe's consciousness. Xia Qingyu, hearing his words, was stunned. She had lived for countless ages and seen a lot of things, yet this planet continuously managed to keep making her shocked one after another. This entire planet was not normal. And she finally knew the reason. She knew why this planet was so mysterious with hidden dangers and power. The Chaos Seal, she spoke. I know what it is. I'm listening, Gray nodded with a thumbs up. Seeing this, Xia Qingyu continued. The Chaos Seal, from what I know, is something very mysterious. It's something that doesn't belong to this world. Something that doesn't belong to this world, Gray was surprised. Yes, Xia Qingyu nodded. The experts of the old era had already confirmed it. One day these seals emerged into the starry sky and vanished without a trace. Everyone searched for it for countless years, and eventually someone managed to find it in a completely remote, backwater planet that couldn't be detected with the starry sky's great powers radars. Through the person that found it, the Chaos Seal's origin was explained. It was something used to seal something very powerful. As for what it is, no one knows to this day. But according to him, the seal is an extremely powerful thing, and it doesn't originate from our world, and the planet this seal fell on was completely covered in a mist. Normal radar or eyes would never be able to pick up the location. It makes sense. It finally makes sense why the powers of the starry sky haven't found this place yet, Xia Qingyu mumbled. Gray clearly heard it. Well, some power from the starry sky did find this place though. He wanted to ask about the Dai Palace, but he held it in for now. He didn't want to unnecessarily reveal what he knew. Then, the person who found the first seal disappeared along with the planet it was found on. This happened at the time when I wasn't even born yet, and since then, no one had found the rest of the seals. And nobody talked about it since then, only a select few know about it. Well, you should know by now that this planet is where one of the fragments of the seal fell, Gray replied. Xia Qingyu nodded. It makes sense. The seal is known to attract strange and powerful things towards it. I believe the strangeness of this planet's ice walls is also related to that. Possible, Gray nodded. In a way it was correct. If the Dai Palace didn't descend and manipulate the king into trying to take out the seal, then this planet would be thriving right now without any influence from the outside world. Let me ask you, is the seal with you? Xia Qingyu's expression was serious. If it is with you, under extreme circumstances, do not reveal it to anyone. She knew what this implied and the consequences of having it. She merely wished to warn Gray about it. Well, kinder, I guess, Gray tilted his head. Little Hong is the proof that I have it, but it's not complete, the fragment I mean. The fragment isn't complete, Xia Qingyu questioned. How could that be? It probably split when it landed on the planet. From what I know, the fragments are scattered across the 4 regions of Blue Star, Gray explained. As for the whereabouts of the others, I don't know for certain. I will have to personally visit other regions to find it myself. Is that so? Xia Qingyu asked with a frown. She then turned to Little Hong once again. It is likely that her powers are sealed within each of these seals. Her powers should increase with each fragment. Xia Qingyu deduced. Possible, Gray nodded. He thought the same too. If her strength comes back bit by bit, will she reach origin manifestation then? He looked forward to it. The more reference he had over something, the better his final product would be. Creating the 5th-ranked chapter of the Nexus Ascension evolutionary path would not be an easy task. Things would only be several times harder than it is now, and having a live origin manifestation realm being with him could definitely fasten the process. Worst-case scenario, he would ask the immortal lady herself for it. She would be the best candidate for research after Little Hong. He would reach origin manifestation realm no matter what, and now that he knew about their capabilities, he only wanted to reach that level even faster. Then Gray thought of another thing. Senior, I promise that I won't tell anyone about the seal. Now do you have any transformation technique that I can use? Gray flashed her a sincere smile. It will definitely be helpful to me. Xia Qingyu sighed seeing this. She honestly doubted if Evan was her disciple or Gray, because Gray had taken out more powerful techniques from her than Evan ever did. Last time it was a powerful cleansing technique, now this. I got some. She came close to him and gently touched his temple. Immediately, information surged into his head. With her physical body out, she could directly transfer it into his mind. Soon, in Gray's head, 3 transformation techniques emerged. They were called Primordial Human Transformation Technique, Ascended Human Transformation Technique, Mystic Human Transformation Technique. Gray opened his eyes and immediately thanked the senior. You are so kind, senior. There is no one as benevolent as you in this planet. Human transformation techniques from the starry sky. This could definitely help when he was going to develop his transformation technique. Gray then continued asking, Senior, do you have any non-human transformation techniques? Like the one used by a phoenix or a dragon. However, Zia King merely shook her head. Phoenixes and dragons, no such things exist in the starry sky, there are only myths about them existing in the ancient time. I don't have a non-human transformation technique either. But she paused. How do you know about phoenixes and dragons? There shouldn't be anything about it here in the blue star. Hearing this, Gray merely shook his head. No comments. The immortal lady looked at him dryly. This guy was truly an ungrateful guy. She helped him, but he refused to say anything about why he knew about these things. First he knew about the starry sky and now phoenix and dragons. Yet she couldn't wrap her finger around it. He was still only 17 years old, and that was his sole age. That meant he was no old monster that descended from the starry sky. It truly made her question. How did he know about all this? She sighed. He would eventually tell her about it. She couldn't force him. At the same time, she had also noticed that her powers were now running short. My power is completely over now, she spoke, her voice turning hazy and echoish. I will now go back to sleeping. I'm sure you can handle the rest from here. If I'm forced to come out again, I'll most likely perish. And remember, don't tell anyone about the Chaos Seal. Then, without waiting for Gray's words, the world flashed and the colors returned, and the immortal lady vanished along with the return of the color of the world. Where did Master go? Evan was stunned. He looked inside the space within him, inside a ball of light inside his elixir field to be specific, and that was where the immortal lady resided. He realized that she had gone to sleep. However, it did not make sense. She had been standing there completely fine, then she vanished like a bug inside a game. He turned to Gray, who stood there with a thoughtful expression, completely different from his normal one a second ago. He knew what this meant. Brother Gray, did my master use her time ability again? Evan asked cautiously. Yes, Gray nodded. She wanted to talk about something to me. However, hearing Gray's words, both Alyssa and Leah had a drastic change of expression. Stop time, they both spoke in unison. Did you just say she stopped time? Leah added. For a brief moment, they did not know what to say anymore. What was time? It was one of the building blocks of the world and something that kept flowing continuously. Yet this senior who appeared to be Evan's master could actually stop time. They knew that fourth-rank beings could manipulate space, but time was something else entirely. Nobody had even heard about being able to sense its existence yet. They finally realized. This senior was not ordinary at all. She was someone extremely powerful, and they should have already deduced it when Eterna itself arrived at her casual call and addressed her as the esteemed one. This senior, just how powerful is she? Leah inquired. It piqued her curiosity very much. Powerful beyond your imagination. Gray glanced at her and spoke. She can probably destroy the entirety of Blue Star if she wanted to. What? The two girls and Evan all exclaimed at the same time. Master is that strong. Evan himself did not know the true capabilities of his own master. She had not even revealed much to him. He just knew she was strong and thought she was some old master from several hundred years ago. Both Leah and Alyssa fell silent when they heard this. Destroy Blue Star itself? Alyssa frowned. By that logic, did that not mean this senior was a being capable of destroying worlds? How could such a small blue star accommodate someone as powerful as her? Alyssa had a realization. This senior. She was not from Blue Star. She might be someone beyond the sky just like her mother. A ripple of emotion spread across Alyssa's face, which was quickly hidden by her. At the same time, she also realized that Gray seemed to have already known this senior and her capabilities. Did that mean he also knew about the world beyond the skies? Alyssa would not doubt it. Her brother was already very shrouded in mystery. The last time she was able to see through him was before he underwent metamorphosis and became an evolver. Now whenever she gazed at him, nothing came up. It was like an impenetrable barrier was in the way between her probing and Gray. Also considering the fact that he was a reincarnated being, could that mean he came from a different world as well? She glanced at Gray's face. This guy knew a lot more about things than what met the eye. He just did not tell anyone about it or share it with anyone. And the fact that someone went crazy after seeing something about him only made Alyssa more curious. Just what was her brother now? He was a completely different being from 2 months ago. Not only that, he was actually someone with second-rank citizenship. How was that even possible? Alyssa decided she had to investigate. She had to start closely observing Gray starting now. Of course, it was to find out the truths he knew about. He would not reveal them if she asked, that was for certain. Hence, starting today, she would stay close to Gray. For the sake of finding her mother and finding out about the world beyond the skies. Anyways, Gray spoke again. He turned to Little Hong and pointed at her before speaking. She is called Little Hong, Gray said evenly. You should have already heard me speaking to the senior before, but she is something I found from the secret realm near Ashspire City. She is actually from the secret realm, Leah was stunned. She observed little Hong more closely, and whenever she looked, she felt as if she was looking at someone very familiar, almost as if she had seen her before. Leah believed this was no coincidence. With her seeing those strange dreams of a different world and awakening a new set of memories and knowledge which she had not shared with anyone yet, she believed that there was something going on with little Hong. In the first place, how could such a little girl emerge from inside a secret realm? She knew about the secret realm, and so did Alyssa and Evan. This secret realm was known across all of the southern region. The one near Ashspire City was the most unusual secret realm in the entire region, and it would be far more surprising if they did not know anything about it. That was when little Hong also noticed Leah. The instant she saw Leah, little Hong had a curious expression on her face. Letting go of Gray's pinky, she walked up to Leah, much to everyone's surprise. She stopped right in front of Leah and stared at her while looking up. Seeing this, Leah for some reason felt a rush of emotion. The child came to her, and for some reason she felt overjoyed. She crouched down to little Hong's height and patted her head. And to Gray's surprise, little Hong let her do it. "Hello," Leah gave little Hong a beautiful smile and spoke. "Are you called little Hong? My name is Leah. You can call me Sister Leah if you like." Little Hong nodded. "Sister Leah." Then little Hong stared at her for a brief moment and formed a telepathic connection with Leah. "Sister Leah, are you related to my brother?" However, when Leah heard the telepathy, she was dumbfounded. Telepathy meant one thing: law transformation. Only beings that had undergone law transformation could bend the usual rules of communication to directly talk into someone's mind using their energy, which had transformed with the power of law. She had not bothered looking at little Hong's power till now because she was not actually using any of her powers till now. She had not paid attention to the battle that took place in the sky one bit, but now Leah saw it clearly. A powerful being filled with energy. Just a glance at her power made Leah blinded for a moment. There was no doubt about it. Little Hong was most likely a peak stage second ranker. She could not help but look at Gray with a hint of disbelief. Gray naturally caught this, but he only raised his eyebrows, and then she saw him glancing at Alyssa with a strange look on his face. Then she heard little Hong speak again. "Big sister Leah, you share similar powers to brother, Hung Meng," little Hong said with a thoughtful expression on her face. "That is right, Hung Meng." Her face brightened as she managed to form the words properly. She did not know what exactly Hung Meng meant, but she remembered that her brother held the same power. "Little Hong." Leah's expression turned serious as she replied back with telepathy. "Where did you learn about Hung Meng? Did Brother Gray tell you about it?" She did not know who the brother being mentioned here was. Maybe little Hong was talking about Gray. "Father did not tell me." Little Hong shook her cute head. "Little Hong can sense the power of Hung Meng from you. My brother also possesses the same power." "Sister Leah, do you know where Hong's brother is?" Little Hong asked with a deadpan look on her face. Hearing this, Leah for some reason felt strange. She felt like a name was stuck at the edge of her tongue, but it did not roll off. At the same time, Leah felt like there was some connection between her and little Hong. Little Hong came from the secret realm. Gray himself confirmed it. And the time she awakened, the last thing she felt was a power calling her out from the south, and Ashspire City was to the south of Ascension Province. Leah connected the dots together. She was already very sharp when it came to connecting dots, and it did not take much to deduce that her awakening had something to do with little Hong. She took a deep breath and stared into little Hong's black eyes. She gently rubbed her head and spoke. "Little Hong, do you know anything about an axe?" To this, little Hong had a confused look on her face. Then a look of realization appeared on her face before nodding. "Zund, you do." Little Hong nodded again and spoke. "Little Hong is an axe." "What?" Leah was flabbergasted. "What did you just say, little Hong?" "Little Hong is an axe," little Hong said innocently. If this had been asked by anyone else, she would have outright started spamming energy beams, but little Hong for some reason felt close to Leah. That was also why she went up to her in the first place. "Little Hong," Leah had a serious look on her face. "What kind of axe are you?" Hearing this, little Hong had a confused look on her face, then a thoughtful expression appeared on her face before speaking. "Little Hong does not know me." Memory is incomplete of little Hong. Little Hong only remembers Big Brother saying go to sleep to little Hong, and little Hong woke up today when Father came to wake me up. "Father?" Leah glanced at Gray, who was now staring at Alyssa, and spoke. "Is Gray your father?" Little Hong nodded. "Father is the father of us three siblings. He created us." What? Leah became even more shocked when she heard this. "Your father created you." She felt like the sky was collapsing. She seriously started doubting little Hong's words. However, after seeing her expression and the natural connection they shared, she knew that she was not lying. Father created us." However, as soon as she spoke those words, she heard Alyssa speaking. She instinctively turned towards her. "Stop staring at me," Alyssa said with an indifferent look on her face. "Is there something on my face?" This fellow was so shameless, staring at his own sister in public without saying a word. She knew that he used to stare at her all the time when they had dinner back at home, but being stared at in public was still very embarrassing. However, Gray did not reply. He continued staring at her, and the next moment Alyssa's expression froze. Her true origin energy within her elixir field began to stir uncontrollably, her mind stirred in response, and the next instant, a terrifying beam of energy shot out from Alyssa. And the temperature immediately fell at a fast rate, the entire mansion abruptly beginning to freeze up. "What is this?" Evan turned serious. "What is happening?" "Hey, Alyssa," he called out to her. As her friend, he was naturally concerned about her. "I knew something was wrong," Gray mumbled as he closely observed Alyssa. Others might not be able to see through the beam of energy, but Gray could, and he clearly saw two little horns forming on Alyssa's forehead. "Is she undergoing some sort of true dragon transformation?" Gray mused. Then he immediately began moving. Since two horns had sprouted out from her, he could not afford to let others know about his sister's secrets. Immediately, Gray waved his hands, and the air near Alyssa distorted and a huge spatial fissure appeared. Immediately, Alyssa, who was within its range, was teleported out from the place and disappeared. "This. Is this an entrance to a secret realm?" Evan was stunned when he saw this. Then Gray turned to Leah and spoke. "Take care of little Hong, do not let her wander around." Leah absent-mindedly nodded at him and held onto little Hong's hands. Then amidst everyone's gaze, the spatial fissure formed once again and Gray walked into it. "This." Evan was stunned. Leah, on the other hand, had a pondering look on her face. Gray's vision blurred, and in the next moment he found himself inside the secret realm. The instant he entered, his expression changed. Buzz, the entire realm trembled as a torrent of energy poured out of Alyssa's body without pause. The temperature plummeted in an instant, frost creeping along the ground while Alyssa herself hung suspended in the air, clearly unconscious. "What is this supposed to be? Is she actually transforming into a full true dragon?" Gray couldn't hide his surprise. The growth on her forehead had expanded even further, becoming far more pronounced than before. Even so, Gray wasn't worried. Her overflowing energy wasn't a sign of danger, it was the result of the transformation taking place within her body, the first signs of something far greater beginning to awaken. The energy pouring out was so immense that, after a while, Gray began to hear ancient roars echoing through the entire secret realm. Each roar shook the air like some primordial beast had awakened from a million-year slumber. In the next instant, the beam of energy blasting out of Alyssa suddenly halted. The raging torrent reversed direction, surging back into her body with a fierce pull. The moment the last strand of energy returned, the world trembled. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, and the secret realm quaked as if space itself had been punched. A wave of bitter cold swept across the surroundings the moment the explosion went off, freezing the air and the forest around Alyssa. Then a colossal projection rose above Alyssa, stretching across the skies of the secret realm as if claiming the heavens for itself. It was a dragon forged entirely from energy. Its scales shimmered with a cold pulse, and its long horn twisted the air around it, bending space with every faint movement. A true dragon, Gray had an excited glint in his eyes. Alyssa definitely has inheritance abilities. Maybe once she reaches second rank, I will be able to comprehend her transformation technique, Gray mused. Seeing the manifestation of the true dragon was definitely a sign. Alyssa's strength was already at the peak of first rank, and this special transformation taking place within her body should directly push her to the second rank and potentially to the first level. At that time, to reach first level, she naturally needed to have a transformation technique, and having a transformation technique naturally meant he could steal. Comprehend it, that would mean I can transform into a dragon too. Of course, whether he would transform into a dragon or not depended on how perfect it was. If it was perfect and naturally more optimized than the ones he received from the immortal lady, then he could combine them together to form an even more perfect one. And there was also Leah's god transformation technique. Orin mentioned the gods when he talked about perfection. He said that even gods were not perfect, however him mentioning them also meant that gods were the closest thing to perfection. If his calculations were correct, he should be able to form the most optimal transformation technique once he combined them all. The immortal lady had told him that there were no dragons or phoenixes in the starry sky, but he didn't need to look for them at all since his own sister was one. She was truly his treasure trove. He wouldn't have been able to form Nexus energy without comprehending her breathing technique either. Now their relationship wasn't that strained either. She had the heart to talk to him after all this while. She was a kind girl at heart, Gray knew that very well, and the only reason she turned into an ice-cold block of no emotion was due to the trauma the previous Gray induced on her. He had to make it up to her somehow. Maybe he would gift her a mansion. Yes, she would definitely like a mansion. Of course, if someone else heard what he was thinking, they would probably face palm. She was literally the reason Gray became an evolver, and all he was doing was giving her a mansion, and to make matters worse, the previous Gray used to bully her. Of course, the latter part wasn't Gray's responsibility, that was what he thought at least. Yes, a mansion in the Ascension province. Gray nodded. That should do it. Coughing, he spoke out loud. All right, my dear little sister, grow up to become a big and strong dragon. Your brother will be watching over you. Laughing, he opened a portal back to the mansion and left. What he didn't know was that Alyssa, while being unconscious, was listening to all of this. She was the dragon that manifested above the secret realm. She was utterly stunned. Gray knew. Gray knew she was a dragon. She even heard him call her a true dragon straight to her face. Just how long did he know about all this? However, she soon found herself sleeping once again, and following that, an energy barrier formed around her, enveloping her gently. Soon, the secret realm went silent again as the energy barrier around Alyssa pulsed softly as she underwent transformation. Back in the mansion, a spatial fissure appeared at the same spot it vanished, and Gray emerged out of it. As soon as he emerged, Evan anxiously came to him and spoke. What happened to her, Brother Gray? He glanced at Evan slightly and merely shrugged. She's fine. She's undergoing metamorphosis. She is not in danger. What? She's undergoing metamorphosis. Evan was stunned. So even she managed to reach second rank, huh? He whispered to himself. He couldn't lag behind. He decided he needed to catch up too. Gray then turned to Leah. She was now holding onto little Hong in her embrace, who had surprisingly fallen asleep. Gray had a strange expression on his face seeing this scene. Leah looked like little Hong's mother, holding her with care. But what was even more bizarre was how little Hong fell asleep since she was a 12th level second ranker. It honestly left him confused. Gray, Leah softly called out to him when she saw him come back. She had already heard the conversation with Evan, so she didn't need to ask about Alyssa, so she directly skipped to the main part. Do you know what little Hong is? Leah inquired. To this, Gray simply nodded. Gray had already noticed that both of them were talking telepathically, and from the looks of it, she seemed to share a connection with little Hong. There might be some relation between little Hong and the gods. As for what it was, he could only know after having a conversation with Leah. Let's go back to my mansion. Gray looked at the current state of the City Lord mansion of the former City Lord Dorian. It wasn't livable yet, and he wasn't just going to throw the things out of here. He would wait till Dorian woke up once again and left, and then do some renovation before moving in. For now, it was time to return to Aspire City. As soon as Gray mentioned his mansion, Evan came forward and spoke. Brother Gray, can you arrange for me to go to the White Spring down the east of the southern region? Evan asked with a serious expression. All of you have reached second rank. I cannot lag behind anymore. I want to trains. Evan's eyes were filled with determination to grow stronger, and there was no time to slack anymore. With the high orders attack, Evan had become even more serious than before. Hearing this, Gray paused, and he could see where Evan was coming from. All of his friends and the people who trained with him had become powerful evolvers, and now he was lagging behind. It was only natural to feel left behind and become more serious about training. He knew what the White Spring was, and it was a place with a dense amount of cosmic energy. Usually, entry to that place was close to impossible, but with his identity as a champion, Evan could definitely enter it. It was one of the perks of becoming the champion. Usually, it was the City Lord who conducted the championship that brought them there, but with him becoming the City Lord now, he had things to do and could only send Evan off alone. Since that was the case, he turned to Werner. Can you arrange him an AVs? Yes, Master, I will have it done immediately. Werner nodded and took out his phone and began to dial a number. Hearing him call Gray his master, Leah could not help but become curious. Who is that, Gray? Leah asked. She had noticed him before and knew that he was an extremely powerful evolver at the late stage of second rank, but because of little Hong, she never came around to asking who he was till now. He's my disciple in formation, Gray explained. His name is Werner Brown. What, Werner? Leah's expression changed drastically. You said he is your disciple in formation. Yeah, Gray rolled his eyes. What is up with people asking things twice? However, Leah was not in the mood to joke, and she stared at Gray with wide eyes. She most definitely knew who Werner Brown was, and he was the old friend of the Overseer. He was someone with the same talent as the 4-star Formation Master, the Great Polarity Master, and this guy was Gray's disciple in formation. She was tongue-tied. She started doubting who the true god here was, her or Gray. How was this even possible? She simply could not comprehend it. She then turned to Werner and directly asked him about the overseer. Mr. Werner, do you know the overseer of the southern region, Gukaienshin? To this, Gray raised an eyebrow, and Werner, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face. It's been a while since I heard that name, he replied. But yes, I do indeed know him. He was my good friend back in the day. Gray, hearing this, did not say much, as he already knew about Werner's relation with the overseer. And he planned on leveraging it as well. It's true, Leah shook her head. Did that not mean Gray was directly more talented than Werner to the point he became his master? Then Werner spoke again. Master, the AV will be here shortly. Gray nodded, all right. He turned to Evan, who was also looking at him with an incredulous expression after hearing this conversation, and spoke. The AV will be here soon. Good luck in trainings. Why yes, thanks Brother Gray, Evan said with twitching lips. Then let's go back to the mansion, Gray said with a nod. Leah and Werner nodded. Farewell, Leah, Evan said his goodbyes. Yes, Leah nodded. Good luck with training, I'm sure the senior will help you out. With them becoming a team, they had naturally become allies and someone that could be considered a friend. It was only natural to say farewell. As soon as Leah, Werner, and Gray flew into the air, an AV also descended down into the City Lord mansion. Evan boarded it and the AV soon disappeared. Seeing this, they all flew back to Ashspire City. Buzz. As soon as they reached Ashspire City, Gray saw a streak of light coming towards him. Seeing this, everyone stopped. And soon, the streak of light appeared directly in front of him. Gray already knew who it was, and with a smile he spoke. Congratulations, Miss Valeria, you're now officially a late-stage second ranker. Brother Gray, Tilda, you left without me. I missed all the fun, Valeria, who had descended, said in a saddened tone. I thought we were a team. Hearing this, Gray chuckled dryly. If we had waited for you, then the entire Three Guards province would have been turned upside down now. Valeria pouted at this. Then a serious expression appeared on her face. Still, to think you would actually do something like this. Valeria shook her head in amazement. You truly are something else. I never expected this. Really? You unified 4 cities under your name in an hour, she added. I expected nothing less from you, though. Now that you are the city lord of the 4 cities, what are your plans? My plans, Gray had a thoughtful expression on his face. First, we need to cut off useless trees that have been growing under the 4 cities. Especially Ashspire City, Gray added. I already know what to do, Gray said with a calm smile. You don't need to worry. Valeria nodded. If you need anything, just come to the Azrael Corporation. She paused and then spoke. Starting now, Azrael Corporation will be working under you. You are now the half CEO. Huh? Gray was surprised hearing this. And why is that? He knew Valeria. She was a very proud woman and she would not just work under anyone. Why not? Valeria replied with a smile. It will only do me more good if I work under you. That way, I can expand the corporation to the other cities as well. Valeria was an extremely smart woman. She knew that Gray wasn't just going to stop with just 4 cities, hence her decision. You could have done it even without my help, Gray said with a wry smile. He knew Valeria's capabilities. If she could build an empire here in Ashspire City where competition was fierce, then it would be far easier in other cities. It's already been finalized. You are now the half CEO of the company, Valeria said with a bright expression. You can't reject or Big Sis will be sad. Gray simply spread his arms. Fine, do as you wish. But don't expect me to do all the corporation work. Of course, Valeria said with an overjoyed expression. Then I will be taking my leave now. I still have to check up on my subordinates. Gray simply nodded. All right, when you're done, come find me. Yes, Valeria said, and then waving her hands, she became a streak of light and disappeared. After that, they immediately descended into Gray's mansion. On the way, Werner also left. He wanted to go find his disciples, Mei Ying and Mei Ling. Now, only Leah Little Hong, who was sleeping soundly in Leah's embrace, and Gray were left. This is where I've been living after I left Nova City, Gray said with a smile. It isn't that big, but it can accommodate at least 4 people inside without any problem. You can temporarily rest here if you'd like, or I can find you another place to stay if that is your preference, Gray said with a smile. To this, Leah shook her head. No, I'll stay with you. Then she paused and asked, Who is that lady that appeared when we arrived? Hearing this, Gray laughed. Why are you curious? And to his surprise, Leah nodded at him silently. She's the one who found me during the time Tiger Claw Gang was chasing after me, and before this, I used to sell her formations for a living. This mansion is also a gift from her in return for helping her fix her health problem. Her health problems, Leah inquired. Yes, she had some problems with her body. Her body experienced pain at nights and I simply fixed it for her, Gray remarked. The words fixed her echoed in Leah's ears longer than she expected. She did not understand why, but an odd, prickly warmth rose beneath her chest. I also have a problem, Leah suddenly blurted out. Can you fix me too? The moment the words left her lips, her face flushed. Why did she say it like that? Gray, however, did not think much of it. Are you talking about your energy going out of control? Leah nodded, avoiding his gaze. That can be handled, Gray said confidently. With my guidance, you will get used to the energy in a few weeks. All right, Leah murmured, feeling a strange mix of relief and something else she could not name. Gray smiled. It must have been a long day. Go choose any room you like and rest. Leah hesitated a bit and spoke as she slowly parted her lips. What about you? You have been working hard too. You are not going to rest. Not yet, he shook his head. There are still some things to take care of. I will be back in an hour or two. Okay, Leah nodded. Gray nodded back at her and he then shot off into the sky, leaving Leah alone. With him gone, Leah entered the mansion and looked around. There were some undone dishes in the kitchen, some leftover pizza and other fast food items in the refrigerator and others. Seeing this, she shook her head. He forgot to do his dishes. Then she made her way into a room that was closest to the kitchen. Inside, there was not much but a simple bed and some shelves, meaning this room was not being used. Since that was the case, she gently placed little Hong there and then began to explore the mansion. She was curious about the place Gray lived in during the 2 months they were separated. At the same time, she was glad that he was not living on the streets. She had always been worried about this, Gray in the streets with no place to stay. However, there was no need to worry anymore. Gray was now the city lord of the Ascension province, which had 4 cities. He could live anywhere he liked and no one would come complaining. In the sky, Gray looked at 2 different directions. One led to the Ardent family and another led to Interwire Corporation. Today was a long day and he already felt like stopping everything and going to sleep. But he could not rest until he had completely uprooted the main villains. And so, he was debating whether he should go to the Ardent family to throw his disco ball at them or the Interwire company first. In the end, Gray decided to go with Interwire Corporation. All he had to do was bomb the entire headquarters. The Interwire Corporation was completely under the high order and there was no need for hesitation. They all deserved to die. Then Gray flew directly towards the headquarters of Interwire Corporation. As soon as he did, the skyscraper's windowed panels shifted and several weaponry immediately burst forth from the building. He's here. Fire, an employee at the Interwire company screamed. Immediately, powerful energy beams shot towards Gray. Seeing this, Gray was momentarily speechless. He wondered if these people had dirt in their heads instead of brain cells. They should have already seen the live stream or heard Eterna's announcement, yet they were still bold enough to directly attack him. Getting attacked in my own territory doesn't feel that good. Gray mumbled, and instantly a terrifying mental fluctuation erupted out from him. Following the next moment, the countless Interwire members who were attacking him all dropped to the ground with a blank look on their faces. Then, Gray's hands flickered as a magic circle with intricate patterns appeared on his fingertips. Immediately, a disco ball of light emerged from his fingertip, and soon it began to grow as the flames grew, and eventually it reached the size of a huge football stadium. Gray waved his hands as talismans burst out from his spatial ring, and quickly, a barrier formed around the entire Interwire building. Now, the people inside could not go outside, nor would what he was about to do affect the city. Without thinking twice, he hurled the huge ball of fire toward the towering skyscraper. Inside the underground facility of Interwire Corporation, Marcius had a grim look on his face. He was now at the late stage of second rank, and the pill Varin gave him had directly pushed him to late stage. But so what? It was all for nothing. I was wrong, Marcius said while shaking. I shouldn't have sided with the High Order. Marcius truly regretted his action now. However, things were far too late. He had already sensed the terrifying mental fluctuation. His life ended here today. A feeling of dread assaulted Marcius as he lay waiting, and it did not take long. A disco ball of bright light suddenly entered the underground hidden facility, and Marcius, seeing this, burst out into tears, and just as quickly, his body was vaporized along with the entirety of Interwire Corporation. Starting today, there would no longer be any Interwire Corporation. While Gray was bombing the Interwire Corporation headquarters, far away in the City Lord Mansion, every city expert in Lin Fang had slowly woken up. And once they woke up, all of them were collectively confused. What just happened? One of the city experts of a faraway city to the south mumbled. I only remember seeing a huge attack falling towards me and then falling unconscious. Oh great heavens! Have I died? Look around, we are still inside the City Lord Mansion. Is the battle over? Where is City Lord Dorian and that robot in the sky? Then, the head manager of the Evolvers Association of Nova City, Desmond, rushed towards Lin Fang with a worried expression. Lin Fang, are you all right? He asked as he looked at Lin Fang. Lin Fang, on the other hand, had a confused expression on his face. He was speaking to his system. Hey system, what happened here? I don't know, host. I only see what you see. You really are useless, aren't you? Lin Fang cursed. Host, please behave. If you talk bad about the system, then you will be punished. Lin Fang went silent hearing this. Then he turned to Desmond, who was looking at him with worry. I'm fine, head manager. Lin Fang replied calmly. Then he looked around him and instantly became confused. Where is Alyssa and Leah? Hearing this, Desmond shook his head. I don't know, I can't find them anywhere. I looked around with my mind perception, there is no sign of them being here. Lin Fang frowned when he heard this. Did they get kidnapped? Desmond shook his head again. We can't say for sure. Only City Lord Dorian can give us an answer. But he isn't here anymore, and the robot, along with the corruption fields, have vanished from the province. The corruption fields vanished, Lin Fang was surprised. He had not paid attention to his surroundings till now. He immediately turned his gaze down below, and indeed, there were no more corruption fields left, and there were no high order members to be found at all. Just what happened here? Lin Fang frowned. With no other choice, he took his phone out and dialed Alyssa's number. Since they were on the same team, they naturally had each other's number as they were in the same group chat. His phone rang for a bit, but it did not connect. The number you have dialed is currently out of range. Seeing this, he frowned. Could they have actually gotten kidnapped? Then why was he left behind? Even Evan was gone. Then he dialed Evan's number. It rang for a moment, but it did not connect either. The number you have dialed is out of range. Evan, being at a high altitude naturally, could not be contacted, as he was flying across the sky in an AV going straight towards the White Spring. Now there was only one more person to contact, and that was Leah. He immediately called her, and just like before, her phone rang as well, but it did not connect. However, the message he received this time was different from before. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Ring, ring. Inside Gray's mind interface, a ringing notification appeared, and to his surprise, it was Leah. He had already activated his second-rank citizen account back, as it was needed as the city lord, so Leah could contact him now. Seeing this, Gray immediately accepted the call. Gray, Leah's soft voice came from the other side. Did anything happen? Why did you suddenly call? Gray asked with a frown. He had only left the mansion just a few minutes ago after all. It made no sense as to why Leah would call him suddenly. I forgot about something. Leah's slightly speechless tone came from the other side. I forgot about the infernals. Oh, Gray had a look of understanding. Right, I almost forgot about them too. He was far too absorbed in other things to be paying attention to that. That was the case for Leah as well. She was too busy talking to Little Hong and had come back to Ashspire City without thinking about her summons. And only after one of her summons called out to her like an abandoned puppy did she remember them. What should we do with them, Gray? Once summoned, I can't put them back into hell, Leah added. A thoughtful expression appeared on Gray's face, then he spoke. For now, summon them back to the mansion. We will put them into the secret realm after I'm back. That's possible, Leah was surprised. Of course, Gray replied. The secret realm is really big, they can do whatever they want inside as long as they don't cause trouble. All right, I'll summon them back. With that, Leah cut the call. She knew he was very busy. She had already heard the explosion coming from Sector 1 of Aspire City and knew it was Gray's handiwork. Then, Leah's phone abruptly rang and the recipient was none other than Lin Fang. Oh, Leah was silent for a moment. She forgot about this guy as well. Back to Gray, as soon as the call ended, another call came, and this time the call was unknown. Usually he did not take unknown calls, but Eterna suddenly appeared and spoke. They are the law enforcers of the previous 3 guards province. Oh, Gray nodded. He immediately picked up the call, and an aged voice came through. Hello, this is the City Lord Gray, right? Yes, you are speaking to him right now. Greetings, City Lord Gray, my name is Orion. I'm the head captain of the law enforcers of the former 3 guards province. First of all, let me congratulate you on behalf of all the law enforcer officers on becoming the city lord of the Ascension province, and also deliver our thanks to you. Without you, the corruption fields would have swallowed the 3 cities as a whole. We, the law enforcement, are grateful to you and ready to serve the Ascension province as their protector. It's nothing, Gray said with a smile. And I look forward to your performance, Head Captain Orion. I hope you won't disappoint me. Protecting the people of the city should always be your first priority. Naturally, sir, Orion's voice came from the other side. We will naturally keep the province safe and sound. Good, Gray nodded and spoke. For now, focus on providing support to the civilians. I will call you sometime later to discuss things about Ashspire City and the province as a whole. Understood, City Lord Gray, we will do as you say. He then cut the call. With that over, Gray shifted his attention to the inner district of Sector 1. It was now time to pay the Ardent family a visit. He's here. The ancestor of the Ardent family spoke as he stared at the sky. He felt a powerful presence descending onto the entire mansion. The expressions of the Ardent family members immediately became grim. Seeing this, Ancestor Ardent spoke. Everyone do as I said, no mistakes, got it. Yes, they all said in unison. This was their only way to survive, and they were ready to do as the ancestor had instructed them previously. Nodding, the ancestor flew out of the mansion and appeared before Gray. He had placed his bets on this, and if it did not work out, he might have to go to an extreme length to save himself. That's right, save himself. At this point, the ancestor Ardent no longer cared about the family. What mattered most was surviving to him, and his way of survival was simple. Abyssal transformation pill. The Ardent family had always been colliding with the High Order. In fact, the reason Orin was colliding with the High Order was partially due to him as well, and Orin worked under the High Order precisely under his guidance. Naturally, he had an abyssal transformation pill with him. If his plan did not work, he would directly pop it and increase his strength by transformation and flee the city using an escape technique. There was no way he was going to say this to the family. He was after all betraying them. Of course, he would only use it if Plan A, submitting to Gray, did not work. Gray, seeing this, had a look of interest. Interesting, a late-stage second ranker. He was slightly surprised. To think there would actually be a full-fledged late-stage second ranker within the Ardent family, he honestly did not expect this. And he could tell from one glance that this guy was a natural. There was no sign of abyssal energy inside. You must be the Ardent himself, Gray inquired, the ancestor of the Ardent family. That is correct, Ardent affirmed. I'm Ardent, pleased to meet you, Mr. Gray. Gray simply gave him a nod and spoke. You should already know why I'm here. To uproot the seeds that the High Order sowed, he added coldly. Hearing this, Ardent spoke in a slightly trembling voice. Please, City Lord Gray, give me a moment to speak. I hope you will listen to me once. This is my last request. Hearing this, Gray looked at him for a second and spoke. You may speak. Thank you, Ardent immediately thanked him. City Lord Gray, I know my son has sinned greatly and betrayed humanity itself by colliding with the High Order. However, his sins, we of the Ardent family are very disappointed at, and do not even want to consider him family anymore. Those who targeted you in the secret realm were doing it under the command of Orin, and we Ardent family got rid of them for you. We do not want anything to do with him. Him colliding with the High Order was his own decision, and if I, as his father, had heard it, then I would have personally eliminated him. As a former city lord, I naturally know the consequences of colliding with the High Order. He paused and bowed. Please reconsider, City Lord Gray. Eliminating us will not bring you benefits. We, the Ardent family, are willing to submit to you completely, and I assure you that you will not regret it. With the family's help, the entire Aspire City will be under your control within 2 hours. That much I guarantee you. Ardent's heart beat like a war drum as he finished his words. He had already displayed his sincerity, and now what plan he had to use depended on Gray himself. You put up a good argument indeed. I will not gain anything from eliminating your family, Gray said with a smile. Hearing this, Ardent was overjoyed for a second, then. However, before he could continue, Gray spoke with a cold smile on his face. However, leaving you behind will not do me any good either. You think I need your help to unify Aspire City? You are thinking too much. If I was so incompetent like that, then I would not have become the city lord in the first place. He paused and then finally added, and do you really think that I will believe your words with that abyssal transformation pill inside your mouth? Gray immediately burst out laughing. Ardent's performance was incredible, and if it was anyone else, they would have been moved. However, fooling Gray was simply impossible. All he had to do was activate his true origin sight to sense the abyssal energy converged within Ardent's mouth. He knew from one glance that it was an abyssal transformation pill. Ardent was stunned when he heard this. It was over, the guy had found out. That meant his initial plan had failed. Ardent's eyes sharpened the next moment. There was no time to think anymore, he had to flee. Immediately he bit into the abyssal transformation pill. However, to his horror, he realized the next moment that he could not move his mouth. Not just his mouth, he could not move his body either. A feeling of dread immediately formed in his heart. He had severely underestimated Gray. This was telekinesis. There was no doubt about it, and he had actually gone straight into his range. There was nothing he could do anymore. Ardent's will completely diminished realizing this situation. He could not move his mouth or use his telepathy to convey his thoughts to Gray either. He could only stare at Gray, who looked at him with a calm smile on his face. A pity. If you were sincere, you could have lived another day. Who told you to do all this? Saying that, a disco ball of fire surged out from his palm and instantly went for Ardent. Without even getting the chance to scream, he was reduced to nothing but ashes. Then, Gray shifted his attention back to the Ardent family. Immediately, he activated his Fate Insight. He did not want to kill the innocent, and with the help of his Fate Insight, he could distinguish between good and bad by looking at their threads. Immediately, he saw violet threads at the center of their heads, and looking at the threads, he saw that it was connected directly to Ashspire City. This meant leaving them alive would only bring more disaster to the city. Not a single one of them was worth leaving behind. Since that was the case, Gray no longer hesitated. Heavenly fire shot out from his palm and charged directly towards the mansion. Immediately, the mansion's array formation activated. Seeing this, Gray was slightly surprised. "This formation not bad," he commented in interest. It was a lesser version of the city formation that was inscribed into the city center's formation pillar, and it had been powered for countless years. It could easily take the attack of a peak second ranker for an hour or two. However, Gray was no ordinary second ranker. He was a formation master, a formation monster with true origin sight that could see the convergence of energy. With a snort, the powerful formation directly cracked and disappeared, and the heavenly fire directly fell onto the mansion. Boom, the mansion and everything in its vicinity was directly vaporized. The Ardent family was now gone. With the Ardent family and Interwire Company gone, it did not necessarily mean everything was over. Eterna. "Have you made preparations to ban the cyborg evolutionary path yet?" Gray called out to Eterna and spoke. Her figure manifested in his mental interface and she spoke. "I've made preparations." "Good," Gray nodded. The cyborg evolutionary path was something the High Order created, and while it had spread across the Blue Star, with Eterna's influence it could be effectively banned since she was the one who managed all evolutionary paths. The cyborg evolutionary path had a lot of potential, however. Just letting others cultivate it was also dangerous. From the information they retrieved from the High Order's hideout, Gray thought that the so-called evolutionary path must be a byproduct of Varin. However, Gray did not find anything remotely close to a creator invocation from him, meaning he was not the one who created the path and was only conducting experiments here in the Ascension province to experiment on the law of machinery. Of course, Gray had already thought about it before. Not everyone was like him, possessing heaven-defying comprehension, and he doubted that Varin could actually make an evolutionary path from scratch. His rank was far too shallow to even bother with something like that. Only powerful beings at the domain manifestation realm who were fourth-rank experts might have a chance at creating something like this. Even then, where would they have found information on the law of machinery? Gray was certain that this was something those so-called transmigrators and reincarnators in this world had brought here along with their memories of a previous life. Or perhaps even someone like the immortal lady who came from the starry sky. Whatever the case was for now, until they found the one with the creator invocation and maybe tried to make it his own. Gray knew the potential of this path and he was not going to just give up on it. In fact, if he put his mind into it, he could easily make it one of the top-tier evolutionary paths. However, without the invocation, it meant that those who followed the path were directly under the control of the High Order, and he would only be doing the High Order a favor by modifying it. Even he himself could reduce someone to nothing but a normal human as long as they followed his evolutionary path since he was the creator of it. Until then, Eterna would ban it, or else who knew what the High Order might do. "I will announce the ban in a bit," Eterna said emotionlessly. "All right," Gray nodded. With that settled, there was one more thing to do before he went back to the mansion, and for that he needed to pay Valeria a visit. By now he almost felt the Burst Force Talisman's strength diminishing. It would not be long before its power lost its effect. However, it did not matter because in the end, he had become the city lord and nobody would question his status. Even if they did, he would just send little Hong at them. With that said, Gray swiftly made his way to the Azrael Corporation, and he did not bother going through the skyscraper. He directly went to the top floor and tapped on the window. Valeria was sitting in her chair like usual and surprisingly Werner, and the two disciples were there too. Valeria flinched slightly when she saw the shadow suddenly looming around, and she immediately turned around only to see that it was open. "Open the window," Gray said with a deadpan look on his face. "You scared me, Brother Gray," Valeria said while heaving a sigh of relief. She almost thought some enraged rogue second ranker had decided to pay her a visit because they were unsatisfied with the corporation. Grandmaster, Mailing and Maying exclaimed at the same time as Valeria opened the window to let Gray in. "Oh, look at you both." Gray was slightly surprised when he saw the twins. No, their aura to be exact. They were now officially at the second rank. and their appearance had also changed drastically. They had without a doubt become more beautiful than before. They might only be 2 steps behind Leah in terms of beauty. Of course, that was partially due to Leah becoming a god. How could an ordinary mortal match her appearance? He was sure that his grand disciples would definitely have men queuing up for them now. "We reached second rank," Mei Ying exclaimed. "Me and Mei Ling were both fighting a second ranker of the high order, and the pressure pushed us both to the second rank. And we beat them with one punch," Mei Ling added. They were undeniably more powerful than before indeed, and with them following the ether evolutionary path, it was only natural that they were stronger than usual. Ordinary second rankers would not even be able to touch them. "What are you guys doing here?" Gray asked curiously. This question was directed at Werner as he left to find his disciple, and Gray honestly expected him to go back to the Formation Association. "Miss Valeria called me back," Werner said. "She said that she wanted a big formation to heal everyone in the corporation." Oh, Gray realized. Indeed, the Azrael Corporation was the major force that tried to clash with the High Order, and there were bound to be a lot of casualties. "There are almost more than 100 casualties," Valeria said while shaking her head slightly. "If we make use of a large-scale healing formation, their injuries should be fixed up right away." "All right," Gray smiled hearing this. He knew how much Valeria valued her subordinates, and likewise these subordinates of hers were faithful to her. "I'll just inscribe a large healing formation myself. With them fighting, they must also have some corruption energy inside their system. I will inscribe one which will eliminate that as well," he added. "Then please, Brother Gray," Valeria said seriously, "please help my subordinates." Gray did not say more. He simply activated his mind perception, and immediately he was able to see the injured soldiers on the lowest floor of the corporation's tower. The next moment, Nexus energy surged out from his compressed star, and immediately above the tower of the corporation's special inscriptions lit up. Gray naturally knew how to use a healing formation. Almost all formation masters knew one. Are you even a formation master if you don't know the most basic and most used formations? The name of the array was called Grand Healing Array. This was something he found after going through the Formation Association's vault, which was full of formations. And coincidentally, his comprehension ability kicked in, and he comprehended the array. As the inscriptions formed above the sky, Gray waved his hands, and immediately he formed a layer on top of the Grand Healing Array. He then began inscribing the array which he used to target the High Order members within the Eliminate the Chicken array. And with that done, he infused a large amount of Nexus energy into the array and set the condition. If corruption energy or abyssal energy was found, destroy it. It was safe to assume that they did not have other energies inside their system, as basically almost all High Order members used corruption energy or abyssal energy. With that, Gray had created a custom array which not only targeted one's injuries, but also eliminated the internal corrupt energy. The array diagram shone with light as a beam of light shot out from it and went directly towards the skyscraper of the Azrael Corporation. Within the lower levels of the skyscraper, the blinding light surged forward with great momentum, and the doctors who were keeping the injured under control were stunned seeing this scene. The very next moment, the light turned into a warm glow as it entered the bodies of the injured Azrael Corporation soldiers and members one by one. As soon as it did, their injuries began to heal up rapidly, and a large wound on a soldier's back vanished as if it never existed. Sharp cuts across another soldier's body healed just like that. However, no matter how powerful, a healing array could not regrow limbs, and he would have to use a higher-level formation to do that and would also need rare catalysts that could help regrow their limbs for the purpose. But still, those who had their limbs destroyed or cut off and had an open wound immediately had the wound close as if it never existed in the first place. And one by one the soldiers who were injured woke up in confusion. "The injuries, they're gone. Is that a healing array? It no longer hurts." Back at the top floor, Valeria had already received the call from the lower floor, and hearing the news she immediately went ahead and thanked Gray. "Thank you, Brother Gray," she said in slight excitement. "All of the injuries are gone now." "It's nothing," Gray smiled. He did not mind helping her. She was after all going to be his long-term business partner. "This array. I want to learn it, Master." Werner suddenly spoke from the side, and as an ether evolutionary pathstrider, he naturally had mind perception and saw the formation in the sky. "I also want to learn the array you used to eliminate the High Order," he added. To Werner, eliminating the corruption fields was his biggest dream, and now it had been achieved, so if he learned it himself, he could finish his lifelong goal. Hearing this, Gray laughed slightly and spoke. "The array, aren't you already studying it?" Indeed, Gray had already given the array to Werner for studying, just that he had not realized that yet. "You mean, the one you gave me is actually the array?" Werner was astonished. He did not expect this. No wonder it's so complex. Werner understood. Even though he occasionally received guidance from Gray, he still had not managed to learn the array itself due to its complexity. All this only made Werner appreciate Gray even more. His master had already given him the array. His understanding was too low to realize it. Well then, let's get to the main thing, Gray said as he took a chair from the side and sat down. You should already know why I'm here, right? Gray asked Valeria. She nodded at him. It's about the corporations, right? She inquired. Indeed, Gray nodded. I want all the corporations gone in a day. Either they leave the city or I eliminate their buildings, excluding you, of course. Hearing this, Valeria flashed him a warm smile and spoke. I can definitely make it possible. All you need to do is make an announcement about it, and I can make them leave the city in a day. She was confident on that matter, and with Gray by her side, no one would dare to resist. For them, it was either getting their building and power taken out of their hands or leaving the province and going somewhere else. And in this situation, the latter was always the best option, and any sane person would choose that option. These corporations used to work for Orin, and Gray wanted none of those people here. Starting today, Ashspire City would no longer be run by corporations. Well, it would be considering Azrael Corporation existed, and Gray planned on making it one of the top commercial establishments in the Ascension province. Since he was going to take over this entire planet, why not start with the business side as well? He would slowly make the Golden Chamber lose its effect in the province, as Golden Chamber was still very big in the other 3 cities after all. Also, I'm going to call all the major powers of the 4 cities for a meeting. Gray thought for a moment and added, corporations aside, there were still families left in Ashspire City, and that was the case in the other 3 cities as well, so he would call them for a meeting to discuss some things. Let's schedule it tomorrow, Gray said. Make sure you both are present. Yes, both Valeria and Werner nodded. Good, Gray said while standing up, then he stretched his body. All right, that's all. I'll be going back to my mansion now. He turned to Valeria and spoke. I'm going to sleep. Can you handle whatever comes up when I'm sleeping? Valeria and Werner were people he could trust, but out of the two, Valeria was most definitely more suited for handling situations like this. A bright smile broke out on Valeria's face when she heard this. She knew that Gray trusted her with this, hence she naturally would not fail him. Leave it to me, brother Gray, she said with a smile. You only have to accompany me for a day in return. Hearing this, Gray's lips twitched involuntarily. We'll see about that. After the discussion with Valeria, Gray didn't stay at Azrael Corporation anymore. With important things given to Valeria to handle, he directly went back to his mansion in the main district of Sector 1. During the coming days, he would naturally shift to the City Lord mansion above the sky that was once where City Lord Dorian lived, and now according to the rules he would have to shift there as well. Swoosh, Gray flew over the mansion and neatly descended. As soon as he did, Leah swiftly came out from the mansion. You're back, Leah greeted him with a smile. It didn't take much time to deal with the Ardent family and the Interwire Corporation, Gray said with a laugh. The Ardent family and the Interwire Corporation? Leah tilted her head in confusion. Right, you don't know about them. Gray shook his head. Basically, they are the ones that started this invasion. The city lord of this city, Orin Ardent, was colluding with the High Order. You should recognize him. He was the guy inside the mecha that fought with Dorian. Leah nodded. She remembered him very well. After all, he was the one who went crazy after seeing some information related to Gray and got struck by lightning in the end. Yes, and the Interwire Corporation was also colluding with the High Order. That is precisely why I eliminated them. They weren't worth keeping around anymore, and by tomorrow, the other corporations controlling Ashspire City will leave, and if they don't, I will make them leave. Gray added. Leah was silent hearing the plans of Gray. The person in front of her was in fact the same age as her, no, a bit younger than her, and yet the difference in their statuses was equivalent to heaven and earth. He was a second-rank citizen, and to top it all off, he was the city lord of 4 whole cities which were now all officially second-rate cities. He was only 17. Leah knew how hard the status of city lord was to achieve. Even her father took almost 50 years of working in the military and earning merits to achieve his status as the city lord of a third-rate city. If this was revealed to anyone else, then without a doubt they wouldn't believe her. Anyone sane would undoubtedly deny it. Leah knew that Gray was very talented. He was in a completely different league of his own. This was something she knew from day one. After all, she was the one who found out about his unusualness first. She was confident in that fact since Alyssa knew nothing about it. She also wanted to reach the level of Gray and in the future also be able to help him somehow. If not for him, she wouldn't be alive today. She owed her life to him and so did the entirety of Nova City, yet they had deemed him as a traitor. Just thinking about it made her incredibly angry. However, now the news about this would come out and everything would change. She wanted to see the face of the people that thought ill of Gray. I know you have many questions, Gray said after looking at Leah's expression. Let's go inside and make ourselves comfortable before discussing things. I also have a lot to ask you, your godhood for instance. Yes, Leah nodded. She wanted to ask Gray about what he had been doing until now and talk about what happened with Little Hong. And also there were some things she saw when she awakened her powers. Something perhaps she couldn't tell anyone but Gray. She trusted Gray and believed he would have answers to her questions. To her, Gray was all-knowing. Then, suddenly she sensed a presence. No, not one presence but many. The temperature around the mansion rose sharply as the presences descended, and both Gray and Leah turned their attention to the sky. There stood the army of the Infernals, holding onto their fire spears and burning with the power of hellfire. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing the Infernals, you've gained insight into law of hellfire. One by one, the Infernals descended from the sky and immediately kneeled before Leah in unison. To think you can summon beings at the same power level as you, I'm impressed, Leah. Gray couldn't help but say. Sure, he had Little Hong and Mimi, but compared to Leah, it was simply too little. However, it was fine. His comprehension ability picked up on the ability of Leah. It was only a matter of time before he could spam an army too. All right, let's send them into the secret realm. Gray clapped his hands as he spoke. Immediately, a huge spatial fissure formed near the Infernals. Seeing this, Leah immediately gave the Infernals the command to go inside. They all paid their respects to Leah and immediately began walking into the secret realm. Seeing this, Gray spoke to Leah, "Come, let's go inside and see." Gray wanted to make sure that they wouldn't cause any trouble to the natural habitat of the secret realm. Hence, he decided to put down a huge barrier around the place where they stayed. Can I? Leah was shocked. She never expected Gray to invite her in. Of course, Gray laughed. You aren't a stranger. Come inside, I'll show you around. A smile unconsciously formed on Leah's face when she heard him. Okay. She also knew Alyssa was inside. Maybe she could check up on her as well. With Gray guiding her, she entered the secret realm. Immediately she was hit with dizziness and her body swayed uncontrollably. Only when her stomach lurched did she realize she was no longer standing on solid ground, she was in the air. Her vision blurred for a heartbeat. Just as she completely lost control, a firm hand suddenly caught her waist. Leah's heart immediately skipped a beat. She blinked and looked up to see Gray looking back at her with a smile. "Little Miss Leah, are you fine?" he asked with a laugh. I should have said that the portal directly led to the sky of the secret realm. His hand was still firmly holding onto her waist. Leah's face immediately turned as red as a tomato, the dizziness faded instantly, and she spoke. I'm fine. Then she paused and spoke with a hint of shyness. Why, you can let go of me. Gray smiled hearing this and let her go. Thank you for catching me, she said while being embarrassed. It's fine, Gray replied. Nothing would have happened to you even if you fell from this altitude either way, I just did what anyone else would have done. Leah nodded at him with her face still slightly red from what happened. This was a totally normal reaction for a girl Leah's age, however, she herself didn't realize it yet. However, her mind shifted the next moment when she saw the world around her. She swiftly forgot what happened just now when she saw the realm. What she saw quite literally astonished her. Lots of towering mountains, rivers, beautiful forests, and even beasts roaming around stretched out endlessly around her in all four directions. She didn't expect this at all. Usually secret realms weren't even as big as a mountain, but here there were many. Welcome to my secret realm, Gray said with a smile. I own this place. This is so big, Leah mumbled under her breath. How can a secret realm be this huge? Well, if I'm not wrong, it should essentially become even bigger, he said with a smile. He wasn't wrong. If he got another fragment of the Chaos Seal, this thing should in theory expand more with the two secret realms merging. Gray was sure that by the time he was done, he would have an entire planet-sized secret realm at his disposal, and that was just his estimation. This secret realm alone was very huge, and there were 3 left in the Star-Crest continent alone. Bigger than this? Leah paused. That's right, Gray said with a laugh. All right, let's get these infernals to somewhere that is barren so it doesn't burn the entire forest of the realm down. Gray immediately merged with the secret realm and found a suitable and big place for this group of infernals to live comfortably, without bringing disaster to the entire realm by burning everything. Soon, Gray found the perfect place. It was a barren rocky area with barely any vegetation, and there was a rocky mountain there as well. Found it. Gray opened his eyes and spoke. Then he inquired. These infernals are directly connected to you, right? Yes, they are, Leah affirmed. Hearing this, Gray nodded and stretched his hands out. Hold on to my hands. Leah immediately became embarrassed. Why are we holding hands, Gray? Why was he suddenly asking her to hold his hands? Only she knew how embarrassing the last time was. Why, it's to teleport us to the barren land, Gray said with a smile. It's faster than traveling from air and instantaneous. You can teleport, Leah was surprised. She knew only those powerful fourth-rank beings had the abilities to teleport. I can within the secret realm, Gray explained. All right then. Leah's face turned a pink shade for a brief moment before she braced herself and held onto Gray's soft yet powerful hands firmly. The instant she did, Gray used his consciousness and felt a connection with Leah and the Infernals, locking onto them. He swiftly used his authority as the will of this secret realm and their figures flickered, and the next moment, they were in the barren land Gray found. This time, Leah was prepared. Even though she was dizzy, she didn't forget to fly in the moment. You'll get used to dizziness after you've teleported once or twice, Gray informed. I was very dizzy the first time I entered this realm as well. Spatial warping can be too much for our low-leveled second-ranker brains to take all at once. Leah nodded at him, then she curiously looked around her. She realized the area was very huge and there wasn't much vegetation in the area. This area was perfect for the Infernals except that there was one thing missing. Brother Gray, she softly called out. Yeah. The Infernals prefer somewhere hot. Do you think you can arrange them a very hot place? They are the ones who requested it. Leah was rather embarrassed to request something like this, but even before coming back to the mansion, the Infernals had asked her if she could find them a hot place. Of course that can be arranged, Gray replied shortly. That much is within the possibility of what I can do. He could easily terraform the entirety of the secret realm if he wanted. All he needed was a blueprint and a thought to build a skyscraper out of nothing. Everything he wished and willed was the law inside here. Even nature itself would have to listen to him. And coincidentally, there were dormant fire veins beneath the secret realm. It wasn't just a fire vein, there were earth veins and water veins as well. Those two veins were responsible for the creation of the mountains and rivers across the secret realm. Then there was also the wood vein, which actively worked to create dense forests across the realm. And in this side, there was a fire vein. It made sense as to why there wasn't any vegetation here. It was due to the dormant fire vein. He obviously knew how to make it work again. He turned to Leah and spoke. Can you make the Infernals push out their innate hellfire flames for a moment? Leah immediately nodded and instructed the Infernals to push their innate hellfire flames out, and they did as instructed. Good. Now keep it there, Gray instructed. His consciousness sank into the secret realm's land and immediately he pushed the hellfire into the fire vein. As soon as he did, the fire vein buzzed with power and ripples began to emerge out from it. It pulsed rapidly beneath the ground of the barren land and burst out with immense power. The fire vein immediately learned the fire pattern of the hellfire, and the barren land began to shake uncontrollably. Boom. From the ground, dense lava emerged abruptly, and the temperature began to rise uncontrollably. Cracks spread across the rocky barren land like a web of glowing scars. One after another, pillars of molten fire surged upward, painting the sky in a hellish glow. The previously lifeless terrain trembled as if waking from an ancient nightmare. A low rumble echoed through the secret realm. Gray raised his hand slightly. In that instant, the lava responded like a loyal beast. Fiery streams twisted, merged, and erupted outward, flooding the land in waves of incandescent red. Jagged rocks melted into shimmering pools, and every inch of the ground was swallowed by blistering heat. The entire barren land had transformed in seconds, and now it looked no different from hell. The fire vein, which had recognized the hellfire, would now continue generating more hellfire by using the Infernal's normal fire that went out into the atmosphere. Now, instead of becoming useless, the fire that came out of them naturally would be absorbed by it and used to keep this place stable. Done, Gray glanced at Leah, who was watching the scene in awe, and spoke. The Infernals, sensing the hellfire, immediately became overjoyed and immediately went down one by one. Leah and Gray silently watched the Infernals making themselves comfortable in the newly developed land in the secret realm. Then, Gray turned to Leah and spoke. Now that it's done, do you want to go back and chat? Leah met his gaze and immediately nodded. She couldn't wait to tell him everything she saw when she awakened and also ask him about being the so-called creator of Little Hung. She was also curious about what happened with Orin. Then, she heard Gray speak again. Actually, on second thought, why don't we just make ourselves comfortable in the secret realm and chat? Gray thought about it more carefully, and if he went back into the mansion, Eterna would be eavesdropping on their conversation. And what Leah would reveal to him were some things that Eterna did not need to know for now. Although he trusted the AI, it was still under the current Federation Master's control, and who knew if that man could eavesdrop on him without Gray knowing. He had learned from the past and was now always cautious about things. That was also the reason why he did not reveal anything to the immortal lady. Of course, it was also due to the fact that revealing things to her might not even prove useful since, as she was very weak and could not even do much aside from taking one or two attacks from a late-stage second ranker and stopping time. He wanted to play it safe, and the last thing he wanted was people stabbing him from the back. The people he could actually trust could be counted on one hand, such as his sister, Valeria, Werner the twin, the grand disciple of his, and finally Leah. She was someone who could keep a secret, and he also realized that she had grown from a little lady of Nova City to someone strong and wise. She may as well be his ally in the future. Besides, he was sure that she knew he was the one behind the Etha evolutionary path. After all, when he was battling that Zurith guy from the Abyss, he utilized all three aspects of his powers, and Leah saw it in a picture-clear way. Yet she still kept a tight lip even after these 2 whole months of separation, hence he trusted her. Likewise, Gray also knew that she trusted him very much as well. It was plain obvious, and even the matters of the infernals were discussed with him before she took action. Seeing her respect and trust towards him, he would naturally treat her the same way. Why is that? Leah tilted her head in confusion. Eterna, Gray replied with a smile. She loves eavesdropping on things, and that is especially the case for me since me and her closely interact with each other on a daily basis. You both interact with each other on a daily basis, Leah was surprised. She remembered the time when Eterna suddenly began to speak like a human with the immortal lady. Did you know about Eterna being sentient? She couldn't help but ask. That is correct, Gray replied. I was rather surprised when I found out too. The governing AI speaking and acting like a human was quite comical. He had naturally noticed the small talks the immortal lady and Eterna had while he was clashing with Orin. His mind perception's range was quite literally huge enough to cover the entire province at the peak of the second rank, and that was just him suppressing it. That was not even the full potential of it. Is there anything in this world that you don't know about? Leah couldn't help but ask with her face twitching. From Eterna to the abyssal beings to her being a god and even identifying her endless potential body, it was almost like nothing could be hidden from him. Gray always had the answers to her questions, and honestly speaking, she had never seen him unable to answer anything. It was almost like relevant information appeared in his head whenever you asked him something. Just what are you? Leah couldn't help but ask. You clearly aren't human. A being that can even keep my divine energy under check, she added as she analyzed his expression. She wanted to get to the bottom of this. She wanted to know Gray better. Well, I'm technically confused as to what I am right now, Gray smiled. Although he was a saint, it did not mean he became part of a different race. It was more of a state of existence rather than a race, and it simply could not be defined as such. At least that was what the information that appeared in his head from the seal of sainthood mentioned, although Gray thought differently. Right now, he was half a step into becoming a full-fledged sage. But even now, there was the power of sainthood permeating his body and most importantly his eyes. It was only a matter of time before his body completely transformed into that of a saint body, not just an eye. Hence, he believed sainthood was similar to a transformation technique which allowed one to either change races, like how bloodline warriors became half-beasts, or even transcend their current limited low-level mortal human race into something higher like the high human and such. Does it have something to do with the sainthood? Leah paused as she spoke, trying to remember the words of the immortal lady Zia Kingyu. Indeed, Gray nodded. He knew that the immortal lady probably made it public when she sensed the power of sainthood descending down. So he was not surprised by Leah knowing about it. It's related to that, yes. Due to that, I'm still confused about my own race, but I was once human, that is for sure, Gray explained. Leah nodded at this, and since he himself was confused about it, there was no point in asking further. Come, let's make ourselves comfortable. I know a good place. Gray smiled and held his hand out. Seeing this, Leah paused slightly, already knowing why he did that. She hesitated slightly before firmly holding onto Gray's hand for the third time today and teleported out. A's vision flashed. Before she could react, the scorching heat of the Hellfire land vanished, replaced by a cool, refreshing sensation that brushed against her skin. The distant roar of flames faded into the gentle sound of flowing water, and a soft breeze slipped past her, carrying with it the faint rustle of bamboo leaves. They were now inside a small ancient pavilion. Its stone roof was supported by weathered pillars, and at the center stood a round table carved entirely from rock, accompanied by 2 matching stone seats. Through the open sides of the pavilion, she could see a serene bamboo forest on one side and a calm river flowing gracefully on the other. The entire scene wrapped in a quiet, timeless tranquility. Leah immediately took a deep breath seeing this scene. She felt refreshed being here. Did you make this, Gray? She asked curiously as she drew in the fresh air. Of course not, he shook his head. He could essentially make one without a doubt, but why bother when this place already existed? He noticed it when he was scanning the secret realm to search for a place for the infernals, and he believed it was something Brandon created himself. Have a seat, Gray gestured towards Leah and sat down. Seeing this, Leah followed suit and also sat down with him. Immediately, Gray took out the wine that Werner had brought him. The last time he visited Werner at the Formation Association's headquarters to create his AV, he had asked him to send the bottle of wine he had drunk when he sat in the main office of the association. And Werner did, as he was told, and sent a batch of it. Now he had plenty of tasty and refreshing wine within his spatial ring. As soon as Gray took the wine out, Leah was surprised. Is this the Springfield wine? The what wine? Gray tilted his head. I have no idea, I just like drinking it, I never bothered with the names. It's a wine manufactured by a 3-star essence infusion chef. She spoke carefully as she analyzed the bottle. I only ever drank this once or twice in Nova City. It's really hard to get. Just one bottle alone is sought out by even third-ranking experts. Essence infusion chef, huh? Gray nodded. The last time he had heard of an essence infusion chef was back in Nova City, when he was tasting the 100-year-old divine wine by a 3-star essence infusion chef in the Golden Chamber, along with Leah. During these 2 months, he never really paid attention to this specific profession. However, now that he had remembered it, he would check it out once he was free. I don't know if it's the same thing or not, but it's very good. You should try some. 2 small wine cups appeared, and Gray used telekinesis to pour them both an equal amount. Gray took a hold of the cup and gulped it down slowly, savoring its taste. Leah did the same, and as soon as she did, she confirmed. Yes, this is definitely the Springfield wine. Having tasted the wine before, she could tell from just the first sip alone that it was the real thing. Gray merely shrugged. Is that so? If you like it, just tell me. I got like more than 50 bottles of these in my spatial ring. Leah chuckled dryly when she heard this. She was past the stage of being shocked by Gray's things. She just took the wine bottle and poured herself another drink. She gulped it down, and with the ambience and the refreshing taste of the wine, Leah calmed down, becoming more relaxed. At the same time, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Just the two of them, her and Gray here in this bamboo forest, did this not mean that this was a date? A date. She shook her head quickly. No, that was not why they were here. They were here to tell each other secrets. Secrets? Leah's face flushed red, and she imagined something else when she thought about secrets. Then she snapped out of her thoughts when Gray began speaking. All right, now tell me what exactly happened to you. How did you suddenly become a god? I'm sure it's related to your endless potential body, but last time I checked you were human. Hearing this, Leah was silent. She poured herself another cup and gulped it down before speaking. It all began when I came to the Three Guards province, she softly said. I didn't know why, but all of a sudden I started having strange dreams. Strange dreams? Gray inquired curiously as he waved his hand and poured himself and Leah a cup of wine. Yes, Leah nodded, strange dreams about an axe. The instant Gray heard the term axe, he paused, and so did Leah. She was looking at him as if she wanted to know if he knew something about it or not. And from his reaction just now, she confirmed it. An axe, you say? Gray frowned and spoke. I saw you speaking with Little Hong. Do you know what she is? Yes, Leah immediately nodded, her heart slightly racing. Little Hong told me that she sensed a strange power similar to her brother from me, and that she was an axe. A similar power to her brother? Gray was dumbfounded. Which one was she talking about? He knew she had 2 other siblings, one allegedly being the heavenly Tao that encompasses and governs all of existence itself. As for the other, he did not know. I don't know, she shook her head. But what she reacted to was the law I awakened after undergoing transformation. She was going to push her law out to show Gray and explain it to him, but... You mean the law of Hengmeng? Gray had a thoughtful expression on his face. Leah's lips were tightly sealed. Indeed, what was she thinking? This fellow knew everything for God's sake and even knew about the grand law she cultivated even though he had not seen it in action yet. That's right, the law of Hengmeng, Leah replied awkwardly. She honestly wanted to surprise Gray with her law, yet he already seemed to know about it and did not even show a surprised expression. It made her wonder if he had an even more powerful law. The law of Hengmeng, Gray was naturally aware of its existence, and just from the little insight he received, he could tell that this law was far superior to whatever he had right now. Of course, since it was picked up by his ability, it meant it could be comprehended, and he could use Leah's help to comprehend it faster. At the same time, it also made him curious. This law was something related to the gods. If that was the case, was there a law related to the Nexus? Gray believed there might actually be something like that. He just hadn't sensed it or realized its existence yet. He had already decided to research the laws once he was done with all the City Lord stuff. He would lock himself inside the mansion till he created a transformation and maybe even find the Nexus Law. That matter aside, Gray thought that it was likely that Little Hong was related to the gods before, but now hearing things from Leah confirmed it. Leah saw an axe when she awakened, and Little Hong was quite literally the consciousness of some axe. And from what Leah said, she started feeling strange and seeing weird dreams when she reached Three Guards Province. And the Three Guards Province was close to Aspire City where the secret realm was in. It did not take him much thinking to connect all the dots. If I'm not wrong, the reason you awakened is most likely due to Little Hong. Gray conveyed his thoughts to Leah. I think so too, Leah nodded. Before awakening, I sensed something from the south of the City Lord Mansion. That is where Aspire City was at. Brother Gray, what exactly is Little Hong? I feel a strange sense of familiarity when I look at her. All I know about her is that she is the so-called Axe's consciousness. Gray shook his head. As for what axe, I don't know, maybe it is something related to the gods. At the same time, Gray posed another question. Did you awaken any sort of memories, like something related to the gods? To this, Leah immediately nodded. Yes, I saw things related to the gods. Leah thought for a moment and spoke. Aside from the axe, I also saw other strange dreams about a timeless place. In that world, time doesn't exist, and everything there was extremely glitchy, almost like I cannot observe the things in the world. Gray's expression changed drastically when he heard her words. Although he knew gods did not originate from Blue Star, he did not expect this. A timeless place, you say? Gray was serious. What did a place without time signify? It has to be mentioned the entire universe is the product of time and space. Take out time and the universe will cease to exist. And Leah actually dreamt of a place with no concept of time. Gray was stunned. Maybe he had underestimated the gods a bit too much. He thought they were most likely in the same universe. But after listening to Leah's words, Gray was certain. These so-called gods lived in a world that transcends the concept of time and space. Are they actually higher dimensional beings? Gray wondered. That's right, a timeless world that seemed endless, but I couldn't make things out properly. The current me is incapable of making out what is up there. Then she paused, and as if she thought of something, she spoke. Gray, this world isn't the only one which exists. This was something she saw when she awakened. She saw countless worlds. The amount was so massive the mere thought stunned her into silence. This world of ours is massive, she added. The planet we live on is but a speck of sand compared to the bigger world out there, and from the foreign information I received, they call this place the Starry Sky. Gray raised an eyebrow hearing about this. You received information about the Starry Sky. That is correct, Leah nodded. Do you know anything about the Starry Sky, Brother Gray? From the way he spoke, Leah caught it quickly. I do. Gray poured himself a cup of wine and spoke. The senior you met in the City Lord Mansion and the AI you are closely familiar with, Eterna, is also from the Starry Sky. What? Leah was astonished. Gray didn't mind revealing it to her since she knew about the Starry Sky. It was only natural that he told her about it. He also wanted to see her reaction to everything, the huge conspiracy which was the Blue Star. Then, since Eterna is from the Starry Sky, why isn't there any information related to this? Leah was someone who, while not aware of everything, still knew what was important and what was not. Hence, she was certain that there was no news or anything related to the Starry Sky known or available. In fact, if there were, then she herself would have known about it prior to this. It was almost as if someone was deliberately hiding the information about the Starry Sky. Your thinking is correct. Gray already knew what was on her mind. The information related to the Starry Sky is deliberately hidden by the Federation and Eterna. What caused them to hide away things related to it? Leah was confused and at the same time serious. To conceal everything related to the Starry Sky to the point the natives of this world did not even know what the sun and moon were was definitely very suspicious. Leah herself knew about the stars in the Starry Sky. To be more accurate, she now knew everything about the Starry Sky, ranging from what a black hole is to even what a supernova was. All the relevant information appeared in her mind as if these were something she should know about. The reason, Gray had not thought that far yet, but it was obvious as to why it was concealed. People of Blue Star could not leave the planet due to the curse. Since that was the case, there was no point in revealing things about the Starry Sky. Knowing things about a place that you could never reach would only make the public more agitated and, in the end, spill more disaster. Hence, the best decision was to keep things related to the Starry Sky under wraps. But he was not sure if he should reveal this to Leah or not. He did not reveal it to the immortal lady either. Only by breaking the walls that covered the Statcrest continent would he reveal it to others. To be more accurate, he would only gain more confidence to reveal it to others once he broke the barrier put down by Brandon and went to the world beyond. Who knows? Gray lied. Maybe Eterna might have an answer, but I have personally asked her, and she said she will only reveal it once I reach 4th rank citizenship. How long have you known about this, Gray? Leah was numb at this point. He knew everything and anything. She herself learned about the starry sky only thanks to her own godly powers. But that could not be said the same for Gray. She honestly doubted if he was from the starry sky and was someone who reincarnated. I know what you're thinking, Gray laughed. But no, I'm not some old monster from the starry sky. I'm the same age as you. And how do you know about everything? Leah eyed him suspiciously. Didn't you say yourself that Eterna didn't tell you anything about the starry sky? I'm just talented, Gray spread his arms. What can I say? Nothing can hide from me. That's just how things are. What he said wasn't exactly false. Nothing could be hidden from him for long because his heaven-defying comprehension was truly heaven-defying to the point all he had to do was deduce something, and it would instantly give him the answer in the form of insights. Not even the so-called gods who he now confirmed as higher-dimensional beings could escape from it. Actually, on the other hand, this thing also helped him comprehend Nexus energy. Didn't that already speak for its capabilities? Nexus energy was even more superior than the divine energy Leah cultivated. The same excuse again, Leah grumbled. I'm tired of hearing it. Gray simply smiled helplessly. He really didn't want to reveal things related to him. He couldn't just say that he was from another world with no cosmic energy and was an ordinary citizen before crossing over. And the reason he knew about the starry sky was due to the extensive knowledge of the scientists, and traveling to outer space in person back in his world could he. He just didn't want to reveal the matters of his transmigration to anyone, and that was the same for his cheat. Even if he died, he wouldn't reveal it to anyone. Its existence was peculiar to the point it outshined even the Nexus energy he cultivated. He couldn't even imagine its real origins and what sort of consequences would come from revealing it to anyone. Besides, the rules of transmigration clearly specified to never reveal anything about your cheat to anyone. As an avid web novel reader, he understood this rule all too well. I'm sorry, Leah. I really can't reveal anything about myself. You should have already seen what happened to Oren Guy. I understand, Leah shook her head and smiled gently. I was only joking with you earlier. I won't force you to say anything. She leaned closer and her voice softened, warm and sincere. When the day comes that you're ready to tell me everything, I'll be here. I'll wait for you to open up to me. I want to know more about you. Gray raised an eyebrow when he heard her words. This sounded like a confession for some reason. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Leah should really word herself better. Still, he decided to tease her a little. Is that a confession, Miss Leah? Gray laughed. Leah flinched when she heard this. She realized what she had just said straight to his face. Her words were genuine, but the way she worded them on the other hand. Color rushed into her face, blooming across her cheeks like sunset spilling over snow. That's not it. She snapped her gaze away, covering her mouth with the back of her hand as if that could hide the embarrassment spreading across her face. Gray, don't twist my words. Her voice came out a pitch higher than usual, which only made Gray grin wider. I only meant. She tried again, but the moment she replayed her own words in her head, her flush deepened. I was being sincere, not that. Who would confess to you? Leah said while turning her head to the side. You've been teasing me continuously since we met. Don't do that anymore. I'm sorry, Miss Leah. I hope you will forgive me, Gray replied with a smile. All right then, let's get back to the topic. Yes, Leah immediately agreed. She hated being teased by Gray, and the worst part was she couldn't even talk back. If this was any other man, she would have said some harsh words. But Gray was Gray. She couldn't say anything to him for some reason. Changing the subject, she spoke. Gray, Little Hong calls you her father. According to her, you created her and her siblings. It's not me, Gray replied swiftly. I'm still only 17 years old. How can I be the father to her? He didn't want any misunderstanding. He was still 17, 1 or 2 months away from officially turning 18. How could he have created Little Hong? Leah chuckled softly when she saw Gray explaining himself. There were instances where Gray also panicked as well. Sighing, he spoke. She thinks I'm her father because of my energy. Because of your energy, Leah frowned. Do you mean to say that your energy actually created Little Hong, the axe which helped me awaken? I guess, Gray tilted his head. That's what Little Hong said at least. I don't have definite proof that my energy created Little Hong or her siblings. Little Hong doesn't seem to be the type to lie, Leah replied. But who are these siblings that she keeps talking about? I know that her so-called brother is someone who utilizes the law of Hung Meng like me. I don't know about that, but... Gray paused, poured himself another drink of wine before staring blankly at Leah and speaking. The heavenly Tao is her sibling according to her. Leah's expression stiffened when she heard this. Don't worry, I had the same reaction too, he chuckled dryly seeing her reaction. Are you sure you aren't joking? Leah asked with twitching lips. She knew Gray liked to joke around, but from his expression she could already tell that there might be some truth to this. I wish I was, Gray replied helplessly. Of course I don't trust it completely, maybe there was some sort of mistake. Her memories aren't complete yet after all. She might be right. Leah remembered the scene where she saw a woman walking towards a throne, and within that scene, she heard the shout of Legion of Gods calling out respectfully towards the woman as the Empress, and she immediately began to receive the foreign informations like the one related to starry sky, and one of the notable ones was, gods are beings that exist equal to the heavenly Tao. And considering the connection between her and Little Hong, there might be some relation between them. At the same time, there was a superiority to Little Hong whenever she observed her. If gods are beings that exist equal to the heavenly Tao, and the powerful and ancient acts that helped her awaken as a god was Little Hong, then it was very possible that Little Hong was a very powerful being, as powerful as the heavenly Tao. Leah thought for a moment and decided to tell Gray about the woman and the words that appeared in her head as well. A woman called the Empress and the Legion of Gods. Gray looked at Leah strangely. He seemed to be in deep thought for a moment, then he spoke. He seemed to have realized something. Leah, are you perhaps the reincarnation of this woman? Reincarnation? Leah's face stiffened. How could that be? I cannot be that woman, right? However, Leah fell silent just as quickly. She realized over the course of this week or two, her personality had begun to drastically change, almost like she was possessed. In fact, she even thought that she was possessed and went to an immortal cultivator who specialized in ghosts to seek help, yet nothing was of use. Now, listening to Gray's words, she was conflicted. I've already noticed your behaviors, Gray said casually as he drank one cup of wine. While you act the same towards me, it cannot be said the same to others. I'll be honest, you weren't the brightest mind I knew before. Ha-ha, Leah laughed awkwardly when she heard him. There was some truth to it, but listening to it from Gray himself rather hurt. But you've changed now, Gray observed. Your aura is different, you're more reserved and calmer than usual. The Leah I knew would be panicking when something like a high-order invasion appeared. Although they didn't know each other for long, Gray still taught her for hours. There was a saying that if you train together, then you are at your most vulnerable time when your true character comes out. Although he was no expert, he could still discern that she had changed. About that, Leah softly said, I don't know for sure. There have been instances where I realized that I have changed, my personality had become different, and coincidentally, I am now capable of analyzing someone's move and making an instant counter to it. She paused. It's almost like I knew what someone's next move will be. From what I know, this is something only someone who had experienced countless battles can achieve. The number of fights I've fought could be counted on one hand. You can analyze an opponent's move and instantly counter it. Gray raised an eyebrow. Leah nodded silently. Then how about we test it out? Gray stood up from his spot. If you want to. Leah nodded and also stood up. Good, Gray spoke as he took a step forward. Immediately a sword appeared in his hands as he sliced it forward, catching Leah off guard. Leah was alarmed, however just as quickly, a sword appeared in her hands and it moved on its own. Clank. To Gray's surprise, his unexpected attack was actually deflected. Although the power of the Burst Force Talisman had diminished completely now, he was still very strong. His current power level was between the 5th and 6th level, and he definitely wouldn't lose to Leah in terms of reaction speed, especially with something like a Saint's Eye. At the same time, he also noticed that her posture was awkward, almost like her body itself was controlled by someone else to counter it. Out of curiosity, Gray activated Time Stop and he swung his sword at Leah. He wanted to test something. Since the gods existed in the timeless world, did that mean Leah wouldn't be affected? He was sure that she was stopped in time the last time he used it, but he wanted to see what would happen if she was being attacked. Buzz's sword energy flared as it rushed towards Leah like a huge mountain pressing down on the world. However, she showed no sign of moving. She was frozen in time just like everything else around him. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically. His heart skipped a beat. SHNN. A golden light abruptly shone from Leah's forehead, and the following moment a seal formed and a booming voice followed after. Who dares to harm the monarch of the Legion of God? The voice was ethereal, and the instant it appeared, the time-frozen secret realm shook with tremor. To Gray's dismay, a glitchy figure abruptly appeared above Leah. There was no doubt about it, this was God Tongue. The instant he saw the thing, his mind went blank as an influx of information suddenly began appearing in his head. He suddenly saw the specks of lights in the starry sky disappearing and being recreated over and over. Not good, Gray was stunned. He realized that his mind was completely being overpowered from the influx of information. If he didn't stop this right now, he might die from brain death. However, just as quickly as it happened, Leah's figure flickered and in the time-frozen space her eyes widened. Stop, she instinctively called out, seeing Gray gritting his teeth in pain. However, the figure didn't seem to respond. At the same time, the second limit of Gray's ability went away and time returned to normal. The figure was still there. Those who lay a hand on the monarch shall die. As it spoke, reality itself began to twist and turn, the space around them warping like ripples spreading through a shattered mirror. The air trembled with an overwhelming pressure that pressed down on Gray's body, sealing his limbs and locking his breath in his throat. In that moment, he realized he could no longer move, as if an unseen power had chained his very existence in place. However, that didn't last long. Buzz, the Nexus energy within Gray's body surged out of his Nexus compressed star without restraint. It churned with a wrathful intensity, as if the very notion of something daring to challenge its perfection was an unforgivable sin. Boom, the eruption that followed blasted out of Gray like a collapsing heaven. A violent tidal wave of power that ripped through the space around him and hurled Leah into the air as if she weighed nothing. In the next instant, the glitchy figure that had targeted Gray halted mid-action, its form stuttering as if reality itself refused to let it move. A heartbeat later, the figure flickered violently, trembling as though it had glimpsed a terror it could not comprehend, before falling to its knees and vanishing in a single abrupt flash. Leah, on the other hand, was slightly injured from the explosion of Nexus energy that took place. However, just as quickly, light emerged from her head and her injuries began to heal up. Gray, on the other hand, realizing he could move again, swiftly took control of his Nexus energy. However, to his surprise, he couldn't control it fully. It was almost as if it triggered by something. Could the Nexus energy be angry? Almost as if it had a consciousness of its own. But it made sense. Something tried to threaten its domination over everything. How could the energy of perfection let it slide? Not even the gods would be exempt from it. Gray eventually took control of it, and the Nexus energy stirred once and went back into his compressed Nexus star. Then, Gray's lips twitched uncontrollably. There was no need to say anything. This was something he brought to himself. And he got the karma for what he did. But on the other hand, one thing was for certain. He would never attack Leah when he had time stopped. He almost died just now. If he didn't have the Nexus energy, he would have most likely perished here. Once again, Nexus energy came to his rescue. It was his final defense against powerful beings, and today he also learned that it worked even more effectively against higher dimensional beings like a god. The god quite literally trembled and kneeled when it sensed Nexus energy and fled like a cat that got its tail pulled. Perhaps it knew something about his Nexus energy. If it did, then he definitely needed to have a talk with it. But the question still remained, was the thing sentient or not? The way it acted, especially when it sensed Nexus energy, was that of being sentient. However, at the same time, it could also be just a fragment within Leah meant to help her from trouble. Of course, the only way to find out was from Leah herself, and he doubted that she knew anything about it. Gray, are you hurt? Leah flew towards Gray like a shooting star as she examined him with worry and concern. I'm fine, Gray replied while shaking his head. His mind palace had slightly cracked under pressure, but it could be fixed in a day or two, nothing to worry about. It was way better than dying under the power of a god. It wasn't me, Gray. I didn't release that thing, Leah said while panicking. She didn't want Gray to misunderstand her. She didn't even realize what had happened. It was almost like time itself had been skipped, and the next second she was in a gray world with no color and a huge glitchy being above her. It's fine, I know it wasn't you. Gray smiled as he took a healing potion out of his spatial ring and drank it in one gulp. I just wanted to see if stopping time would have any effects on you, to see if you would be able to move when I stopped time, Gray said with twitching lips. And I got my answer. Not only can you move with time stopped, there is also a powerful being residing inside you, protecting you from harm. I attacked you with killing intent, and it emerged instantly to protect you and to eliminate me. Why? You stopped time, Leah was astonished. How is that possible? She wasn't focusing on what happened, rather on the stopping time part. For a moment, she didn't know what to say anymore. It made sense, she remembered during the broadcast when he was giving his speech as the new city lord of the Ascension province. Varin abruptly attacked him, and in the next moment, almost as if time was skipped, Varin was under Gray's feet. Even if you were fast, that shouldn't be possible normally, but with time being stopped, anything was possible. The Gray world was you stopping time? Leah asked thoughtfully. Indeed, Gray said with a smile. I thought you knew, considering how much of a chatterbox the immortal lady is. She should have mentioned it once or twice. The only thing she mentioned was about your sainthood, Leah thought for a moment and said. Well, this ability is part of my sainthood, Gray explained as he sat back on the stone bench. Seeing this, Leah did the same. Then Gray spoke again. That matter aside, we finally know what you are. You yourself should have heard what it said, right? Gray asked with a smile. Leah nodded silently. She heard clearly what it called her, Monarch of the Legion of Gods. The title stunned her into silence. You are indeed the so-called Empress you saw in your memories, Gray said with a smile. That means you are a reincarnated god. Yeah, Leah said bitterly, to think she would actually be a powerful god in her previous life. But that wasn't much of a concern for her. Instead, her heart was heavy just thinking about the so-called previous life. At the same time, she had a big question in her heart that made her uncomfortable. Gray, she softly called out, if I awaken my memories, will I stop being who I am right now? She paused, staring deeply at Gray. What if I stop being friends with you after awakening my memories? To this, Gray simply shrugged. That is for the future, the current you still hasn't fully awakened your memories. So there is no point in thinking about it right now. Leah nodded absent-mindedly. Not just him, what if she forgot or even completely avoided her old friends when she awakened her memories? Her personality itself had undergone a drastic change. She could only imagine what would happen when she awakened her previous life memories. She could only stay silent for now. Calm down, Leah, Gray smiled, seeing her expression. He didn't blame her for being down. He would most likely have the same reaction when he learned about his previous life too. Except he already knew what his previous life was, as he was a transmigrator. Leah and Gray had one thing in common that way: they were both people that crossed over to this world. Let's not think about it for now. What is going to happen will definitely happen, and there is nothing we can do about it unless we become more powerful, Gray added. Power can reshape anything and everything, even perfection itself. Yes, Leah nodded silently. Then, out of curiosity, Gray asked, that glitchy being came out from a seal on your forehead. Can you summon it out for me? The seal, Leah tilted her head, then shook her head. I can't summon it on my own. It only appears whenever I use my portal technique, and now with me being attacked. Oh, Gray nodded. It's fine then, I just wanted to observe it more closely. And see if I can comprehend anything from the seal, Gray mused in his mind. Anyways, Leah, I am sure your evolutionary path changed. I no longer feel any immortal energy from you. Before, when he was assisting her in controlling the divine energy, he had noticed her internal structure using true origin sight. Using it, he was able to discern her energy source and where it flowed. And inside her, there was a compressed star similar to the one he had, but the thing was, there were two of them. One in her abdomen area and another near her heart. These two compressed stars constantly drew in cosmic energy in the atmosphere and converted it into divine energy. Yes, my evolutionary path has changed. Leah confirmed it. I now follow the God evolutionary paths. The evolutionary path she obtained was very clear, and compared to the usual paths, it was incredibly strong. It can help me cultivate both my body and energy at the same time. Leah spoke as she recalled the information. The end goal of this evolutionary path is to form something called a God will. As of now, the part that appeared in my head has 5 chapters, each one noted by stars from 1 to 5, and if I'm not wrong there should be more. The stars should correlate to the 5 ranks of evolution. Leah, having awakened as a god, naturally knew all about the 5th rank. She knew the immensity of this world and knew the 4th rank was just one of the many higher ranks out there. It has an origin manifestation realm chapter 2, Gray immediately became excited. To Gray, who created his own evolutionary path, taking reference from other paths to make it more perfect was the most ideal way to do it. And the so-called gods, beings that were close to perfection, would definitely let him make a fully perfect origin manifestation realm chapter for this Nexus evolutionary path. The more reference he had, the better. Gray, what did you say, origin manifestation realm? Leah quickly caught what Gray had said. That is right, Gray nodded. Origin manifestation realm, that is the name of the 5th rank. It actually has a name. Did that senior who is Evan's master tell you about it? Leah inquired curiously. Indeed, Gray replied. Every single rank from 1st to 5th has a name, starting from Tempering Realm, Transformation Realm, Core Formation, Domain Manifestation Realm, and finally the Origin Manifestation Realm. These are the officially established names that people of the Starry Sky use to identify an evolver. The people of the Starry Sky. What are they like? Leah wanted to know more. Having realized that there was a bigger world out there, she wanted to go out and see what it was about for herself. Well, we already have 2 people that come from the Starry Sky, and so far they are definitely a weird bunch. Gray spoke calmly. The senior is a powerful being that can easily destroy this world, and then there is Eterna, who refuses to reveal anything and is probably planning something on her own. Speaking of Eterna, he was curious as to when she descended into Blue Star. From what Brandon said, it was obvious that Eterna was not there during the time when the Dei Palace descended. Then, if Blue Star was completely undetected by the powerhouses of the Starry Sky, how did she find it? There was also a possibility that Eterna came from the Dei Palace itself. Although the possibility was terrifying, it was still a possibility, as the evolutionary paths came directly from the Dei Palace. And coincidentally, Eterna was found along with the three evolutionary paths when cosmic energy resurfaced from the planet's core. There was also his own sister. It was obvious that she was not human. Her origin definitely was not from Blue Star, as there were no mentions of any dragons appearing on Blue Star. Forget that, not even the Starry Sky had them. Who exactly brought Eterna and Alyssa here, and what was Richard's connection to all this? It had to be noted that Alyssa and Richard were blood related. There was even DNA proof of that. How did Richard come to have a daughter that was a true origin dragon? It simply did not make sense. Then there was also the mystery of his own birth. Gray had been pushing that thought away for some time now. Richard had tried finding traces of his parents, yet nothing came out. Out of curiosity, Gray asked Eterna about it, and to his surprise, even she did not know. The AI that oversaw the entirety of Blue Star, which probably knew everything about Blue Star, could not find the traces of his parents. According to her, the first sighting of him as a baby was when Richard found him. Before that, there were no traces of him or anything related to him at all. Now, it might seem normal, but in a world filled with technology and cameras, escaping them was harder than escaping the pursuit of 100 men. It was almost as if he had just spawned out of nowhere. This led Gray to believe that he also had a starry sky origin. Well, that was the case for Richard and Alyssa as well. Eterna did not have any records on them either. Richard had suddenly appeared in Nova City as a refugee with Alyssa in hand as a baby, and had been living there ever since like an ordinary citizen. Eterna never paid attention to them until now. Although he would not say for certain that they came from the starry sky, as according to the immortal lady, there were no dragons in the starry sky. Perhaps they came from a completely different universe like him. If a world without cosmic energy could exist, then a world full of dragons could also exist. Him crossing over was the definite proof of that. Whatever the case was, he would need to have a chat with Richard after this. He planned on directly going to Nova City to pay the Duskwood family a visit after he was done meeting with the major factions of the Ascension province, and perhaps also take Nova City under his name. He did not care if the guy was Leah's dad or not. If he did not give him the title, he would just take it by force with Eterna's help. Nothing could stop him from unifying the southern region. His aspirations might be big, but Gray's were even bigger than his. To reach the starry sky, if he had to destroy the Federation itself, then he would do it. He refused to be trapped inside Blue Star, and with his heaven-defying comprehension, he would one day break the curse. With the lengthy internal musing done, Gray turned to Leah, who absent-mindedly sipped on wine. The bottle of wine was almost over now. "Well then, Leah, how about we take this for another day?" Gray said with a smile. They had talked a lot and even learned about Leah's origins. He believed the majority of things had been talked about. Since that was the case, it was time to head back, go to sleep, and wake up fresh tomorrow to terrorize the local factions, have a meeting with the local factions. As for Leah's evolutionary path, he still had time to check it out later, there was no rush. Yes. Leah nodded. She was mentally tired too. Today was an eventful day and she wanted to be with herself for some time to catch up on her thoughts and calm herself down. Gray nodded and snapped his fingers. Instantly, they were back in the real world. After coming back, Gray arranged a room for Leah to stay in, and little Hong was still soundly asleep in the room. He did not know why, but she should wake up by tomorrow. As for Alyssa, he had checked on her before coming back, and she was still in the process of undergoing transformation. He also noticed a dragon scale forming around her. The scale was covering her in a circle that formed the shape of an egg. She would more or less become fully covered in it in a day or two. With that thought settled, Gray went directly to sleep. He shut his brain off completely as he fell into sleep. And as soon as he did, he surprisingly found himself in a dream. He never expected to start dreaming once he decided to sleep after a long time. Inside the dream, he was within the starry sky. Wherever he looked, he saw glowing stars and light in the distance. But why was he so awake within this dream? He could move and think just like he could in the real world. The next instant, although his questions remained unanswered, a light abruptly flickered in the sky. A massive spaceship appeared out of nowhere. It was unbelievably huge, large enough that it almost seemed bigger than an entire planet. The ship's outer surface was smooth and metallic, shaped like a long oval with a pointed front. Bright blue lines ran across its hull, forming patterns similar to circuits, clearly showing that it was built with extremely advanced technology. The entire ship was covered by a faint glowing barrier that looked like a transparent shield, giving off a soft hum that echoed through the empty space. Its walls were thick and reinforced, made to withstand anything. Rows of lights blinked along the sides, and several large engines at the back released waves of energy that rippled gently in the air. As he stared, more light flickered in the distance, and just like the spaceship that appeared, more similar ones appeared. Am I that obsessed with the starry sky that I started seeing dreams about it? Gray's lips twitched. The spaceships looked like they came straight out of a sci-fi movie. It was pretty realistic for a dream, maybe becoming a higher-ranked evolver with a higher mind meant a more realistic dreaming experience. He had read somewhere that a second ranker who loved sleeping and was an esper loved to dream because his dreams were all in 4K ultra quality apparently. Maybe this was a similar situation. The spaceships that had descended suddenly rang out with alarms, and instantly, out of their metallic bodies, several powerful weapons emerged. Gray began to hear indescribable words ringing throughout the starry sky. The next moment his eyes widened. BZZ. Like a crack in a TV, a huge chunk of the starry sky broke apart like it was nothing. Out of it, a giant hand covered in mysterious patterns emerged. The instant it did, the indescribable voice rang out again. The next moment, the myriad spaceships all fired at the hand in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Within Gray's vision, he saw the light across the starry sky dimming with each attack blasting out of the spaceships. His vision shifted, and the next moment he saw the same light beam that emerged out of the spaceship rushing toward a galaxy. Boom, space collapsed in an instant, and the galaxy that was hit with the attack from the spaceship was vaporized. His vision shifted again. The hand that stayed immobile until now moved. A terrifying suction force formed around its palms, space and time twisted, and the world flashed black and white. The next moment, the indescribable voice rang out again. He still could not understand a single word, yet this time he clearly felt it. Fear, panic, and desperation overflowed from the voice as if something terrible had just been confirmed. Boom, a blinding light exploded before his eyes like a flashbang going off. His vision turned pure white for a heartbeat. When it finally returned, everything had already changed. The massive spaceship ahead of him was breaking apart. Its entire body began to disintegrate from the inside, not like normal destruction, but as if reality itself was rejecting its existence. Red-black glitchy fragments rippled across its hull. Lines of corrupted light crawled over the surface, spreading rapidly until the entire ship twisted out of shape. Space cracked. The stars behind the ship flickered like broken pixels. Entire regions of the void collapsed into red-black noise, spreading outward as if someone had torn the universe's fabric and allowed raw corruption to spill through. The light continued to pulse, and everything it touched fragmented into the same glitch-like distortion. It did not feel like the spaceship was being destroyed. It felt like the universe itself was being erased frame by frame. Gray's breath caught as the distortion rushed toward him, swallowing galaxies, swallowing time, swallowing everything. The voice cried out again, full of terror, but it was useless. Everything formed into a ball of multicolored light, flashing with power and exploded within the palm of the hand. However, the next moment, he realized that he was no longer in that battlefield. Instead, he was somewhere else. What is this? Gray stared at what had appeared in front of him in awe. A giant planet? No, it could not even be called giant. It was extremely huge, to the point the term boundless would be the most accurate one. There were no starry skies, but floating islands the size of giant stars which were filled with energy and vitality. Abruptly, the scenery broke. The sky above the huge world shattered like glass, and a familiar hand suddenly appeared in Gray's vision. What? Gray's expression stiffened when he saw this sight. What was up with this hand? He was already feeling very uneasy from what he saw earlier, yet it had appeared again. Feeling uneasy was putting it mildly. It would be more accurate to say that Gray was shocked beyond words. And now the hand had appeared again. The instant it did, the sky twisted, and from all corners of the huge, boundless world, several streaks of light rose to the sky. The mere presence shook the world as a whole. Read author thoughts. The powerful beams of light all soared into the sky in quick succession, and immediately, several foreign faces appeared within Gray's vision. Several beautiful women wearing ancient garments and many old men who had aged like fine wine stood side by side. Beside them, powerful beings with beastly auras dripping out stood in a row. They were not humans, and they looked like some sort of strange creatures, things that one would only see in an eldritch horror story. Some had the appearance of worms, some looked like octopuses, and some even looked like a mix between a dragon and a phoenix. Compared to the graceful experts in the sky, they were the parallel opposites. Then they started speaking among themselves. One looked enraged, others calm, and the creatures dripped with a powerful beastly aura as they looked toward the hand in the sky. Then they all seemed to nod in unison. One by one, they flew higher and shot toward the huge hand with powerful might. They all unleashed their attacks at the same time. As soon as they did, powerful energy erupted from all corners of the world, and a powerful barrier formed around it. The human experts rushed toward the hand with their weapons in hand. Energy rolled out of them like a tidal wave as it shot toward the hand. Boom. The instant it came into contact with the hand, the world trembled from its power. Even with the barriers, the floating islands closer to the hand were directly vaporized one by one. Following that moment, Gray began to hear cries of horror. It did not come from the experts, it came from the world itself. His vision shifted, and he saw many people kneeling on the ground and looking at the hand in terror. He even saw a mother cradling her crying baby in her hands, with tears streaming down her face. Then, the hand moved. The mysterious pattern across its palm lit up, and immediately a red-black miasma emerged out from it. The instant it appeared, the people below began to glitch uncontrollably. The kneeling people and the mothers who held their babies closer looked frightened, and then, with a painful scream, they disappeared from reality as if they no longer existed. It was not just one place. Across the ginormous planet, trillions and trillions of people disappeared one by one. How is there so many people? Gray could not help but be stunned. He did not count it, but the information came naturally to him. There were trillions upon trillions of people across this globe, perhaps even a sextillion number of people. No, it would be more accurate to say that it was immeasurable, the amount of life within this world. This boundless world had an immeasurable number of people. The experts in the sky looked at this scene in terror. The following moment, the barrier that was placed over the world lost its effect. There was no one down there to protect anything, nor was there anyone left to keep it going. The next moment, the world crumbled. The same suction force appeared from the hand, and along with the experts, the world itself was swallowed into a ball of light. The next instant, it burst apart inside the hand. Gray blinked. He realized he had changed locations again. This time, he was within a chaotic space. There was nothing here except a powerful light shining above him. Below it, there were several more tiny lights blinking. To his surprise, he saw a massive tribulation cloud above one of the lights below. Then, a light shone from the light above to the light below, and the person who attracted the heavenly tribulation was pulled upward. Gray's expression changed when he saw this scene. Looking closely, he realized that these lights were not normal at all. They were in fact worlds. Several fragments of information surfaced in his mind. This time they came with faint sounds, as if whispered directly beside his ear. The voices were unclear and blurred, but the cadence eerily resembled a language from his old world, a language he was extremely familiar with. The language of the East. Although the pronunciation was distorted, he could still barely make out bits and pieces of meaning. Lower realm, one day, reached the spiritual realm, cross-tribulation, immortals. Another broken line followed, overlapping like multiple memories bleeding into one another. Spiritual realm managed by immortal far above. The voices continued to echo. Some sounded weary, filled with longing. We cultivate struggle all our lives, yet the spiritual realm is still so far, will we ever see it? Others sounded resentful. Those in the spiritual realm blessed with richer chi, we suffer down here waiting for a chance that may never come. Then the tone shifted. New voices appeared with sharper accents and heavier grievances. These were definitely from the spiritual realm. Immortal realm, unreachable heights, even we cannot set foot there. The immortal lords decide our tribulations, our everything. No matter how hard we cultivate, we are to true immortals. Just as the murmurs began to fade, another strand of sound slipped into his mind. It was softer, almost reverent, yet still broken. Someone ascended immortal realm. A genius of the era, shattered sword. The next fragments carried disbelief and awe, but the meaning was buried. Truly reached it, the unbelievable. Even the spiritual realm trembled, light descended. Different voices overlapped, hollow and distant, their words broken beyond recognition. We cultivate for lifetimes, yet immortality. His name, echo realms. But what awaits above even immortals their fate? The echoes dissolved entirely, leaving only the sense that something monumental had occurred. It felt as though none of them were meant to remember it clearly. The whispers scattered like wind-torn mist, leaving behind only a lingering yearning, a desire stretching from the lowest realm to the highest heaven. Is this an immortal world? Gray was pleasantly surprised. He was first inside a sci-fi world, then inside what appeared to be a world of demons and gods, and now he was inside an immortal world. What was this? Is this some sort of inner demon? Why is it showing me things that I had only read in novels? It was all very ultra-realistic. Perhaps not even the greatest movie director of the old world could create something like this. One thing was certain, this was not a dream at all. Unfamiliar faces, unfamiliar words, and unfamiliar worlds. Even if his imagination ran wild, these things were simply impossible. Then he heard a whisper again. This time it came from the so-called immortal realm. The saints of this era, awaken, for the stirs once more. We cannot allow them to descend again. Gather your strength, rise beyond the limits of heaven, and sever this wretched cycle before devours all. The voice was powerful, ancient, yet fractured, as if echoing across countless realms and carrying only fragments of a far greater decree. Gray's expression immediately changed when he heard the word saint. These dreams are about the saints, Gray frowned. He thought that this was his own imagination being turned into a movie-like scene, but no, this was actually related to the saints all along. They had mentioned something about a thing, and he could not understand it properly due to the language barrier, but the thing that was going to descend was most likely the hand. The next moment his vision shifted. He stood in the void, staring at the brighter light flickering within the chaotic space. That light was the immortal realm. From within that distant radiance, several figures slowly stepped out. They were true immortals, their long robes carrying the heaviness of countless eras. Wherever they passed, space subtly twisted, and even the chaotic currents instinctively avoided them as though unwilling to brush against beings who had long surpassed all mortal limits. Their expressions were calm, their eyes deep and unreadable, as if they had watched the rise and fall of worlds for 1,000 lifetimes. This time, Gray was more attentive to the top experts, unlike before, where he paid no heed to them aside from noticing their garments, genders, and ages. He willed to see their faces closely, and immediately the scene zoomed in. The eyes, Gray finally confirmed it, every one of them carried the same Q-shaped mark he possessed, the saint's eye. The moment that realization surfaced, a faint light flashed across Gray's pupils. At that exact instant, the saint's eyes of the distant experts trembled in response as if echoing him. Huh? Gray's expression froze, then widened in disbelief. Because all the saints of the immortal realm had turned their gazes onto him. For a moment the gathered experts stared, their saint's eyes shimmering with an unnatural pulse. One of the immortals frowned slightly. The saint's eye rarely reacts on its own, this fluctuation. Another narrowed his gaze, runes faintly circling his pupils. Such resonance only occurs when a saint from makes contact. Yet no record mentions. A third shook his head. From impossible, the heavenly Tao seals the river. The woman among them spoke softly, her tone steady but cautious. Then what is this, a projection, a remnant, or slipping through from? An older expert let out a low hum as cracks of Tao light appeared behind him. If it were merely, the intensity would not be this strong. This feels familiar yet foreign. It is as though something that should exist among us is reaching from. Another stepped forward. Whoever it is, they carry the saint's eye. Their identity is unquestionable, but why does it appear as instead of? The oldest among them spoke again. If a saint from forced a connection, the reaction would be exactly like this. He paused, his eyes flickering again. Or perhaps a saint we have yet has already crossed that boundary. The ultimate leap. The experts exchanged silent glances. Now that they had reached the same conclusion, that a saint from some distant time or distant universe had made contact, their expressions slowly grew solemn. A thin, ancient voice finally broke the silence. You who dared to stare beyond the river of fate, is this a warning? Another expert's gaze deepened. Or perhaps a sign, could this be the omen of the cycle's end? The oldest among them looked toward the chaotic horizon, his saint's eye trembling. Has the trapped under the finally reached its limit? Gray's heart pounded violently in his chest. Cycle, and what the hell are they talking about? But what frightened him even more was the fact that these beings could actually sense him, and were conversing with him while staring directly at him. Where exactly was this place, and how terrifying were these beings to sense him from his tiny little mansion on Blue Star? One of the female saints spoke next, her voice solemn. If a distant saint has forced contact, then the calamity we have awaited may truly be at our doorstep. Another nodded, his aura rising slightly, strong enough to make the surrounding chaos tremble. We will not run from it. Not after preparing for countless eras. An immortal with long silver hair stepped forward. Whether you come from the future or from a universe beyond our reach, your touch upon the saint's eye is no coincidence. It must be a message. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them with resolve. Then hear our answer. A surge of power rippled outward, as all the saints slowly lifted their gazes to the unseen threat lurking beyond the chaotic space. Today we will face the. If you, distant saint, require aid, whether across time or across worlds, then we shall offer you everything we have. The strongest among them spoke last, his voice echoing like a decree of the heavens. We, the saints, the final pillars of this realm, will fight with all our strength. If our blades can buy you even a fragment of hope, then we will carve it out with our lives. Following that, they all looked toward Gray with a hopeful look on their faces. It was the look one gave before their imminent death, and then they soared toward the chaotic space and reached the very edge of everything that existed. The very next moment, Gray saw it again. The extremely familiar scene from the last two worlds. The chaotic space beyond the realms broke apart, and a hand covered in a mysterious pattern emerged. Following its appearance, its power shot toward the immortal world. The immortals unleashed all their might, the sheer intensity shaking all three realms below and the chaotic space as a whole. It is the oldest immortal spoke. I will never the ultimate leap. Immortal power surged out from him like a tidal wave as he clashed with the hand. Mysterious force surged around the hand as a red-black corruption descended onto the immortal, and his existence was slowly erased. Gray could hear his final words clearly. One day, one day. Someone boundary. Following him, the other immortals who had all achieved sainthood rushed toward the hand, with the very world itself breaking apart from their sheer power. However, just as Gray had predicted, they could not win. One by one, they were swallowed by the hand, and following that, the hand formed a suction that swallowed everything. His vision went blank. Ha! Gray woke up abruptly while breathing heavily. His saint's eyes glowed unnaturally, its Q-shaped symbol blinking with power. Gray then noticed that he was no longer inside his room. Looking around, he saw his Nexus energy running completely wild, and the mansion that was once there was gone. Around him was only destruction and people. Gray stared blankly at the crowd that had appeared beside him. Werner, Mei-Ling, Mei-Ying, Valeria, Leah, and Little Hong all stared at Gray with worried looks on their faces. You're awake, Leah rushed to Gray with a hint of worry. So did Valeria. Seeing this, the Grand Disciples followed suit as well as Werner and Little Hong. What happened, Brother Gray? Valeria asked in a serious tone. She would not have rushed here if not for the severity of the matter. She could feel Gray's power even from down in the Azrael Corporation headquarters, and for some amount of hours, a purple light had completely covered the entirety of Aspire City. The source was none other than Gray, who had wreaked havoc in the inner district. The nearby families living there trembled in fear after sensing the aura. Even Leah had been swept away by the power, but Little Hong came to her rescue in time and swiftly created a barrier around them to keep Gray's power from spreading. I'm fine. Gray swiftly took control of his Nexus energy and stood up from the ground. What exactly happened, Master? Werner asked with a frown. He knew Gray very well, and losing control over his own energy was the last thing he would expect from his master. It's probably something related to the breakthrough. I broke through without a definite method to reach the first level after all. I'm still a pseudo-second ranker. Gray shook his head and spoke. The matters of his dreams he most definitely would not reveal to anyone. Even if he did, they would not understand a single thing. The magnitude of the things he saw was simply incomprehensible to ordinary mortals like them. Even he himself was confused by it. Since that was the case, the best way to explain the sudden outburst was his own lack of ability. Of course, the explanation he gave them would probably never happen. If it did, then he might as well jump down a cliff and reincarnate. By now, everyone present except his grand disciples probably knew that he was the one who created the Ether evolutionary path. Especially Werner, who 100% knew he was the author behind it. Valeria was really good at connecting the dots. She should have already figured it out by now, especially after knowing he was a second-rank citizen. As for Leah, she was the first one to know and even to become suspicious of it. There was no need to say anything more. They all silently nodded at this. No one spoke out loud as they knew there were watchful eyes everywhere. I'm sorry if I made you guys worried, Gray said with a smile. He was thankful that there were people in this world who genuinely cared for him. These people, he would make sure no one harmed them. Speaking of people he cared about, it had been a while since he saw Richard or even contacted him. He had already arranged plans for that. He would attend the meeting and after that set off to Nova City. He still had some things to deal with there, such as the Duskwood family and also taking over Nova City. In fact, he would not stop with Nova City. He was going to get the other two cities too. Then Eterna abruptly appeared in his head, seemingly aware of what had happened. Was it really just losing control of your powers? She asked in an emotionless tone. Yes, that is indeed the case, Gray replied while shrugging. All right, Eterna nodded, then came straight to the point. The guy from the Federation should reach Ascension Province in a few hours. The guy from the Federation, Gray sneered. What's he going to do? Come wash my feet. Why didn't you send him back, Eterna? Once dispatched, I cannot make them go back, Eterna replied in her usual tone. Whatever. Gray combed through his long hair and tied it into a ponytail. I'll just deal with him when he comes. For now, it's time to meet the factions. He had already checked the time. It was almost 10 a.m. the next day, meaning it was time to go meet everyone. He turned to Valeria. Is everything prepared? Yes, Valeria nodded. Everything has been arranged. Everyone should have arrived in the Azrael Corporation by now. But I think we should postpone it. You aren't well right now, and presenting yourself to the top factions while injured is definitely not a good look. We also don't know what they are like. Valeria thought for a moment and added, "It's fine," Gray chuckled. The energy outburst was just a one-time thing. There is nothing to worry about. It will not happen again. I already took care of it. Besides, aren't you and Werner with me? It will be fine, he added as he nodded at them. Valeria and Werner would naturally participate in the meeting. One was his business partner and the other was his disciple. Speaking of them, he turned to Leah. "Were you hurt?" Gray inquired as he sensed her life aura. Nothing seemed different from before. She was perfectly healthy. "Little Hong came in time and saved me from getting injured," Leah replied with a look of unease. If not for Little Hong, she would have most likely been severely injured as she was sleeping with no defense whatsoever. "Good work, Little Hong," Gray smiled and patted his daughter's head. She had been silently standing by the side and observing everything like a curious child in her learning phase. Little Hong nodded obediently. "Father, what happened? Why did your energy suddenly go all wild?" Little Hong, being a sensible child, used telepathy to speak directly to Gray. I felt something just now. It was like a tiny string connecting to you for a moment." He knew she was likely talking about his connection with the other saints. But now wasn't the best time to talk about it. Gray kneeled down to Little Hong's head level and spoke. "We will discuss that later. Father still has some things to do. Be obedient and stay with big sister Leia, okay?" "Yes," Little Hong nodded with no emotion on her face. "I will wait for Father." "Good," Gray smiled and rubbed her head again. "Also, stop calling me Father, just call me Gray." Gray thought for a moment and said, being called Father was really old-fashioned, and he was not even 18 years old yet, which he would be in a month or two. "Okay, Father," Little Hong nodded. Gray's lips twitched. She did not listen to a single thing he said, did she? "No, do not call me Father, Little Hong, just call me Gray. Okay, Grey, come on, say it." "Ajay." Gray, Little Hong tilted her head in confusion and then nodded. "Gray." "Good." Gray heaved a sigh of relief. Then he stood up and turned to Leah. "Take care of her. I will be back soon and help you with fixing your energy issues." With that, he set off with Valeria and Werner. As for his grand disciples, they stayed in the mansion with Little Hong and Leah. They had not met each other before, and since that was the case, they decided to make friends with them. They were curious about their Grandmaster's daughter as well. From above, the vast complex of the Azrael Corporation came into view, its buildings arranged in neat rows like a fortified industrial city. The wind brushed past them as they descended, their figures cutting steadily through the air. None of them released any overt pressure, yet their controlled landing carried a natural sense of authority. One by one, they touched down on the open grounds in front of the main facility. The workers and guards glanced over, briefly pausing what they were doing, but none dared approach. Gray dusted his hands and looked toward Valeria. "What about the corporations, Valeria?" Gray asked the moment their feet settled. "Are they gone yet?" "Of course," Valeria smiled brilliantly, showing her confidence. "All I had to use was your name, and all the other corporations directly left the Ascension province. In fact, they did not even bother staying in the Northland either. They fled beyond the range of it. They likely went toward the east or south." "Good, clean up their place and turn that into our base," Gray instructed. "We can use that place for our own use. Also, Werner," Gray called out to his disciple, "keep all the members of the Formation Association on standby. Today we are going to make some changes to the arrays." He immediately nodded. "I will arrange that, Master Gray." "Good." Since the four surrounding cities now belonged to him, it was only natural for him to bring them fully under his control and ensure their absolute safety. His first step was obvious: he would forge a grand array. Not just any barrier, but a colossal formation that integrated the Eliminate the Chickens array into its foundation, enhancing it severalfold. This formation would spread across the entire region between the four cities, enveloping everything within a single protective net. Once completed, no external threat, hidden scheme, or lurking creature would be able to slip inside unnoticed. At the same time, this grand array would grant him complete dominion over the outer ring, the vast stretch of uncontrolled land between the cities. The moment the formation settled, that land would effectively be his. The gangs, monsters, parasites, and all manner of trash that roamed the outer ring would instantly lose any chance to resist. They could only eat *T as their era came to an end. After claiming the outer ring, he would begin large-scale development. Towers, districts, cultivation zones, residential projects, defensive fortifications, everything would rise in sequence. Most importantly, he would unify all four cities into a single megacity. No longer would people need to travel through dangerous corruption fields. No longer would crossing from one city to another feel like stepping into another world. He would construct stable roads, bridges, and transport routes that pierced directly through areas once twisted by corrupted energy. With the array suppressing everything, those corrupted zones would be flattened and purified, and development would be built on top of them like it was nothing. The elevator doors slid shut and the capsule shot upward with impressive speed. In less than a minute, the doors opened again with a crisp sound. One by one, they stepped out. The elevator doors slid shut and the cabin shot upward. In less than a minute, it reached the top. The doors opened, and they stepped out into the corridor that led directly to the meeting room. Werner pushed the doors open. Inside was a long conference hall centered around a large table. 16 seats were arranged around it, and every one of them was already occupied. 16 powerful individuals. Some bore the marks of age, while others still stood at the height of their years. These people were none other than the representatives of the major families of the four cities. As soon as Gray stepped in, the atmosphere became tense. No one dared to make a sound as they all stared at Gray silently. Especially the four families of Aspire City, the Graveson, the Valenford, Winters, and the Langford families. These people were the ones most familiar with Gray. After all, he was a major figure who was with the Azrael Corporation prior to this. The Gravesons and the Winters knew him even better. Young Master Kane from the Winters family, who got beaten up by Gray, had thoroughly explained what happened to them, and the first thing they did with him was beat him up even more. In fact, the head of the family, Lucas Winters, was shaking in his boots right now. His son had offended the city lord, and he did not know what would happen today. Worst case scenario, he would be asked to leave the province. He did not want that. As for the Gravesons, Alex had already filled in all the details about Gray and his capabilities to the head. Honestly, he only had praises for Alex. He had gotten on Gray's good side, and it was probably the best decision he could have ever made. Since that was the case, he directly made Alex in charge of handling the family matters now. Before he only had partial control, now he completely managed it. Gray naturally noticed them. He was especially more aware of the Gravesons. He remembered Alex, a very sharp individual, something extremely rare in this era, and hence he had a good impression of them. Then he swept his eyes toward the heads of the Valenford and Langford families. They were top families with prominent business empires in the entirety of the southern region, and they were in the top 10 among the strongest families there. Both heads were old, and they kept a calm gaze when facing Gray. They had experienced this world for many years, and they knew how to stay composed under pressure. Then he swept his gaze toward the people from Dawnwatch City. They too had four families: the Dawnflare family, the Sunstride family, and the Ember family, and finally Stoneville family. The Dawnflare family were one of the most respectable families in the entirety of the Three Guards province. This was the family from which the majority of the law enforcers of the province emerged, and the one sitting in the seat was without a doubt Orion, the head captain of the law enforcement. Gray remembered him calling yesterday to congratulate him after he was done bombing the Interwire Corporation. And he had actually come as the representative of the family, because he was, in fact, the current patriarch. As for the rest, they three were middle-aged men who obviously seemed uneasy as soon as Gray entered the room. Next, it was the people of Ironville City. The Ironcrest, the Molten Fang, and the Blackseer families were present, and then there was the Hale family. The Hale family's representative was an old man with a calm look on his face. He had the aura of a middle-stage second ranker, and he sat there calmly gazing at Gray. This was the ancestor of the Hale family, who also happened to be Dorian Hale's grandfather, the former city lord. The Hale family was absolutely furious. They had been angered beyond words. Not only had Dorian lost his ability to cultivate, he had also lost his status as the city lord. This was what he received after trying to protect the province. Absolutely nothing. People did not even mention him once or talk about his heroic deeds. All they cared about was the new city lord who saved them from the High Order's attack. Today, the ancestor was not here to speak terms. He was here to rightfully claim what was theirs. He would not leave without receiving a heavy compensation. Gray naturally saw through him and had already pulled out information about him using his mind interface. Now that he was the city lord, everything could be taken out of the database within seconds. From all their dirty businesses to all their good deeds that contributed to the province and more. Nothing could escape his sight. Then finally, he turned to the Silverguard city's representatives. Just like the rest, they had four prominent families that controlled the city from the shadows: the Silverblade family, the Clouddriver family, the Frostpetal family, and finally the Veilstorm family. The Silverblade and Clouddriver families were extremely close. They had both followed the martial path since young and were very powerful fighters, and most of the geniuses of the Three Guards province emerged from these two families. Their representatives sat there, one drinking water and the other closely examining Gray. The Veilstorm family was secretive. They kept to themselves and hardly concerned themselves with the city or its matters, but each individual in their household was a talented bloodline warrior. Then there was the Frostpetal family. Seeing the information about them, Gray frowned slightly. He realized that the majority of the information related to them was missing. Oh, Gray was interested. Since there was nothing in the normal database, he would directly link to the local one. His network could now travel far and wide. As long as he could sense the connection and had sufficient psionic energy, anything was possible, even hacking directly into the local database of Silverguard City from the Azrael Corporation here in Ashspire City. His interface, which was connected to the main database, quickly sank into the entire server of Silverguard City. Everything from the local news to the local network was managed within that server, and within seconds he had found relevant information. And the information he received made him raise an eyebrow. Looks like we have some matters to take care of, Gray smiled. What was that? Valeria tilted her head as she contacted him through telepathy. I did not catch it. Nothing, my Miss Valeria, Gray said with a laugh. Now shall we start the meeting? Of course, Valeria smiled beautifully. The seat in the center is for you. Is there no seat for you and Werner? She shook her head and spoke jokingly. How would we dare sit while the city lord himself is sitting? Gray smiled hearing this. Then how about this, Miss Valeria, you can sit on my lap instead. A great and beautiful lady like you should naturally not stand for long. It will wear you out. Valeria giggled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Then I will gladly accept that offer, she said. You should feel honored, you know. A fine lady like me choosing to sit on your lap, and maybe, if I am in a good mood, I will even wrap my arms around your shoulders. She was more than willing to sit on Gray's lap. Hey, I was joking, he spoke speechlessly. Do not sit on my lap, it will be embarrassing. How will I make them fear me if you sit on my lap? They will be too focused on the strange situation. Then he ended the telepathy with Valeria and sat down on the chair. Immediately, the already silent room became even more silent. He swept his gaze toward everyone and began. Everyone, you should already know who I am by now, but let me introduce myself once again. My name is Gray Lockhart, and I am the current city lord of the Ascension Province. Starting today, I completely own the Ascension Province. All provincial matters pass through me. Resource distribution, infrastructure approvals, federal funding, city budgets, and even security deployment. All will be personally done and managed by me. The instant the family heads heard Gray's words, their faces drastically changed. Everyone in the room began exchanging glances with each other. It was obvious that they were communicating through telepathy. Gray waited patiently. He wanted to let his words sink in. These were people who had grown accustomed to control. They were used to bending rules, pulling strings, and shaping the cities the way they desired through Dorian and the old Hale family's influence. Right now, their entire authority and power were being challenged directly. How could they allow that to happen? The heads of the Valenford and Langford families both had expressions of neutrality. They did not want to join in on the conversation because they did not bother pulling strings in the first place. They already had an empire built in the southern region, and it would not change anything if the city lord controlled matters that should already be controlled by him. As for the others from Aspire City, they had no say in this. They only kept quiet. This was a battle the other major families had to fight. Orion from the Dawnflare family remained calm. He did not want to participate in this either. He was a law enforcer, and he did not have time to pull strings from the shadows or control the city. What mattered to him most was the lives of thousands in the cities. Then, from the Ironvale side, the Molten Fang representative let out a cough and spoke. That is not possible. His voice was steady, but it definitely was not confident. It sounded more like someone trying to convince himself as much as the room. He had seen Gray's true combat prowess. It was simply impossible for him to defeat him no matter what. Even if Gray wanted to try anything, they would not be able to stop him. There were also the two people behind the city lord. They both had powerful auras. There was no need to look twice. It was obvious that they were powerful second rankers, far beyond the level of the Molten Fang family head. City Lord Gray, the administrative rights of the province cannot be held by a single individual. For decades, they were divided and managed collectively by the major families. This framework was built to prevent any one person from having absolute control. A few heads subtly nodded. Hearing his words, Gray did not interrupt. He gave him the cue to continue. Even before, when the Hale family held influence, they still required cooperation from the rest of us. No one could make unilateral decisions regarding federal resources or provincial authority. That is how the system works. The Hale ancestor's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. The representative adjusted his sitting posture, trying to appear composed. So, when you say you own the Ascension province, surely there must be some misunderstanding. The system. Gray raised a hand. The instant he did, the representative of the Molten Fang family fell silent, so did the entire room. Gray swept his gaze toward everyone. Everyone here knew that those words were merely an attempt to keep their status and authority intact. There was no rule that said one person could not have control over the province. If that were the case, he would not have become city lord in the first place. I am sure you are talking about the old system, family head of Molten Fang, Gray replied in a casual tone. He feared no one here. He could crush these people with a single move if he wanted to, and nobody would be able to complain. But since he was the city lord, he naturally had to listen to them, or he would simply be a bad leader who ignored his subjects. He waved his hand, and a faint hum echoed as a holographic screen lit up at the center of the table. It showed the official documents approved by Eterna, and the one in focus was the succession permission. Succession permission granted to Gray Lockhart. Full administrative transfer for Ascension Province. Effective immediately. This was an official document stamped personally by Eterna, and it even had her signature on it, represented by the symbol of a red eye. The moment the High Order attacked, the provincial chain of command collapsed. Dorian Hale lost his qualification to govern the three cities. It was Eterna itself who decided this, and I am sure everyone present here knows better than to move against her. Then a cold smile appeared on his face. On the other hand, the old system was complete bullshit. Dorian was an idiot if he actually gave you lots control over things. But at the same time, he cannot be blamed either, he added with a thoughtful expression. What is the meaning of this, City Lord Gray? The ancestor of the Hale family asked in a slightly trembling tone. His own grandson was being insulted in front of him. How could he take that? Am I wrong? Gray said with a sneer. Do you know why Dorian gave these people that much freedom in the first place? No one answered, but several family heads had a change in expression. Because he was afraid of them, Gray said with a chuckle. Hearing this, the Hale ancestor was petrified. He was afraid of the backlash that would come with defying these prominent families that had stood for countless years. He turned his gaze toward the family heads. You families controls the population. Public sentiment, merchants, city infrastructure, and labor. Everything is effectively controlled by the families. Even the local media and information networks are practically your private properties. I know that much. It did not take Gray even a second to pull this information out of the local database. To him, these people could hide nothing. Every dirty deed done would eventually leave some kind of trace, and he specifically targeted those traces. He then finalized his words. So tell me, Ancestor Hale, in this situation would Dorian dare act against you? What city lord would act against people who can cripple an entire city's economy overnight and change the public opinion on him to the point he gets mass reported to Eterna, and she personally decides to take action? Besides, as the grandfather of Dorian, you yourself should know how much this title as the city lord meant to him. Gray smiled as he spoke to the ancestor. He shook when he heard what Gray said, because in the end, it was the truth. If anything, these prominent families were a direct threat to the Hale family rather than Gray himself. The ancestor's face was not so friendly as he stared at the others now. Then, abruptly, the Frostpetal family head stood up from his seat with an enraged expression on his face. His intent was obvious. He wanted to have a not-so-friendly chat with Gray. Since City Lord Gray knows about the consequences of trying to provoke or act against the families, you should simply do as we say. The family head was a stout middle-aged man, but his face was dripping with arrogance and disdain. You might be the city lord, but we the families are the ones that actually keep this entire province going. Without us, you are nothing. Oh, Gray's smile widened when he heard this. The Langford family head seeing this shook his head, and then there was the head of the Veilstorm family. Point 1. He appeared calm. In front of him was a bottle of water, and he glanced at it and calmly sipped from it. He looked forward to how the city lord would deal with this situation. That is a very daring word, family head of Frostpetal. Werner, who had been silent until now, erupted with his aura. I wonder if the family head of the Frostpetal family is willing to exchange a few moves with this old man. The family head's expressions all turned ugly the instant they heard Werner's words. Count me in, Valeria chimed in with a charming smile. True heavenly fire's aura erupted out from her. Instantly, the room was filled with immense pressure, and even the people who remained neutral were affected. All of them had ashen faces. Valeria was enraged beyond words. These people thought they owned the world, and the Frostpetal head had no respect for Gray. He was outright threatening him. If the family head spoke another word, he would be directly handled by her. She wanted no one to look down on her brother Gray. However, Gray simply remained in his seat with an amused expression. He raised his arm, and immediately Valeria and Werner stopped whatever they were doing. Seeing the pressure vanish, the Frostpetal family head wore an enraged expression as he shouted, "You dare use your powers on me. You are done's. Done, I say," he shouted with a sneer. "Like you said, the media in the province is controlled by us. If we, the family heads, make a move, your reputation will be ruined." Orion, who was seated at the side, frowned heavily when he heard this. He utterly despised the Frostpetal family head. The person sitting in front of them was the one who single-handedly saved everyone in the province, including them. Only God knew what would have happened if someone like the City Lord did not come to save them. Yet here were the same people Gray saved trying to turn him into a slave dog and threatening him. This was the first time he heard about the family's dealings himself. He knew not everyone was part of it, only some, but he was definitely aware of their influence. He did not expect it was this exaggerated. The same city Gray protected was under such blatant corruption with people like the head of the Frostpetal family. As a law enforcer, Orion could no longer stomach the injustice unfolding before him. He knew the citizens would not willingly side with the major families, yet those families still held absolute control over the local media. With just a few carefully crafted headlines, they could twist any narrative they wanted. How hard was it to distort the truth? Not at all. And once multiple voices repeated the same lie, the masses, ordinary citizens and evolvers alike would accept it as fact. If that happened, City Lord Gray would be finished before he even had the chance to defend himself. This was also the reason why Dorian was afraid to act against them. As long as his title was not threatened, he would let them do as they pleased. Orion then immediately stood up with an enraged expression as he stared at the Frostpetal family head, ready to defend Gray. Gray naturally noticed this. A smile broke out on his face when he saw this. There were good people in this province after all. He swiftly sent Orion a telepathic message. "Head Captain Orion, you do not need to step in right now," Gray spoke as he winked at him. "I have everything under control." Gray had already foresaw this, and he was naturally prepared for whatever came next. He might not put much effort into things aside from when it was about his own evolutionary path, but he still did his duties very clearly. Hearing his words, Orion stared deeply at Gray and then sat back down at the same speed. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms, not bothering to look at anyone anymore. Since the City Lord had spoken, then he must have something to keep everything under control. "Family head of Frostpetal, are you going to publish the fact that you were attacked in the provincial meeting?" Gray tilted his head and asked with a smile. "You think I would not?" the family head sneered. "You can count your days, City Lord Gray. Once the entire city turns against you, you might no longer be the City Lord." Gray nodded with a smile when he heard this. "Splendid. That is exactly what I wanted to hear." Then a cold smile crept onto his face. "Make sure you add in all the details that will happen in here as well." A terrifying power erupted out of Gray. The psionic energy within his mind palace surged like a tidal wave, and immediately the Frostpetal family head froze as his facial expression turned ugly. His blood went cold as a chilling sensation crept across his spine, and immediately after, a crushing sensation completely enveloped him. It was not just him, everyone in the room except Orion felt it. A terrifying pressure descended onto them. Their natural instincts screamed at them, "Do not move." If they moved, they would most definitely die here. Crack. Arg! A shriek escaped the Frostpetal family head's mouth as his arms began to distort and turn disfigured. The Veilstorm family was supposed to appear in the previous chapters, but due to uploading the wrong version, their introduction didn't show up. They originate from Ironville City. Sorry for the error. The family head of the Frostpetal family rose into the air bit by bit with his disfigured hand. He looked at his own arms and then back at Gray in terror. He never expected Gray to be so daring. Was he truly not afraid of the repercussions? The Frostpetal family head was both enraged and confused at the same time. Now you have done it for real, City Lord Gray," he shouted in pain. "You will definitely not be able to save yourself now." Hearing this, Gray smiled and waved his hand as he released the pressure from everyone else but the Frostpetal family head. As soon as he did, some family heads' gazes flickered with a hint of disappointment and disapproval. They thought he had something else prepared to counter the families when they saw his confident face, but in the end, he resorted to brute force. "You sure talk big for someone who is going to die soon." Gray smiled with his pearly white teeth showing, then with a cold smile he continued. "Also, were you not going to put this into the local news? Why have you not made a move yet?" That was when the representative of the Molten Fang family, its family head, rose from his seat with a sneer. "You do not have to worry about that, City Lord Gray. This matter, it has already been processed." He had been secretly recording all of this. It was only a matter of time before the people under him took the video and published it. In fact, they were all on standby. They should have already begun uploading it. Oh, Gray smiled. He was not blind. With his mind perception, nothing could escape his eyes, from the family head's expressions to the fact that the Molten Fang head had been recording everything. But did Gray care? No. Why? It was very simple. Who was he? He was someone who had access to the information layer. Technology of this era could not outclass his mind interface, and now that his mind was connected to the main and local networks of the province, nothing could escape his eyes or escape his control over technology. In fact, if he wished, he could quite literally turn off the electricity in all 4 cities with a single thought, and completely corrupt or destroy all the crucial data if he wanted to. He, Gray Lockhart, was as much a threat as Eterna herself. Someone who could not comprehend what the information layer was, simply could not understand his capabilities. And by now, he had already noticed movement in White Cloud Media, Buzzbeat Media, and Sunstride Media, which were most likely owned by the Sunstride family. The Sunstride family head stood up from his seat and spoke calmly in a measured tone. It is better if you let go of the Frostpetal family head and apologize to him in front of everyone. Do not make this harder for yourself, City Lord Gray. These 3 families effectively controlled the media. They were also the major problematic people in the province, while the rest were more tame. Oh, look what we have here, Gray beamed with a smile. The rats have decided to show themselves. Looks like they are not afraid of the cat anymore. You should watch your tone, City Lord Gray. The Molten Fang family head spoke in an unfriendly tone. I do not tolerate being called a rat. What else would I call a rat? Gray asked while shrugging. You lots of rats, that is that. As he said that, he utilized telekinesis once more, and casually broke the Frostpetal family head's other hand. Arg, the man wailed in pain. Seeing this, both the Sunstride families and Molten Fang families' faces turned grim. Was this guy deaf? How could no amount of threatening work on him? You lot might believe that controlling the media and the economic state of the province might be enough to threaten me. Gray smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, the 2 family heads who had stood up to threaten him gritted their teeth as they were crushed heavily to the floor, just like their partner in crime, the Frostpetal family head. I am not Dorian, Gray smiled faintly. Dealing with you lot is far easier than you think. If I truly wanted to, I could eliminate every single one of you, then follow it up by erasing your entire bloodlines. He tapped his fingers lightly, his voice calm. After that, the City Lord Mansion simply takes over your businesses, your industries, your wealth. Everything you have built. Gray's smile widened a fraction. Tell me, what economy do you think you can cripple? Even without your families, the province will still run just fine. The family heads immediately shivered in response. Some of the silent family heads began to speak. You would go that far. They were terrified. What was this? Was this guy threatening to eliminate their entire bloodlines if they did not cooperate with him? Some of them shuddered in response, and so did the people kneeling below. Indeed, they had not thought of that at all. Was the new city lord truly that ruthless to the point of directly doing something like that? But the Molten Fang family head was not afraid. He was recording all of this, and it was only a matter of time before the media behind him started their work. This guy outright threatened them with extreme means. Now not even the AI Eterna could save him. But I will not do that. Seeing the reactions from the families, Gray wore a satisfied expression. He crossed his legs and snapped his fingers. Because I simply have no need to do it. Just a few waves of my hand alone are enough to deal with you people. Light flickered in the center of the round table where the family heads sat, and a holographic screen shot open. Immediately, several family heads' expressions turned ugly, followed by looks of disbelief. The holographic screen showed all of the family's misdeeds one by one. Not even the neutral families were exempt from it, as all their records that showed their crimes, which they had tried so hard to ignore, were being revealed one by one. They were utterly terror-stricken. How was it possible for him to recover these records? They had made sure to erase them from all the databases, yet they had resurfaced again. Most of you are pretty impressive. Gray spoke as he gazed at the holographic screen with a faint smile. To be able to do all these things and go unnoticed shows your experience in doing dirty work without being found out. Both Valeria and Werner, who stood behind him, wore surprised expressions. They had not expected this. There were even records of the people from Ashspire City. All of them had committed something bad one way or another, and it was not just ordinary crimes. The list ranged from large-scale business fraud to human trafficking, and even darker things buried beneath sealed documents. Valeria gazed at the Molten Fang family head and the Sunstride family head with a cold expression. They were undeniably the ones who had been doing human trafficking all this while. Brother Gray, Valeria spoke with cold eyes. I believe we should completely eliminate this Molten Fang family and the Sunstride family. Gray shook his head. Wait until you see what the Frost Petal family has been doing. He snapped his fingers again and the holographic screen flickered. Soon, the crimes related to the Frost Petal family surfaced, and their faces became even darker when they saw it. Frost Petal family is known for their industrial business, and in Silverguard City they have plenty of these industrial plantations. But because of these industrial plants, the AQI scale in Sector 5, Sector 3 and Sector 6 is very high. Especially near the industries, the air quality index there is almost at deadly levels. And because of that, the majority of the ordinary civilians who live there suffer from all sorts of diseases and even die a lot. In fact, in the entirety of the three provinces, the highest death rate is in Silverguard City. Not to mention, the waste coming from the industries is pushed straight into the river that flows through Silverguard City, which is connected directly to the outer ring and to the entirety of the city itself. The majority of the civilians cannot gain access to purified water or a built-in water purifier. It is simply too expensive for them to buy. As for why they cannot buy it, let us not go there. Gray's gaze swept across the other family heads, his voice carrying a cold weight. What the citizens did not know was that every single water purifier in Silverguard City was manufactured by the Frost Petal family. They used advanced technological components, then deliberately inflated the prices. How? By first creating the problem in the first place. The sudden drop in water quality, the near-toxic contamination, the so-called unavoidable environmental decline, all of it was orchestrated by them. They caused the crisis, then sold the cure. Naturally, the profits were unimaginable. Ordinary civilians were forced to scrape together every coin just to drink safe water, and many could not afford it at all. In truth, none of this was a mistake. None of it was accidental. Every move the Frost Petal family made was intentional, calculated, and malicious. In the process, millions suffered and thousands died, yet what mattered to them in the end was profit. Sure, they were making a lot of profit for the city, but in the end, it was profit built over the bodies of millions. Gray did not want that. And now that you have some insight into what the Frost Petal family has been doing, they are no longer needed in the Ascension province. Henceforth, each and every family member of the Frost Petal family will be branded as criminals, and the family head of the family will now be ruled for execution. Gray's voice was indifferent, but it sent a wave of terror across everyone's face. Nothing, absolutely nothing could escape from him. How was this possible? He had only become a city lord a day ago. How did he manage to obtain all this information so fast? Even the brightest mind, or a bytrooper following the cyborg evolutionary path, would not be capable of pulling out these documents. What they did not know, however, was that everything within the internet left a trace. For Gray, recovering it required only a mere thought because the information layer had it all. You bastard! The Frost Petal family head exploded, his face turning blue and green from rage. You cannot do this. Just you wait, our media corporation is already moving. Once the reports are out, your reputation will be in shambles, just you wait. Despite his furious outburst, everyone present could see the panic flickering in his eyes. As a long-time schemer, he already knew he had lost the negotiation the moment the evidence surfaced. There was no room left to bargain and no angle left to exploit, but a cornered rat bites. Realizing he no longer held any power, instinct took over. He began threatening Gray, clinging to the only weapon he had ever relied on, media manipulation. The media? Gray burst out laughing when he heard this. The Frost Petal family head flinched. The tone alone was enough to tell him something was wrong. Despite his earlier bluster, a chilling doubt crept up his spine. With trembling hands, he quickly opened his wrist communicator to check. A small holographic projection emerged from it, and immediately his expression turned ghastly. This, he was stunned beyond words. He looked closely. The white Buzzbeat Media, the media corporation under him, had published an article, but the article was not about Gray. It was an article on the Molten Fang family, Frost Petal family, and Sunstride family. It detailed everything they had done so far, from the Frost Petal family's industrial movements to the other two families' human trafficking business. The article was currently trending, and that was because Gray, who was connected to the main network, pushed it to the very front, making sure everyone saw it. Across the Ascension province, the moment the article hit the front page, chaos erupted. Citizens flooded the streets with cries of disbelief and outrage as the truth behind the three families spread like wildfire. Social platforms, public forums, and even live broadcast channels were overwhelmed by heated arguments, furious condemnations, and desperate messages from victims. Countless civilians trembled in anger as they finally understood why their children fell sick, why clean water was a luxury in Silverguard City, and why people vanished without explanation. Hate surged toward the Molten Fang, Sunstride, and Frostpetal families, and countless voices demanded immediate punishment. Even evolvers who once remained silent now stepped forward, swearing that justice must be served. This is impossible. The Molten Fang family head also saw the articles posted, and his face twisted into horror. Nothing is impossible if you have the strength to do anything, Gray said with a laugh. You guys threatened me, so it is only natural for me to pay you back. How is this possible? How did the Buzzbeat media release this article? The Sunstride family head said in panic as he knelt on the ground under Gray's mind pressure. The Buzzbeat media was effectively controlled by the Frostpetal family. It was simply impossible for them to publish something like this unless they had chosen to side with the city lord. But even that was not possible, because the staff were specially trained members from the Frostpetal family. You must be wondering how the media company you painfully built suddenly decided to betray you. Gray saw through their thoughts at a glance. He swept his gaze across the table. The other family heads were curious as well. Well, you can rest easy because they never betrayed you. In fact, they do not even know that the article has been published, Gray said with a laugh. It was me who published it. You did? The head of the Langford family could not keep silent and spoke up in shock. That is correct, Gray replied with a subtle nod, not turning to meet his gaze. But his affirmation only caused more confusion among them. If he was sitting here talking to them, how did he make use of the Buzzbeat media to publish the article? No, forget that. How did he even gain access to the official channels of the Buzzbeat media? They all began to sweat inwardly. First it was the documents they had hidden and erased all traces of, and now this. It did not take long for people to connect the dots. I'm sure you people must have already connected the dots, but let me make it clear once more. Gray's fingers tapped lightly again and his gaze sharpened. Not just the media companies or your so-called criminal files. Every technological system you believed you monopolized, I own it. He leaned back and crossed his legs with casual confidence. The citywide biometric scanners. Mine the satellite-link surveillance grids. Mine every drone flying above your heads. Mine the encrypted databases you thought were untouchable, also mine. That is where I took all your information from, by the way. There was no arrogance in his voice, only calm and undeniable truth. Even the algorithms that shape public opinion, the automated factories producing your weapons, the data centers storing your family's dirty secrets. They all operate because I allow them to. Gray's gaze swept across the room, and several family heads shivered without realizing it. In this city, every spark of electricity, every signal transmitted through the air, every byte of information passing through your devices belongs to me. The entire room fell into suffocating silence. His words had been long, yet no one dared to interrupt him. They listened from beginning to end. Once they processed it, none of them could find their voices. If he had said this earlier, they might have dismissed it as boasting. But after witnessing his capabilities, every family head in the room believed him completely. Gray wanted them to know. He wanted them to see his true capabilities and understand that he could eliminate them from existence if he desired. This showcase of strength would forever be imprinted in their hearts. Then Gray glanced at the terror-stricken heads of the Molten Fang, Sunstride, and Frostpetal families. And from today onwards, there will be no Molten Fang family, Sunstride family, or Frostpetal family. As he said that, a terrifying fluctuation erupted from him. Immediately, the light in the three family heads' eyes dimmed as they fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Everyone took a deep breath seeing this scene. No one dared to speak, nor did they try to voice their opinion. From a logical standpoint, scums like them deserved to die. Two were inhuman figures who trafficked people for profit, and the other killed and scammed ordinary citizens to make a living. For the first time, the other families were relieved that they had not done anything as outrageous as the three families. Although they too had committed crimes, it was not to that extent. Gray snapped his fingers, and immediately heavenly fire shone with powerful light as the three corpses were burned into nothingness. Valeria, who had been observing, had a flicker of emotion on her face when she saw the flames. A stunned expression briefly appeared, but she quickly hid it and kept a neutral face. Afterward, Gray turned to the remaining family heads. Their fates were already sealed the instant they stepped in here. And likewise, the same could be said for you people. If you had done something as outrageous as those three, then you would have suffered the same fate. I am not afraid of losing prominent families. That is the least of my concerns. If one falls, another rises, and if none rise, I will make sure one does with all my capabilities. So how about it? Gray leaned back in his chair. Starting today, I, Gray Lockhart, will be the sole ruler of the Ascension Province. No one else has the authority to make decisions on my behalf. Is that clear? A brief silence followed, and immediately afterward the family heads voiced their thoughts. We agree, the Langford family head spoke steadfastly. We agree to your terms. The Langford family is willing to follow the rules of the Ascension province. The Langford family head was a huge shark in the ocean. Who in the southern region did not know the Langford family? They were known to be domineering and very high profile, yet right now they were willing to submit to Gray. The reason was simple: his powers. Today's display of strength had struck terror deep into the family head. He was already aware of what the young-looking city lord in front of him was capable of, and now, seeing his powers up close only made him more afraid. The family head was certain. It would not end with the Ascension province. If this young city lord could conquer 4 cities in one day, what would happen in a year? At that point, would the small internal strife in the Ascension province matter anymore? He believed in this city lord, and he believed that staying close to him was the best decision he could make. Soon, seeing the head of the Langford family agree, the other family heads agreed to his terms one by one. No one dared voice their opinion anymore. And with that, the meeting came to an end. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. Gray, Werner, and Valeria walked down the Azrael Corporation headquarters. The ancestor of Hale family, he came here to seek heavy compensation, left with his head held low. He wanted to accompany Dorian for some time. He understood how much suffering he could underwent for the sake of their family and city. He also mentioned to Gray that the City Lord mansion has already been cleaned out. He could move there immediately if he wanted to. On the way, Orion came forward and discussed some details with them before leaving. We need to strengthen the formation. Gray stretched his body lazily as he spoke to Werner. Preparations have already been made, Master Gray. Werner had already arranged everything prior to the meeting. All he had to do was make one phone call, and now the Formation Association in Ashspire City was on standby. Should we call the formation associations in other cities too? Werner inquired. Master, considering we are going to deploy a large-scale array, the more manpower we have, the better. Forget the 4 cities, Werner was a respected formation master in the entirety of the southern region. People would come flying to help him over one phone call. That will not be necessary. Gray gave it a thought and shook his head. The only reason I need people is for them to place the formation correctly. I can create the formation by myself. It might seem like a huge task for others. For Gray, it was nothing. He was the creator of the Eliminate the Chicken array after all. Hey, Brother Gray. After the small discussion, Valeria called out from behind. Gray immediately turned toward her. What is it, my lady? Gray asked with a smile. Would you like to sit on my lap now? There is only Werner here, you can do as you please. While Gray's words were provocative, he did not really mean them. He was just paying back Valeria for all the teasing she had done to him. However, who was Valeria? Instead of feeling flustered and shy, she would proudly sit on his lap without a thought. Unfortunately, there were no chairs nearby. You are so bad, Tilda. Valeria closed the distance between them, her fingers pressing softly against Gray's chest. Saying such shameless things to an innocent girl like me. What if no one dares to marry me after this? Her lips curved upward, clearly not bothered at all. I'm sure there will be a queue in front of the Azrael Corporation by tomorrow if you announce that you are interested in entering a relationship. Perhaps even the people from the floating cities would come down for you. I don't want to marry just anyone. Valeria giggled beautifully. The way she looked right now could capture anyone's attention. Gray raised an eyebrow hearing her. Oh, then who would Miss Valeria want as your suitor? He already knew Valeria wouldn't marry just anyone. Who was she? Someone born with a heavenly fire and most probably from a prominent family in the floating cities, which may or may not be related to Brandon Everhart, the man who sealed the Starcrest continent. Speaking of that, he believed that before leaving, he should casually mention it to her and see if he could gain any reaction. But before that, he was curious about her answer regarding her marriage. Valeria did not answer immediately. Instead, she took a single graceful step forward, then another. Her movements were light, almost soundless, yet each one closed the distance between them with deliberate intent. A sweet smile blossomed on her lips, the kind that could make even a seasoned cultivator forget to breathe. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze brushing over Gray's face before settling on his eyes. I want someone reliable, she said softly, her voice warm enough to melt frost. Someone I can share my secrets with without fear. She stopped right in front of him, so close he could feel the faint warmth radiating from her body, the gentle fragrance of her perfume intertwining faintly with the air. Someone I can trust my life with, she continued, her fingers brushing against her collarbone as if tracing a promise only she understood. Someone who will care for me, hold me when I am tired, someone who will be there for me when I am down. That person should be capable of brightening my day, and finally someone who will hug me to sleep. Her eyes, bright like smoldering embers, lifted and locked onto his. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to quiet itself, as though entirety of Blue Star itself was holding its breath to hear her next words. Then, with a small pause, she leaned in slightly, close enough that her whisper felt like a caress. In short, she breathed, I want someone like you. Gray blinked. Of all the answers he expected, that one was nowhere on the list. A slow smile tugged at his lips as he straightened, looking down at her with a mixture of amusement and genuine curiosity. Someone like me, he repeated. My Miss Valeria, you do realize that is an extremely dangerous standard to set. I am barely qualified to take care of myself on most days. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. Reliable. Reasonable, sure, share secrets, maybe, brightening your day, I do not know about that. His brow arched. As for hugging you to sleep, that sounds like a full-time job. Do I at least get employee benefits? Valeria giggled hearing this. I was just joking, Valeria said with a smile. I do not plan on getting married anytime soon. Gray merely shrugged hearing this. Well, you just turned 21, there is still time to get married. True, Valeria's voice trailed off as if thinking of something, but it was unnoticed by Gray. Then Gray waved his hand and the portal to the secret realm appeared. Since they were going to talk about Brandon, he did not want Eterna to find out about that. She would definitely ask him where he learned the name from if he discussed it here. Miss Valeria, come to the secret realm with me. I have something to show you, Gray said with a smile. However, just as quickly he connected to her telepathically. Miss Valeria, I have something to speak to you. It is very private and saying it here might cause Eterna to notice. Valeria, as a CEO of a large company, quickly understood the situation. Instead of showing it on her face, she smiled brightly. What is it, Brother Gray? Valeria asked with a small blush. Are you going to do something indecent to an innocent maiden like me? No, Gray said with twitching lips. This woman, she should really stop saying things like this. He was a young man too. There was a limit to how much he could control himself. Sighing, he entered the secret realm, and Valeria followed behind with a sweet smile. The portal was left open at the place where he last had a conversation with Leah, hence, he swiftly made Valeria enter and started. Miss Valeria, I am aware that you are from the floating cities. As for the family, I believe it should be the Everhart family, right? Yes, Valeria tilted her head confused. Why do you ask, Brother Gray? Do you know Brandon Everhart? Gray asked in a slightly serious tone. Brandon Everhart, Valeria's expression stiffened when she heard the name. Seeing this, Gray immediately understood. She knew about him. That was what he wanted to know. That meant Valeria was from the same family as him. Brother Gray, Valeria had a slightly serious expression on her face. Where did you learn his name from? Only a handful of people know my ancestor's name, Valeria said in a low voice. She was stunned beyond words. How did Gray, who had never even stepped foot into the floating cities, become aware of him? I will tell you later, Gray shook his head. But before that, tell me, how much do you know about him? To this, Valeria shook her head. I know nothing of my ancestor. I only know that he is our ancestor and that he disappeared several hundred years ago. The only reason I know about him is because I found a single record while browsing the library in my family. Then, as if remembering something, she spoke. There was also something related to a seal. Yes, a seal. The record I found was incomplete since it was worn down by the passage of time. Only his name and something about a seal were mentioned. But when I told my grandfather about it, he reprimanded me and said to never reveal anything about him to anyone. Not even my own mother. I never talked about it again, she paused, until now. Now, Brother Gray, please tell me, how did you learn about his name? Valeria stared deeply at Gray. How I found out, huh? Gray paused, then recounted everything that had happened, carefully skipping over the Starcrest continent sealing and anything related to the Dei Palace. Everything he shared was limited strictly to how he discovered Brandon and the trail that had led him here. He could also tell Valeria wasn't hiding anything from him. What she said was genuinely all she knew. She had even indirectly mentioned the seal. If it were some taboo, world-shaking secret, she would never have let that slip, not even by accident. Besides, Gray felt that the two of them had already stepped into a stage where trust came naturally. They could speak openly, rely on each other, and move forward without the old wariness. What? Valeria stared at him in disbelief, her expression exceptionally lovely in its surprise. This secret realm belonged to my ancestor. How is that possible? Could such a coincidence truly exist? The secret realm once owned by her ancestor was the very one permanently linked to Ashspire City, precisely where she had descended out of every city in the entire southern region. Had her ancestor's spirit been calling out to her all this time, it was far-fetched. But how else could such a coincidence occur? My ancestor. How did he look, Brother Gray? Valeria leaned closer, eyes bright with hope. She truly wanted to see this ancestor of hers, especially after knowing that his lingering spirit might have been reaching out to his descendants from here. The way he looks, Gray tilted his head, recalling as best as he could. Let me think. He hadn't created his mind palace back then, nor did he have access to the Blue Star network. His mind interface had been practically useless at that time, so he couldn't record anything in detail. Even so, describing someone's appearance was easy for him. When he finished, Valeria was momentarily dazed. What Gray described was a powerful man, broad-shouldered, sharp-eyed, with an aura that refused to fade even in death. His presence alone felt like a mountain pressing down, solemn yet dignified, a man born to command the heavens. A powerful man, Valeria whispered, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Ancestor, you were really here. A faint warmth brushed past them, like a breeze moving through a place that should not have wind. Gray glanced up. The secret realm's fading core pulsed once as though acknowledging their words. Gray's expression changed. Was it actually his lingering spirit? He was inwardly shocked. The secret realm actually reacted to her words. Considering Brandon owned this realm, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary if something related to him still existed in the core. And Gray noticed that lingering presence quietly leaving this world as if it had achieved something. Then a voice boomed into Gray's head. Thank you. Gray was stupefied when he heard the voice. It sounded like Brandon. It was really him. Gray stood up from his spot, walked out of the small stone-built platform and stared at the sky. This world is truly filled with unique people. Gray smiled. To what extent must one's power reach to leave a lingering spirit and survive this long? If he wasn't wrong, this was several thousand years after the sealing. This was the extent of power Brandon had reached. He also wanted to one day reach that level. Gray only became even more motivated to advance his rank. If there was anything he learned today, it was that power dictated everything. Even the oppressive families had to kneel before absolute power, and one day he would become strong enough to overlook everything, even the gods. He wouldn't rest until then. Let's go back. I still need to go ahead and create the array. Gray glanced at Valeria and spoke. With her approval, Gray directly left with her and went to the Formation Association. There, the majority of the formation experts were already stationed and ready to act. As soon as Gray entered the room, they all looked at him with reverence. They had already seen his capabilities, eliminating the chicken's array, destroying corruption fields. There was no need to say more about his capabilities. Everyone present already understood that their city lord was an extremely powerful formation master, even outclassing Werner, who was a top-class formation master in the southern region. Grandmaster, Mei-Ling and Mei-Ying immediately came forward wearing black and white, slightly revealing Chong-Sams. You two are already here. Gray smiled as he greeted them. Today we will create a grand array. You both are to follow me and observe the way it's created more closely. It's time you both became two-star formation masters. Yes, the twins were excited. We will follow the Grandmaster. The others in the area looked at Gray with jealousy when they saw how the twins acted so closely with him. They were exceptional beauties from the eastern region, and in Ashspire City itself, they were top-class beauties. Perhaps not even the other three cities had beauties like them. It was only natural for men to try to woo them, but the twins never paid any attention to anyone. They treated every suitor as heir, yet it was different for the city lord. They could only shake their heads helplessly. The city lord, who was handsome, enigmatic, and young, was obviously a better choice. Women were naturally drawn to powerful people. Then Gray began giving instructions. One by one, the formation experts boarded AVs and shot off toward all corners of the four cities with formation flags in hand. They were already prepared by Werner, and all Gray had to do was inscribe the arrays into them one by one. He added the eliminating chicken array, the dual lock barrier formation, and also a healing formation in case anything went wrong. He also ensured the cosmic energy golden ratio diagram was embedded so the formation would power itself forever, growing stronger each passing moment. As for the city barrier formation, he did not add it. The eliminating chicken array already had the capability to filter out corruption energy, and the dual lock barrier formation could stop unauthorized entry even better than the standard city barrier. He just had to set conditions and link the formation to the local network of the four cities. That way, all unidentified individuals would be detected and pushed out of the city space. The gangs, the mutated beasts, all of them would be ejected from the barrier. He added that function into the array as well. Of course, it would only work if it had sufficient energy. Pushing entities out from a long distance inside the barrier required enormous energy, but he had plenty of cosmic ore from the secret realm. He would utilize it to power the array. The cables of this era could conduct anything as long as it was energy. meaning they could read or write emerging patterns and frequencies within the formation. This way, he could effectively fuse the power of technology and formations together. That was how city barrier formations functioned in the first place. Gray shot off into the sky with a formation flag in his hand. He activated his mind interface to pinpoint the center of the four cities, and to his surprise, it was located at the City Lord mansion where Dorian once lived. This is better, Gray smiled. Putting the main formation flag in the center would keep the energy flow consistent, and he could utilize the mansion's computers to connect it with the formation. By that time, the twin sister along with Werner also arrived in Gray's AV. Since they couldn't fly as fast as Gray, he gave it to them. Observe closely, Gray said to his disciple and grand disciples. Gray swiftly descended down to the City Lord mansion, which was now completely emptied out. However, it was still rather broken due to all the battles that took place here. But that was just the outer layer, and with the current technology, these small cracks that spread across the mansion could easily be fixed in a few hours. And the things inside were still intact, like the computers. Going inside, he swiftly connected the formation flag to the computers using the advanced optic cables. And using the mind interface, he swiftly connected the computers to the main database and the local one. A fusion between technology and the heavenly working took place immediately afterward. No, it would be more accurate to say that two existing powers of the heavenly Tao were fusing. In the end, everything you could see and observe was part of the heavenly Tao, and hence, it was part of the hidden workings of the heaven. And technology was just a man-made version of the already existing heavenly workings. That said, Gray left the mansion and arrived next to his grand disciples and Werner, who eagerly looked forward to his performance. Mei-Ling and Mei-Yang even had a notebook in their hands with a pen, almost as if they were attending a seminar. All the formation flags have been positioned. Gray glanced around. He saw several flashes of light shooting into the sky. Immediately, he connected to the formation flag. Indeed, several lights flickered across its surface now that all the other formation flags had been positioned. Now, it was time to fully engrave it into the real world. Gray flew a bit higher and waved his hands. Immediately, several cosmic ore appeared from thin air and flew toward the formation flag within the mansion. The formation flag reacted and intricate symbols and patterns emerged from it and covered all the cosmic ores that came out. Bzz, a small vibration rang out from the formation and Gray stretched his arm upward. WHRMMM. Like a magical circle manifesting, circular diagrams with intricate symbols and patterns emerged from his hands. Within seconds, its size began to increase, stretching toward the four cities at an even pace. What is that? The civilians of the four cities looked up in wonder. Is that an array? Could it be City Lord Gray? The prominent families all stared at the sky with a solemn expression. As the array fully covered the entire province, Gray stopped. Immediately, another layer of array formed directly below it and then another and more. It was a several stacked array. Stacking so many arrays on top of each other. Werner looked at this with a slightly speechless expression. He himself was only capable of 2 stack, but Gray could do more than 2, and the amount of arrays right now reached 6. The way he looked was casual, almost as if it was a walk in the park for him. Soon, Gray was finished. A deep hum reverberated across the heavens. WONG. The 6-layered array suddenly rotated in alternating directions, one clockwise and the next counterclockwise, each layer stabilizing the next. Lines of brilliance shot outward, forming a luminous web that locked onto every formation flag planted around the 4 cities. Then, crack, crack, crack. It was not the sound of something breaking, but rather the sound of spatial seams being stitched together. Light surged upward from the formation flags, converging at the center of the sky. A translucent dome began to form. At first it looked like faint ripples in water, but the ripples thickened, condensed, and solidified into a shimmering barrier that blanketed the 4 cities. It's forming, Gray smiled. Mei-Ling and Mei-Yang, on the other hand, were intensely noting away on their notebook with a serious look on their face. The barrier expanded outward in a calm, controlled wave, touching the borders of the province. Gray hovered above the completed 6-layer array, his gaze sweeping across the shimmering dome that now encompassed the entire province. The barrier was formed. Now came the most important part, which was setting the conditions. With a flick of his wrist, countless runic lines lit up across the layers, weaving into a complex network only a grandmaster could comprehend. He connected the core array to the local network of all 4 cities, integrating every surveillance system, energy scanner, and identification protocol into one. The moment someone without authorization steps inside, Gray murmured, "The barrier will reject them." Gray glanced at his disciples who were curiously looking at him. They knew he had just set conditions. This barrier will automatically detect all unidentified individuals. Mutated beasts, criminal gangs, external infiltrators, anyone not registered within the province's records will be pushed out of the city space instantly. Boom! A wave of invisible force rippled through the dome, activating its judgment sequence. Mayang scribbled frantically in her notebook when she heard this. Gray waved his hand and even more cosmic ore appeared and went toward the formation flag to power it even further. A shockwave blasted outward from the barrier. Civilians staggered in confusion as streaks of light shot toward the ground like falling stars. The next moment, the countless corruption fields outside the Ascension province swelled up uncontrollably, and one by one, they began to burst apart. Boom, boom, boom. Within seconds, the entirety of the corruption fields in the outer rings that were between the four cities were completely gone. But it didn't end there. The ejection power was now fully activated. The formation flag automatically began scanning through the main database, and the local database of the city, and immediately, several powerful forces erupted from the array and shot downward. One by one, the mutated beasts that were running across the wilderness in the outer ring felt their bodies losing control. The next moment, their bodies were flung across the land like a broken kite. Roar, the mutated beasts roared in confusion. It wasn't just them. The hidden gangs, mercenaries hiding deep within the forest, or people within hidden headquarters, all of them lost control of themselves as the powerful presence of the array flung them up into the air and then slapped them out of the barrier as if they were a tennis ball. It wasn't just them, Ironville City. Hey look, aren't those the family members of the Molten Fang family? One of the people pointed at several figures in the air who were then flung across the entire province, out of the barrier one by one. Dawnwatch City. The members of the Sunstride rose into the air one by one with a terrified look on their faces, and they too were ejected out. Silverguard City. I can't move my body, one of the Frostpetal family members screamed. However, it was all for naught. They too were ejected out of the Ascension province. Now, not even their entire family members teaming up to enter the barrier would be possible because the current barrier could easily deflect one or two attacks from a peak second ranker. It would only continue growing from here on naturally with the cosmic energy diagram. And the power that kept it going wasn't simple cosmic energy but ether energy. Its powers were pretty self-explanatory. However, just as everyone had calmed down and was observing the array, a slight fluctuation appeared in the sky and an AV sped toward the Ascension province. Eterna manifested in Gray's mental interface. The Federation expert is here. Oh, a smile appeared on Gray's face when he heard her. The timing couldn't be better than this. Also, when are you banning the cyborg evolutionary path? Since she was here, he decided to ask her. It was supposed to happen already, but it still hadn't been banned. There are some delays, but it should be banned today, Eterna announced. All right. Gray shifted his focus back to the AV, which was growing bigger every second, BZZ. Soon, the AV that had appeared out of nowhere closed in on the Ascension province. It had a sleek black design and a heavy metallic finish to it, and on the top of its surface was the Federation logo, a flat blue world revolving around rings, and directly below it were the words, Blue Star Federation, warning, warning, a powerful barrier spotted. From inside the AV, several warning signs rang out, please proceed with caution. Sitting in the main seat was a man with an angularly shaped beard, a sharp gaze, and short-cut blonde hair. His naturally green eyes stood out beneath the white military hat resting atop his head, and he wore a pristine white uniform with golden lines accenting the shoulder plates and polished golden buttons running down the front. Just a barrier, the Federation expert Federica Landstein sneered in disdain. What makes you think that these country bumpkins can stop my latest generation aerial vehicle? Its defensive and offensive capabilities are as strong as the peak stage of second rank, and its speed far surpasses an average third-rank expert at first level. I finally stepped into the inner core realm, having condensed my true spirit martial energy from the spirit vitalization realm into a nascent core. If not for this damned mission, I would have already completed the core's full formation, transferred both my spirit and body into it, and even upgraded my perks with the Federation military to get a faster and stronger AV. Why did they dispatch me to this backwater region? I'm almost certain I'll lose my powers just by staying here. Fedric lamented. Out of all regions, the southern region had the least amount of cosmic energy. That was because the corruption fields in this region were far higher than the rest of the regions, and that was caused by the lack of experts in this region. And the lack of cosmic energy in turn caused less and less experts to spawn here. Federica Landstein, who came from the high and mighty floating cities, didn't believe a mere barrier from the southern region could cause him any harm. He believed that it was a protective measure the city lord put down to prevent more high-order members from entering. Originally, he received the emergency signal from a slightly advanced city down below, which was none other than Ashspire City. But since it was something from the southern region, he didn't even bother looking into the name of the city, and he simply put the AV on autopilot and let it guide him here. He was a powerful third-rank expert, so why would he bother remembering the names of these backwater cities? Frederick had always looked at the people that lived in the lower regions in disdain. The 10 floating cities up above the skies were bigger than these 4 regions combined, and it was the collective power of the fourth-rank experts at work. They curved the space inward to the point even a small island-level space could accommodate such a large place, and they also enjoyed powerful cosmic energy storms that came from the planet's core. That aside, Frederick began looking around. Strange, Frederick frowned. Why don't I sense any corruption energy or see any High Order members? He scanned the area, yet outside the barrier there was no sign of the High Order. Of course, corruption fields were there, but he made sure to filter them out when he scanned the place to identify the High Order. Could it be that the High Order didn't invade at all? Frederick's expression turned ugly. He looked at the cities. Even the cities didn't show any sign of damage or high-order activity. Then what was the point of sending an emergency distress signal? Frederick's expression turned cold. His body trembled slightly as if he had just been scammed, and rage slowly bubbled within him. "Hey AI, what's happening here?" Frederick asked in anger, calculating. The AI which was built into his AV spoke in a cold mechanical voice. No sign of corruption energy detected. The corruption energy activity within the barrier is 0. No threat found. Error. This contradicts the mission Lord Frederick was deployed for. Please contact the City Lord immediately. That's my plan. Frederick took a deep breath and immediately his AV throttled toward the barrier. However, just as the AV came in contact with the barrier, Frederick's expression turned ugly. Red light flickered from all the screens inside the AV. Boom. The next moment, the AV that came in contact with the barrier was abruptly corroded with a grayish energy, and it immediately detonated. Who? Frederick's enraged voice boomed as the smoke cleared. Who did it? Immediately, a terrifying and breath-stopping fluctuation erupted out from Frederick. Within seconds, his energy had reached all corners of the Ascension province. This power, Warner's expression turned serious. Master, it's a third rank. He was incredibly shocked. What was a third rank doing in the southern region? I'm aware. Gray's expression was also serious. He never expected the Federation expert dispatched would actually turn out to be a powerful third-ranking evolver. Considering the efficiency of the Federation, he expected something less. And from the power he just sensed, he easily identified the person as a martial artist. A martial artist at the third rank. In terms of combat capabilities, martial artists were on top. Gray had seen the guy's AV getting destroyed, and that was probably the reason why he got angry as well. But what could he do? He should have asked for clearance before entering. It wasn't his fault. But on the other hand, he couldn't let this fellow wreak havoc either, as he could already sense intention from the display of power. Gray's figure flickered and he shot off toward the Federation expert. Please calm down. Gray appeared beside the Federation expert who looked like an enraged beast. True martial energy, a higher quality evolution of true energy, swirled around Frederick like a violent storm hungry to tear everything apart. Gray narrowed his eyes. Despite the overwhelming aura, he could still ascertain that this man remained at the pseudo-rank. Even so, third rank was still third rank. The gap between a pseudo-rank expert and a peak second rank at the 12th level was not something one could casually cross. If Gray had the burst force talisman, he was confident he could match the guy blow for blow, not to mention the slight sanctification his physique had undergone, which boosted his physical strength more than he initially realized. And above all, he still had Nexus Overclock. Speaking of Nexus Overclock, once he broke through to the third rank and fully transferred his power and existence into his core, he would be able to draw out far more power from the technique. At that stage, an upgrade would be inevitable. Gray could already envision the path forward. The thought alone filled him with anticipation. His musings ended the moment the Federation expert opened his mouth. "Are you the City Lord?" Frederick asked coldly. "That is indeed the case." Gray replied while sending a pulse through his nexus link to Leah. "Gray, you should have seen the commotion by now. Send Little Hong over." Her reply came instantly. "Leah. Yes, Brother Gray, should we unleash the infernals too?" "Gray will see about that." Little Hong alone was enough. She was the closest combat force capable of matching the furious expert before him. Frederick's gaze hardened as it returned to Gray. "You, what is the meaning of this barrier?" He stepped forward, true martial energy trembling around him. "Did you receive permission from the Federation to erect something of this scale? Who gave you the right to make decisions on this level?" His eyes narrowed with scorn. Do you think a mere city lord can act independently? The Federation funds your operations, supplies your resources, and grants you your position. Without their approval, you have no right to decide what should or should not be done. Gray was caught between laughter and tears when he heard this, buddy. Just because your AV got destroyed, you do not have to take it out on me. But in a sense, what the guy said was true. Permission from the Federation was technically required, yet no one in the southern region bothered with that because the Federation never replied in the first place. And now this fellow came lecturing about rules. Frederick looked around him. Even at this close distance, he didn't see any signs of massive destruction across Ashspire City. Earlier, he assumed that was because he had viewed it from afar. But now, even up close, he saw no remnants of high-order activity, corruption energy, or abyssal residue. Of course, what he did not know was that Ashspire City had suffered the least damage among the four cities. Eliminating the chicken array in one swift strike wiped out both the high-order presence and the corruption fields. Frederick's tone dropped to a low, dangerous register. So tell me, City Lord, was this invasion a lie, a fabricated excuse to justify your unauthorized actions? Do you understand the severity of deceiving the Federation? This is grounds for immediate disciplinary seizure under Federal Combat Protocol 17. Gray merely shrugged as if Frederick's accusation weighed less than dust. I took care of the high order. He kept his reply curt. He had no interest in wasting breath on this Federation man. The only reason he even bothered responding was the fact that the other party was an inner core realm expert. A direct conflict would be troublesome, and accommodating this man within his province was the last thing Gray wanted. It was painfully obvious that the fellow looked down on everyone here. Gray, in turn, also looked down on the Federation. A bunch of incompetent bums. They failed to arrive in time to handle the high-order threat, and now that they were inconvenienced, this guy suddenly wanted to preach rules like sacred commandments. They were worse than dogs. Frederick froze for a heartbeat before letting out a cold, derisive laugh. Just you, a mere regional city lord handling a high-order threat, do you take me for a fool? Hostility flared in his eyes. You are lying. You must have deceived Eterna. And lying during a regional-level alert makes you a criminal in the eyes of the Federation. Gray responded calmly, I can show you the recordings if you want. What recording? Frederick's voice was icy. It must be fake, prepare to be apprehended, criminal. Gray sighed, he knew it would escalate to this. There was no point wasting time. Yes, he erected the barrier without permission, but the high-order situation was clearly a misunderstanding that could have been settled. If the other guy used his brain, but in the end, a pride-struck man is deaf to reason. Fortunately, a familiar aura approached. Gray turned his head. Gray, Little Hong shot across the sky with immense speed. Come here, Little Hong. For once, Gray was relieved to see his daughter. Huh, Frederick's expression stiffened the moment he saw her. She's flying, his voice cracked. How is that possible? Normally, one awakened at the age of 17 when their elixir field matured. Early awakenings existed, but only among prominent families, and this child looked barely 10 or 11. Even with miraculous resources to speed the formation of the elixir field, it should not be possible for a girl this young to become an evolver. What was even more absurd, she was flying. Frederick extended his senses toward her and his expression went blank. Second rank, 12th level, 12th level. Why, you what? Frederick stumbled backward, disbelief plastered across his face. How is this possible? How can a little girl like her be a second rank? City Lord, what is the meaning of this? Frederick's expression tightened, his gaze sharpening as thoughts churned beneath the surface. A small child at the second rank, an unusual emergency distress signal from this region, and now an unauthorized barrier. All of it aligned toward a single possibility. You work for the High Order, don't you? Frederick coldly declared, praising his own deduction in silence. What? Gray almost choked on air when he heard the accusation. You bastard, he snapped, anger flaring. You think I'm some kind of idiot you can pin anything on? First I was a criminal, now I'm a High Order member. What's next? You'll declare I'm a federal traitor plotting against the entire Federation. If not for the fact that Frederick was a third-rank evolver, Gray would have already beaten him senseless. Gray even wondered if something was wrong with this guy's head. How did he even reach such a ridiculous conclusion? Do not play the fool with me. Frederick's aura erupted violently. I know you orchestrated all of this with the High Order to trap a Federation expert here, did you not? However, I, Frederick Alanstein, am not a nobody. I am a powerful third-rank expert, he declared with pride swelling in his voice. You cannot trap me. Die now, criminals. The power of yin and yang burst out from Frederick. A yin-yang diagram materialized behind him as terrifying law power surged forth like a roaring tide. The law of yin and yang, Werner, observing from afar, wore a grim expression. The law of yin and yang was an extremely fearsome law. Martial artists who comprehended it were overwhelmingly powerful, and its might multiplied once one formed a core based on it. Ordinary evolvers could rarely contend with martial artists for this very reason. Only immortal cultivators or espers could hope to compete, and even then, only if they had similarly profound law comprehension. Those who wielded this law possessed perfect balance within their bodies. Not only did it enhance their combat strength by harmonizing their body and energy, it granted them access to the extremes of yin cold and yang heat. Most terrifying of all, they could redirect incoming attacks with frightening efficiency. It was practically a cheat. As long as they had the strength to sustain it, they could use the legendary Tai method to turn another person's power back upon them. Fire an energy beam at a third-rank martial artist who had awakened this law ability, and they would reflect it right back at you. This was essentially the same concept as Gray's flawless mirror circle array, except they did not need any energy to use it. This ability was incredibly potent in evolver battles. The less energy you spent, the more you preserved, and the longer you could maintain dominance. By redirecting attacks, one could exhaust an opponent while sending their blows back at them. Of course, they could not spam the ability endlessly. There were limits to how frequently it could be activated. Some had a cooldown of several minutes, others several hours. It depended entirely on one's comprehension of the law. If one's understanding was high, the cooldown shortened naturally. And if one reached the realm of becoming one with the law itself, the ability could be used continuously. At that level, they were nigh invincible. The temperature around the area rose and fell. One side of Fedric was extremely hot while the other side, extremely cold. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing the laws of balance, you've gained insight into the law of supreme yin and supreme yang. Gray's mind stirred as countless fragments surged together, forming a coherent structure within his consciousness. The concept of balance abruptly unfolded before him. Attributes, functions, and the very essence of equilibrium appeared like puzzle pieces snapping into place, and it was not the ordinary law of yin and yang. It was the supreme yin and yang. He had heard of its existence. This law was the ultimate balance, one step beyond the common yin and yang. In the eastern region, it was known as Taoyin and Taeyang, collectively revered as a superior polarity. Only a single known expert had ever comprehended it. The great polarity master, a top formation sovereign of the martial path and one of the most respected figures in the eastern region. But that was not the matter at hand. Gray's current insight was incomplete, yet if he continuously gathered fragments of understanding, he might truly comprehend it soon. The speed at which insight poured into him exceeded anything he had ever experienced. He suspected it was linked to the Federation expert's far higher level of comprehension. Gray's heavenly tribulation law was currently at minor succession. Above minor succession was major succession, and beyond that advanced succession. Each breakthrough allowed the cultivator to merge deeper with a law, drawing on greater power. Fedric, meanwhile, had comprehended the law of yin and yang to major succession and awakened its second law ability. Gray, in contrast, possessed only one law at minor succession, the absolute authority of heaven, and at this moment the heavenly tribulation power within him began to surge uncontrollably. BZZT, BZZT. Tribulation power burst out of Gray like a rising tsunami, slamming head-on into the law of yin and yang. Boom! A violent shockwave tore through the sky, twisting the air from the sheer collision of the two laws. This law, Fedric's expression changed drastically. What is this law? Since you decided to attack me, you think I'll just sit still, dumbass? Gray sneered. The sky darkened as the heavenly tribulation clouds began to gather. Gray. He is hostile towards you. Little Hong's gaze locked onto Fedric. She felt his intent through the fluctuations of his power. Her expression turned cold instantly. Someone who wants to do bad things to Gray. Little Hong's aura hardened. Realm heart energy erupted from her body, covering the entire Ascension province within seconds. Civilians trembled under the overwhelming force. But it did not stop there. For an instant, a sound like a primordial heartbeat echoed across the sky, and immediately afterward a terrifying power descended. Gray's eyes widened. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing the law of chaos, you have gained insight into the law of chaos. Check author's thoughts. The power of chaos burst forth, ripping through the air like a primordial beast awakening from slumber. Space itself trembled as distortions spread across the sky, and the ground quivered violently. Everyone in the vicinity was shaken to their core. This was not simply aura. It was a force that clawed directly at the soul, threatening to tear apart anything that lingered too close. Several evolvers collapsed to their knees, their elixir fields trembling uncontrollably. Others instinctively staggered backward, feet refusing to step forward no matter how much their minds screamed to stand firm. Even Fedric, a veteran third ranker who had weathered countless life and death trials, felt the blood drain from his face. His protective essence erupted around him, but it felt like holding up a paper shield against a collapsing mountain. His heart pounded erratically, and for the first time in years, genuine fear surfaced in his eyes. This was not a power an ordinary being could wield. It transcended logic. It exceeded the Federation's classifications. It was something that should never exist in a remote, backwater region like this. Fedric's breath hitched, cold dread crawling across his spine. This power could eliminate him. This feels similar to Hung Meng. Leah muttered, frozen midair above Asper City. Her astonishment was plain to see. Her law of Hung Meng stirred involuntarily, resonating with the chaotic pressure. Then a light flashed and Valeria, covered in the heavenly fire aura, appeared. "Just what is that power?" Valeria murmured. Her tone remained calm, yet the faint unease in her eyes betrayed her internal shock. Even her law of heavenly fire trembled under the power released by Little Hong. "Miss Valeria," Leah quickly offered a greeting. "You are Miss Leah, correct?" Valeria smiled, her voice gentle. "We never had the chance to speak before. I was consumed by work in the corporation. I hope you will forgive my lack of manners earlier." "It is nothing, Miss Valeria," Leah shook her head. "There is no need for such formality. Call me Sister Valeria. I will address you as Sister Leah." Valeria said it lightly, but her tone carried unmistakable sincerity. Leah blinked in surprise. "Then I will call you Sister Valeria." Her voice softened without her noticing. Valeria was known in the southern region as a powerhouse draped in flame and authority. The discovery that she was approachable left Leah unexpectedly warm. Valeria's gaze drifted toward Gray's distant silhouette. "Do you think he can win?" "Probably." Leah's lips curved slightly. "It is him after all." Their eyes met, sharing a brief moment of understanding. Even without Little Hong, they both believed Gray would find a way. He always did. They turned their attention back to Gray, both wearing calm yet hopeful expressions. They had never spoken before today, yet at this moment their thoughts aligned perfectly. Two hearts concerned for the same person, both placing their trust in the miracle called Gray. Gray immediately activated telepathy, reaching out to Little Hong. "Little Hong, calm your powers. You are scaring the entire city." Through his mind perception, he had sensed ordinary evolvers trembling uncontrollably under her aura. "Gray, he wants to harm you." Little Hong's tone was cold and protective. "You are very weak right now. Let Little Hong protect you." Gray's lips twitched slightly. Being called weak by his own daughter was hardly something to celebrate, but she was not wrong. His current strength was limited, while Little Hong now displayed power exceeding the threshold of a third ranker. She was already comparable to a pseudo-third rank or even above. The power of law made a huge difference. At the same time, this confirmed something. She was undeniably connected to the ancient god he had read about in his previous world. She was most likely the very being mentioned in that mythology. But what unsettled him deeply was a simple question. How did a planet with no evolvers, no supernatural traces, possess mythology describing beings like Little Hong? How was that even possible? And the evolutionary paths in this world resembled the fiction he had read. Even immortal cultivation followed the patterns of the novels from his old world. Those immortal cultivation fictions were heavily inspired by the same mythology Little Hong originated from. Did this mean that immortals and gods actually existed in his old world? Once I get stronger, I must find a way back to Earth. Gray's eyes flickered with resolve. He then refocused on Fedric, who looked utterly terrified under Little Hong's power. "Good, this is exactly what I wanted." Gray already had a plan for Fedric even before Little Hong acted. It involved his secret realm. As the consciousness of the secret realm, he could channel enough power to directly eliminate a 12th level second rank evolver. Sealing a third rank was absolutely possible. He could suppress Fedric temporarily, then use a sealing array to trap him completely. He did not need to do this personally, since Little Hong could effortlessly erase the man. But doing so would only bring more trouble. The Federation would be alerted the moment Fedric died. Sealing him inside the secret realm, however, would sever his connection entirely. And Fedric could be used. His affinity toward the law of yin and yang made him a valuable specimen for Gray's future comprehension. "Little Hong, stay put for now. I know what to do." Gray glanced at her and spoke through telepathy. "Just threaten him with your power. I will handle the rest." But Little Hong hesitated, her reluctance clear. "Trust me." Gray placed a hand on her head. "We do not need to eliminate him. Not all enemies must be crushed. Some are more useful alive." "Valuable." Little Hong tilted her head. "Then I will do as Gray says." "Good." Gray smiled faintly. It was not that he particularly wished to spare Fedric, but killing him would complicate matters. Keeping him alive had far more benefits. With a single thought, Gray summoned the portal to his secret realm, positioning it right beside Fedric. The air distorted violently. Gray swiftly activated Time Stop. The world fell silent. The instant Gray activated Time Stop, the colors around him dulled, sound vanished, and everything froze as if submerged in still water. The chaotic wind halted mid-swirl. Dust hung motionless. Fedric's terrified expression remained carved in place. Only Gray moved freely within the frozen world. Time really is terrifying, Gray muttered under his breath. Even the pressure leaking from Fedric had gone silent, suspended perfectly in place. But it works. He reached the man in a few steps. Fedric, despite being a third ranker, looked unbelievably fragile, frozen like this. However, the amount of damage he could do was limited to a third ranker, that too within 2 seconds. He swiftly drove all the force into his fists and punched him into the secret realm behind him. Time resumed, and Fedric's expression turned ugly as his body was plunged into the spatial distortion. Fedric's vision flickered, and the very next moment he realized that he was falling. 2 other figures flashed in front of him and his expression deepened. He was teleported. As someone from the Federation, he was naturally accustomed to teleportation, and as someone who had experienced it before, it did not take long to understand that he was teleported. "What did you do? Where is this place?" Fedric roared. The extreme yin and yang burst forth, then split apart, and the secret realm shook from the power he unleashed. The mutated beasts, the infernals in the Hellfire volcanic region, and the egg-like cocoon Alyssa was in all shook at the same time from the power. The temperature in the secret realm became irregular with the dissension of the law. The forests and rivers reacted out of order, and to Gray's surprise, even the veins under the realm were slightly affected by its powers. Everything was suddenly thrown into disorder. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing the law of balance, you've gained insight into the law of supreme yin and supreme yang. Insight surged, and Gray understood that this law, which embodied balance, was now reversing it. Yin and yang together created balance, but Fedric had forcefully split the 2 powers, and this in turn caused disorder to be born. The secret realm was being massively affected due to this. The power of disorder spread violently through the realm. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By understanding the functioning of the law of balance, your comprehension of the law of supreme yin and supreme yang deepened. It can be used like that as well, Gray was surprised. This law could both be used for balance and destruction. It was a surprising find, and this small discovery had boosted his insight over the law. There was still some insight that he wanted to ponder over. However, now it was time to put a stop to this. The rest could come later, or else the secret realm might become a danger zone. SHNN. The secret realm trembled as Gray's consciousness descended into the realm heart. He and the realm became one. Immediately after, he identified the source of disharmony, and it was coming directly from Fedric and was affecting the realm as a whole. This power, if left unchecked, can completely destroy this realm in a day worth of time. Gray was serious. The law had affected even the normal energy flow of the realm, and the situation was a lot more serious than he thought. The secret realm functioned on this very energy flow which guided the realm heart energy everywhere. But now it was in complete disorder, and due to that disorder, the mutated beasts in the vicinity that had been taking in the realm heart energy until now had energy deviation happening within them, and their vital essence was out of control. Gray glanced at the group of infernals from afar. "Do not take in the realm heart energy." Gray strictly ordered the infernals. Then the power of the realm surged forth. It descended from the sky like a huge hammer, and realm heart energy condensed from all sides as Gray forcefully controlled the realm heart energy to stop it from going into disorder as he unleashed it towards Fedric. The power of a realm. Fedric quickly identified what was coming his way. His expression immediately turned green. He stopped wreaking havoc within the secret realm and combined yin and yang back, forming perfect balance as he readied himself. The power was extremely terrifying, and if he did not do anything now, he would definitely lose here. He must use the power of Teichai to redirect it. The process might destroy this realm and send him into the chaotic currents of space along with the city lord and his daughter. But 4-star experts roamed the chaotic currents of space, and he had a long lifespan as a third-rank being, so he would survive until someone found him. It was better than being subdued by the city lord and falling under the High Order's hands. Gray was naturally aware of what he was thinking. He frowned slightly and called out to his daughter. "Little Hong, can you bind him with your powers? It is most likely that he will use Teichai to deflect the power back, and that force will directly hit the realm. It will be destroyed if we do not do anything." Little Hong was fast to act. "Leave it to me, Gray," she replied expressionlessly. The power of chaos surged forth like a tsunami, and it flooded all corners of the secret realm. The mutated beasts and the infernals all had ashen looks on their faces. Why were there so many powerful auras in this place? Could they not live in peace? The law of chaos was the ultimate source of destruction, and although the insight he received about the law was insignificant compared to the law of supreme yin and yang, it still allowed him to understand its basic underlying force. If he had to explain the law in one or two sentences, then it would be annihilation and unstoppable. The destructive force of this law completely outclassed whatever law he himself had on him right now. Not even the law of absolute order of the heavenly tribulation, could match its destructive capabilities. Once its force erupted, something would most definitely be destroyed, and if he was not wrong, Little Hong's law of chaos was now at minor succession. Frederick's eyes constricted. He felt the force of destruction right behind him just as he was preparing to utilize Tai Chi. He was completely left unprepared. Boom. The gray destructive force of chaos forced itself into Frederick's body. Erg. Immediately, Frederick spat out a huge amount of blood, his eyes turned bloodshot and his energy became disorderly. Seeing this, Gray reacted. He fully forced the power of the realm to descend upon Frederick. No, Frederick's expression was aghast as if he had seen a ghost. He realized the power of the realm was actually trying to seal his inner core. True martial energy erupted from his core, but in the end it was all for naught as the power of the realm suppressed it heavily. Now is my chance. This seal was temporary and the power of the realm would eventually run out, and Frederick would be set free. That was not the desirable outcome Gray wanted. He waved his hand, and immediately a bunch of talismans burst forth. These were sealing arrays, and the corruption sealing array was essentially created by using these arrays. They were the tri-myriad sealing array, the giant net array, and the radiant sealing array. All of them were peak 2-star arrays. Gray clapped his hands together, and the talismans flew across the sky and began revolving around Frederick, who knelt in the air while gritting his teeth. What are you trying to do? Is that a sealing formation? Frederick sounded terrified. He had never thought that he would actually be subdued by a mere second ranker. How was that even possible? Damn it, Frederick cursed coldly. The talismans burst open and immediately magical runes and patterns emerged around him in a circle. Gray controlled the formation and fused them together by adding layers for each of them, and then took out a large amount of cosmic ore and threw it toward the formation. Shin, the sound of something being bound rang out across the secret realm. The power of the realm slowly retreated, yet Frederick's inner core, which was originally his elixir field, was now completely sealed. It's done, Gray's figure flickered. The next moment he was standing coldly in front of Frederick, but that alone isn't enough. As he said that, he thrust his right arm forward with lightning flashing across his arm, targeting the area near the navel. That was where one's inner core was. CRRK, BZZT. The sound of an egg cracking rang out from Frederick as his face distorted in pain. It was like millions of ants were biting him around his stomach. He clutched his abdomen in pain as he fell to the ground, losing his flight ability completely. Gray had directly attacked Frederick's inner core with heavenly tribulation power, and now even if the formation suddenly ran out of energy, he would still be trapped. He would instantly get zapped by its power, and heavenly tribulation power was like a cockroach. Even without a host, it could survive anywhere by sucking energy from everywhere, and that was how Gray preserved the law in his elixir field for so long. The only reason he did not get zapped by it was due to him possessing the Nexus energy. Gray flew across the sky and descended beside the Federation expert with a blank look on his face. He would start kicking this guy senseless, but he was someone with a conscience. He would not kick someone when they were in pain, he would kick him later. How do you feel, Federation expert that I don't know the name of? Gray grinned evilly. You were defeated by a low-level second ranker from a backwater region with no cosmic energy whatsoever. You high-order monster, once I get out of this seal I will destroy this entire realm and you with it. Frederick gritted his teeth in anger. Black lines appeared on Gray's face when he heard Frederick calling him a high-order monster. On the other hand, this fellow might need a kick or two. Erg. Gray's leg fell directly toward Frederick's chest. He coughed up in pain as he looked at Gray in fear. Why, you dare kick me? Frederick exclaimed, disbelief written on his face. I'm a Federation expert. Do you understand the consequences? Thud arg, Frederick winced in pain. Aren't you a Federation expert? Why are you crying like a little bitch? Do they not teach you about resilience? Are the Federation experts a bunch of wimps? Gray spoke with a blank look on his face, but then he froze. He realized that Little Hong was still here. He slowly turned his body around. Little Hong was looking at him with a curious yet confused expression on her small bright face. Little bitch, Little Hong tilted her head. No, Gray's face turned ashen when he heard this. How careless of him. Kids were information-absorbing magnets, and that was especially the case when they heard a bad word. Little Hong, don't say that. Gray arrived next to her and crouched to her head level. What's a little bit? Little Hong asked with her hands on her chin. She looked like the thinker. Gray covered her mouth with an ashen face. His expression turned serious as he spoke next. Little Hong, don't say that word again. It's a very bad word. You shouldn't say that to anyone, got it? Why not? Little Hong showed a reluctant expression. She had just learned a new word, but her father was not letting her use it. Because if you use it, I will die, Gray said with a blank look on his face. Father can't die. Little Hong shook her head. You will just be reborn. There is no end or beginning to perfection. You are already beyond the concept of fate. What? Gray was dumbfounded. What was she saying? Could he actually have the ability to be reborn? How come he did not know about it? Little Hong, who told you these things? Gray asked with a slightly speechless look on his face. His daughter was an unexpected spoiler machine. She would randomly drop bombs like this, and you would not even be able to tell if what she said was real or not since the words uttered by her were simply too unimaginable. I know about father, Little Hong nodded. The river of reincarnation cannot bind you due to your perfection. The river of reincarnation, Gray was thoughtful. Could him transmigrating also be related to Nexus energy? But how could that happen? He did not have Nexus energy before. He believed it was very unlikely, but the mystery around his transmigration, who and why they did it was still unknown, because he knew damn well that he himself did not have the capability to cross worlds to come here. Maybe it had something to do with the comprehension lotus, but that thing did not exist back in the old world. It was likely something he bonded to during transmigration. Whatever the case was, maybe going back to Earth might help him. Whatever, Gray shook his head, thinking about it was only going to give him more headaches. He turned to Little Hong and said seriously, Little Hong, don't ever say the word again, okay? You don't want me leaving this world, do you? Finding me after being reborn will be hard. Hearing this, Little Hong had a thoughtful look on her face and finally she nodded. I won't say it. I don't want to lose Gray. As she said that, she came forward and hugged him. All right, Gray patted her head. It was great to have a gullible cough, a caring and understanding daughter like her. Frederick, who was observing this scene from the side, had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Why did this seem like a normal family bonding time with a father and daughter? Was he not from the high order, and was the kid not an experimented subject from the organization? High order members were said to be extremely ruthless, and family bond was something they never had. It was due to the abyssal energy not being compatible with the human body. They either went mad or became simply bloodthirsty and lost all their emotions. Even the abyssal transformation done by the abyssal transformation pill could not reverse it. Because the state of mind could not be easily reverted, the mind was connected to the soul, and the soul was an extremely hard thing to observe, sense, and control. And seeing this situation, Frederick was led to believe that they were not actually high-order members. He had not noticed it during the time they were fighting as he was too absorbed in fear and anger, but neither of them exhibited an ounce of corruption energy or abyssal energy. He shuddered. He had made a mistake. His judgment was clouded by the anger and disdain he held for the southern region. He had made a terrible mistake. Not only was the city lord here extremely strong, his daughter was even stronger than him. Since when did the southern region get so powerful? Was there some mistake? One thing was for sure, Frederick would never underestimate someone like this. He had learned his lessons. And if this actually was a misunderstanding, he wanted to talk it out. Then he heard Gray speak. Check your phone, I sent the relevant information to you. It'll show you how incompetent the Federation is. He directly mocked Frederick. He had used his mind interface to deliver all the relevant videos and news to Frederick's phone. He had already downloaded most of the things into his mind palace automatically when he was going through the main and local database. Hence, transferring it into a phone that had no connection to the Federation now that they were inside the secret realm was effortless. Let's go, Little Hong. Gray glanced at the guy for one last time. He looked confused and disoriented. Now that he had turned into an enemy, he would keep the guy in here. Even if he apologized for the mistake, Gray would not think about letting him go. What if he decided to tell the Federation anyway? The last thing he wanted was the Federation at his doorstep waiting to apprehend him for false accusations with extremely powerful beings at his door, and at that time not even Little Hong would be able to save him. And besides, he had other uses as well. He could use him to comprehend the law of yin and yang. His comprehension was infinitely easier since the other party was at major succession. It would be wasteful if he let him go. He would suck the guy dry. Gray coughed when that thought rose in his mind. He should really learn to word things better. Did I get Leah's disease? His eyelids twitched involuntarily. Either way, he would use him to comprehend the law swiftly. Aside from simple transformation, he had another goal. He got the inspiration during the time he first saw the law of Hengmeng. If there was a law related to the gods, then there must be a law related to Nexus. How could it not have one? In fact, it would be more bizarre if there wasn't a law about perfection. His end goal was to find this law and bring it to life, and doing that would require comprehension of other higher laws like the law of chaos and Hengmeng. If there was one thing he understood, everything was connected one way or another. He learned it while comprehending nexus energy and laws sharing the same attributes, but different names and functions existed, like the yin and yang law and the disorder it created. There was actually a law of disorder that existed separately, meaning there was always a connection. He just needed to combine these connections together to find the perfection law. Or if it did not exist, then he would make one for all he cared. He believed little Hong might know a thing or two about it, and if he asked her long enough, she might remember something about it and tell him how to find it. Maybe the key in finding this law lay in Nexus energy itself. He waved his hands and immediately a portal appeared. He along with little Hong stepped in, leaving Frederick behind. As soon as they left, 10 shadows suddenly loomed over him and the temperature around him rose sharply. Huh, Frederick turned his face around. Immediately his face turned green. What the F asterisk CK, he screamed. 10 black infernals with fiery outlines stood in front of him. He looked up at them in terror. The infernals should keep him under check, Gray laughed. He sent 10 of them toward Frederick to keep him from trying anything, and if he did anything, Leah would be instantly aware of it. Her connection was not like the Federation or the Blue Star Network after all. If she could summon them from literal hell, what was a simple subspace like his secret realm going to do to stop her connection to the infernals? Swoosh. Gray shot through the sky, his figure tearing through the air like a jet before he descended. He landed directly in front of his mansion. Pushing the doors open, Gray stepped inside and was immediately surprised. The usually quiet mansion now had soft melodic laughter echoing throughout the halls. It was the sound of two young women. They seemed to be chatting and laughing with each other. Could it be Leah invited someone in? He walked into the living room and saw who the culprit was. It was none other than Valeria. She sat close to Leah as they chatted away. Yeah, I like that dress. Leah nodded with a smile. It is very comfy to wear. I can wear it when I am training too. Great, then it is decided. Valeria clapped her hands together with a smile. Us sisters will go shopping. Since your clothes are back in Nova City, we should naturally buy you more clothes since you are staying here. Leah nodded. Gray stood by the side with little Hong holding onto his hand. Gray cleared his throat with a soft cough, the sound echoing faintly through the quiet hall as he tried to draw their attention. The two figures instantly turned toward him. The moment their eyes landed on Gray, matching smiles bloomed across both their faces, bright, relieved, and far warmer than he expected after barging in unannounced. Leah, on the other hand, was calm. She roughly understood what went on inside the secret realm. The expert was completely sealed and the infernals were ordered to guard him. You are back. Valeria rose to her feet. Beside her, Leah quickly followed, standing up in sync. Then her eyes settled on little Hong, who upon seeing her immediately hurried toward her. Little Hong, did you behave? Leah asked with a smile. She gently raised a hand and patted her with a smile. Even though she was not her daughter, the connection they had was more meaningful than anything. Little Hong nodded. Me and Gray defeated the bad guy. Good, Leah shifted her attention back to Gray. It must have been the Federation expert. Valeria spoke softly. She had already seen the AV, and as someone from the floating cities, it did not take long for her to identify that. That is indeed the case, Gray replied absent-mindedly as he stared intently at Leah. I already took care of him. I sealed him inside the secret realm. Leah should have already told you about it. Valeria nodded, but wait. What is wrong with you? Gray turned to Leah and asked speechlessly. Her hair and eye color were now back to purple. How was that possible? Do you have an RGB controller built inside you? Gray asked with twitching lips. And to his disbelief, Leah actually nodded at him. I only just discovered it, Leah said helplessly. I was bored waiting for you to return from the meeting, and since I cannot cultivate right now, I ended up experimenting with my own powers. Immediately her hair highlights and eye color started changing colors. White, red, blue, green, yellow, orange, brown, black, purple, pink, you name it. It shifted through each color before reverting back to her purple. Gray undoubtedly liked her original purple highlight. It was better than the golden. And it looked like Leah shared the same opinion as well. Alright, now that you know Sister Leah's cool ability to change her hair and eye color, it is time us sisters go out for some shopping. Sisters? Gray was confused. That is right. Leah is my sister from now on. Valeria held onto Leah's hands with a smile. Okay, Gray said awkwardly. Perfect. Let's go for a girls' shopping trip, shall we, Sister Leah? Valeria added, shooting Gray a look. You aren't invited. Brother Gray, this is a day out for just us girls. I never said I wanted to come. Gray was caught between tears and laughter when he heard this. After the two girls went shopping, Gray returned to his room to rest and take care of a few things, making some phone calls along the way. 2 hours passed quickly, and Leah finally came home carrying a bunch of shopping bags in her hands. All of them were luxurious brands, and each and every one of such items cost thousands of Federation credits. "You're back?" Gray came out of his room and greeted her. "Yeah," Leah said with a happy look on her face. Leah always loved shopping sprees, and even back in Nova City she occasionally did it. Now Sister Valeria had taken her directly to the top luxury brands in Ashspire City. Ashspire City, in terms of business and variety, was at the top. It was after all one of the main business hubs in the southern region, and there was not a single brand that wasn't in Ashspire City. And people from other cities occasionally entered Ashspire City to purchase items and more. Of course, the people could still enter the city as long as they had a tourist permit, which one could easily apply for by going into the Ascension Province website. That was what he was doing when he was cooped up in his room the last 2 hours. He swiftly made a new website and merged the other main websites for the cities together, and he also made sure to publish it quickly and give it a soft announcement. Now those who had visited the sites before would receive the notification about the mergement. He also made some other preparation for the cities. For example, he was going to make the law enforcers visit some shops across the 4 cities for a few words. It was a large province, and due to that, there were many people that did not pay commercial taxes. Every shop, every business, and every company that existed under the 4 cities had to pay commercial taxes depending on the size of them. Small businesses or shops only had to pay little, and the ones that generated more revenue naturally had to pay more. But the thing was, the majority of the people had not even bothered paying taxes for years. And now that he was the city lord, things would be different. Nothing and no one could escape his eyes. All the information was laid bare before him, and since that was the case, he would naturally make them pay the tax. The city would not run itself, would it? There was also the matter of the 3 families he expelled from the province. Their family mansions were basically deserted right now, and he had contacted Orion to confiscate the items and all the treasures within their mansions. It would be beneficial for the city after all, and considering what they were doing, they must be drowning in millions of gold coins. Smart men knew how to turn black money into something useful after all. And considering the family heads, it would be effortless for them to convert the black to white money, and the best option was gold coins. He had seen many transactions related to gold in their database. He would use this gold along with the gold he had inside his secret realm and sell them in massive bulks and fund the development of infrastructures outside the outer ring, which was now completely deserted. There were also the arrays inside the secret realm utilized by Brandon for herb farming. If he utilized that array in the province and boosted its effects somehow, wouldn't he be drowning in millions? If he did things right, he could dominate the agricultural field in the entirety of the southern region within months. There were also cattle farms. He could deploy arrays to nourish them and increase the quality of meat with cosmic energy as well. Who was he? He was a 2-star formation master. In the entirety of the southern region, the amount of 2-star formation masters could be counted on one hand, and those people were far beneath what he was capable of doing. That aside, he believed he should be able to do something with all the gold coins he had lying around, and the taxes would also be beneficial. The city lord funds deployed by the Federation were also available. Orion had not touched much of it yet. Speaking of city funds given by the Federation, a second-rate province like his received a massive amount of Federation credits for development per year. The more cities you had under you, the more you would get, and not only that, a city lord could directly request resources for evolutionary purposes from the Federation with a set limit quota, and Gray naturally planned on using it to his advantage. He would make sure that he depleted all of his quota by the end of this year itself. He also had the privilege to get techniques from the Federation. He would get himself more techniques that were only available in the floating cities. He would use those resources to push his rank faster. He still had to unify the southern region, and after that go to other regions to get the Chaos Seal fragments, and eventually go to the floating cities to have a few words with the Federation master himself. And before doing all that, he wanted to pay a visit to the ice wall at the edge of the southern region as well. He wanted to see if his comprehension could help him with anything related to the seal, and quite honestly, he believed it might actually let him comprehend the seal. And once he fully comprehended it, and with the power of true origin insight, he was sure that he would be able to break it and go past Starcrest continent to find the other seals. But before all this, he wanted to go meet Richard. It had been a while since they met. He wanted to have a long chat with him and also maybe discuss things about how he appeared on this planet in the first place. His and Alyssa's origin was most definitely from the starry sky after all. And there was his own origin, he too was most likely from the starry sky. But on the other hand, little Hong's words resonated in his mind when he thought about it. She told him that he was beyond the river of reincarnation and beyond fate itself. If he was beyond fate, then wouldn't that mean he would be parentless? But then again, the timeline contradicted itself. If that was truly the case, then he would need to have Nexus energy at that time, but only recently had he formed Nexus energy. It simply did not make sense, and understanding little Hong's words was worse than staring at a wall for several hours. "What are you thinking about, Gray?" Leah raised an eyebrow. He seemed deep in thought when she saw the shopping bags in her hands. Could it be that he was sad she did not have any gifts for him? Leah was bewildered. Should she go back and buy something for him? But they went shopping for clothing. Would Gray like to wear lingerie and expensive girly clothes? Leah was dumbfounded. What was she thinking? Nothing, I was just thinking about some things for the city. Gray shook his head. He had trailed off from the matters of the city to the matters of the world itself. To him, his thoughts trailing off like this in the middle of something was the norm. "Oh, is that so?" Leah nodded and then smiled and spoke. "Come, I'll show you what me and Sister Valeria bought." An excited look appeared on her face as she finished her words. She wanted to show all the new outfits she had brought today. She quickly grabbed hold of Gray's hand and dragged him into the room that was arranged for her by Gray. "My Tilda," Mimi tilted her head as it stared at little Hong, who sat cross-legged on her bed. Little Hong nodded as if understanding it. She stretched her arms out and lightly poked Mimi's white fluffy face. Gray had let the little cat out after a while to accompany little Hong. Not only could he keep her in check, but also let her play with the little cat who used to play alone in the mansion before. Mimi, seeing little Hong poke it, Mimi jumped onto her lap. It nuzzled itself against little Hong's small body. Seeing this, little Hong was dumbfounded. She froze for a bit, then slowly hugged the little thing in her arms. "Little thing, what are you?" Little Hong tilted her head as Mimi looked up at her in confusion. "I sense nihility." Mimi froze at the word, ears twitching. Mimi Tilda. For a split second, little Hong's form glitched, her outline warping like a reflection on broken water. Her pupils distorted, losing focus entirely. The room seemed to fall silent around her. Her expression went blank. Slowly, almost mechanically, she lowered her gaze to Mimi. "Fluffy," she muttered, touching the soft fur. But her voice held no warmth this time, just a hollow echo that didn't belong to a child. Another brief flicker flashed and then her eyes cleared. "You are just a normal cat." She nodded with a serious expression. Mimi blinked, tail puffing slightly. A Mimi. One more hour passed swiftly. That time was spent with Leah trying all sorts of clothing and showing it to Gray, who sat there with a bored expression. Leah, on the other hand, was having the time of her life. But on the bright side, just staring at her gave him insight into her endless potential physique, which had awakened. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing the endless potential physique, you've gained insight into the endless potential physique. The puzzles were slowly arranging themselves together. It might be due to her awakening. But the insights he received were way higher than whatever he used to get back in Nova City. And the functioning of the physique was halfway absorbed. It worked mysteriously, and from the insight he received, he understood that this physique was connected to the law of Hengmeng somehow. It dealt with origin, and origin had endless potential. Origin was the budding place of potential, and the physique allowed you to utilize the power of origin to continuously increase potential. When you were linked to origin itself, bottlenecks would no longer be a problem for you. If Gray was not wrong, as long as he kept Leah close to him and continuously stared at her for hours, he might be able to comprehend the physique in a month. But if he did it normally, it could very well take him a year or half that. It all depended on Leah. She was someone who won the championship, meaning she was most likely going to the top academy for training and getting stronger. If she chose that, then it was a certainty that they would not see each other for a few months or years, depending on how fast he unified the southern region and collected the other fragments in the Starcrest continent. On that note, he decided to ask her directly, "Are you going to go to the academy?" Hearing this, Leah froze abruptly. She had completely forgotten about the academy matters. But on the other hand, she thought for a moment and shook her head. "I'm not going." Leah gazed deeply at Gray. "You told me once, remember, you will turn me into the best genius the city had seen. I am still holding on to your words." She smiled sweetly. "Little Hong will be sad if I left. I know for sure that you won't take care of her properly. You aren't built for that. I can only take up the duty of looking after little Hong, and in turn you will help me become stronger." In fact, Leah being here would not change anything. Sure, the academy might have countless expansive techniques and resources, but what did that matter to Leah, who was a literal god with the endless potential physique? She did not need any resources. Bottlenecks and bad energy gathering speed were things Leah would never encounter in her life. In fact, she might outrun Gray even with all the resources he held at his disposal, even counting the things he could get from the Federation. An awakened physique was no joke. As for techniques, there was no need to say anything about that. If she said she had the most powerful techniques at her disposal, then others would not dare to speak when she was around. Are you planning on staying in my mansion forever? Gray asked, but his voice carried more bewilderment than rebuke. Leah simply shrugged at this. Living with Gray was better for her, that way she would be able to see him daily and even see Little Hong, but on the other side of the southern region, where Nova City lay, it was completely empty. No one she knew closely was there except her father, and she did not like him one bit. He was an idiot and plain stupid, someone who didn't understand her wishes and always acted against them. Recently, he even tried setting her up with another person from the Duskwood family. She was absolutely enraged beyond words. There was also another fact Leah was made aware of. She wasn't actually his daughter, no, she believed there was something going on and she would have to ask him herself to find the answers. She was a god, and from the information she received, gods could not be born in a normal way. Biological birth with blood relation was simply impossible. At the same time, her face slightly reddened. She had loudly said that she wished to be with him forever. Wasn't this basically a confession? And her words, didn't she just agree to become the mother to Little Hong? Gray was really right, she should really be careful with her words, but on the bright side, it seemed that Gray had not realized it yet. She sneaked a shy glance at him and Gray's expression became even more bewildered. This woman. Did she really have no intention of going back, no desire to return to her parents? He was caught between laughter and tears. She was 18 now, technically an adult, but the thought of her secretly living under his roof, it simply felt wrong and dangerous. This was the type of setting you would find in a scandalous article in the news. But wouldn't it be a disaster if the city lord discovered that his daughter had run away in the name of some championship, and now was living quietly under another man's roof like a faithful wife that promised to take care of his child? As for the way she worded things, Gray had already become used to it. All the words that came out of her mouth were wrong, and it didn't surprise him one bit to hear her saying outrageous things like this. This was not what a young maiden at the age of 18 should be saying to someone of the opposite sex who was similarly close to her age. Gray sighed. It seemed like he should educate Leah in speaking before he educated Little Hong. But whatever the case was, it was a good thing for Gray. The city lord, he could handle him. Not only could he comprehend her physique, he could comprehend her.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.